In 2050, humanity enjoys a better life than ever before thanks to the rapid advancement of science. However, the sudden appearance of a wormhole changed everything radically, bringing about a real catastrophe. At first, no one understood the danger of the situation and wondered what it was. However, what at first seemed to them to be just a magic show summoned a huge number of monsters into this world. These monsters immediately tried to destroy all living things they could reach. This was their horrific agenda, as they were sent here to take over humanity. The military weapons that humans were proud of turned out to be completely ineffective against alien technology. Because of this, the people began a rapid retreat, but suddenly a cultivator appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope to humanity. After humanity suffered massive losses, the cultivator finally reversed the course of events by sending the aliens back into the wormhole. The art of cultivation has once again supplanted science and become the subject of study for the entire world. This is how the era of cultivators began, and 50 years later, we are transported to a moment where some hooligans are beating up a boy. Our protagonist wakes up in a completely unfamiliar body and tries to understand what happened. He understands that, apparently, he died some time ago and has now been reborn in another body. Immediately after this, he grabs the bully who tried to shake his finger at him in order to hint to him that he was mistaken. He squeezes his hand with the same force and slowly rises, still trying to understand what world he is in. The bandits look at him and realize that he has woken up, noting that he looks quite scary and has frightened them. In this world, our hero's name is Terry, and he used to be a pathetic loser, but now a cultivator has been reincarnated in his body. One of them rushes at our hero, holding a water pipe in his hands in order to teach him a lesson. Terry quickly dodges this blow and understands that now he has to fight to the death. He decides to use only a small portion of his power, so as not to accidentally kill anyone. Even a blow with this level of spiritual tension is enough to knock out this scoundrel. The remaining bandits look on in horror as their leader has just been knocked out. They immediately grab their knives and began accusing him of resisting a common robbery. Rushing forward at him, they assume that he simply wanted to commit suicide in a beautiful way against other people. Terry continues to move with incredible lightning speed, dodging every blow. He also makes sharp and powerful counterattacks along the way in order to knock out his opponents. The first opponent falls to the ground, while the second one doesn't even realize that the same thing awaits him. Terry knocks out several of his opponent's teeth with a sharp and powerful movement, knocking him out. After this, he goes to one of the bandits who has come to his senses, who asks him not to approach him. Terry abruptly asks him what year it is, much to the bandit's genuine surprise. He asks him if he has really become completely stupid and forgotten where he is now. Terry looks at him very sternly, hinting that this was a serious question and he could beat him up for it. The bandit says that today is April 9th, 2100, and begins to tremble with incredible fear and horror. Terry remembers that he was in high school at the time, meaning he was able to travel back in time. He assumes that he has been reborn, and remembers that in 2120, the alien army attacked again, and that the final battle took place. This battle was lost, because they did not have enough strength to withstand the new wave. Terry faced the problem that the aliens also became cultivators, and broke through the Saints' realm. The aliens then stated that technology or cultivation did not matter, because they would always be better. After this, the alien decided to use a powerful attack in order to wipe his opponent off the face of the earth. Terry looked at the approaching energy wave in horror, realizing that it would definitely destroy him. After this, there was a bright flash and a powerful explosion, which marked the end of our hero's life. However, now he came to his senses in this gateway, in the body of another person, as if nothing had happened. The bandits look at him in surprise and try to understand what has changed in him so much that he has become so strong. He asks him if everything is okay, hoping that he will take pity on him. Terry orders him to be honest and say that he never wants to see him near the school again. The bandits quickly jump to their feet and run away, saying that they will no longer bother him. Terry suddenly stops them and asks if they want to return some important things to him. Terry remarks after a while that he didn't expect to have so much money taken from him during his year of high school. In his past life, he was an orphan and, thanks to step-by-step enhancements, he broke through the Emperor's realm. He became one of the leaders of the Cultivators Alliance, but he didn't expect to lose on planet Tam. Returning to his high school, he feels a strong sense of nostalgia, realizing that no one knows about him now. However, now he will have to understand how these aliens were able to break through the Kingdom of Saints. He understands that if fate gave him a chance and reborn him, then this time he will definitely destroy them all. We are transported to the early morning of the next day, when a very bright and pleasant sun rises over the city. Terry begins to engage in serious training almost immediately in order to strengthen his body. In one night, he learned all the basic abilities of the High School of Cultivation. In general, he is lucky that he remembers everything from his past life, because this makes it much easier for him to break through to the next levels. However, after the first level, he will have to break through the 9 gates, and then break through again and again. Even though he breaks through faster than in his past life, it will still be difficult because it will be more difficult in the future. He assumes that this time he will have to train even harder in order to reach unprecedented heights. After a while, we are transported to the schoolyard, where the weather is getting better and better. The attention of all the students is riveted on an incomparable beauty named Violet. She is a cultivator from the great Wang family, and Terry immediately sets his sights on her. In her past life, she was from a family of Taoist cultivators and was an untouchable goddess to him. But this time he will have to cultivate his power in a different way, and he must help her because he needs strong allies. At midnight near the school, he comes here in order to prevent a serious tragedy that happened in a past life. In a past life, the criminal Violet was pursuing caused her significant injury, which caused her to take a long time to recover. Meanwhile, the bandit says that everyone calls him Tiger, and if she lets him go, he will reward her. Violet tells them that she will destroy him because she will not forgive any criminal. The tiger says that she is just an ungrateful little girl, and he will definitely punish her. Violet jumps to the side to dodge this incredibly fast and powerful attack. Terry continues to analyze her fighting style and realizes that she lives up to her title and fame. He understands that such cultivators train bones, muscles, fascia, and skin in turn, and the tiger is stronger here than an ordinary cultivator. Tiger says he didn't expect her to have such impressive skills at such a young age. After this, he smiles and says that, unfortunately, he will have to kill her since she is in his way. Violet rushes forward in a fit of rage, saying that she will never forgive such a bastard. Terry notes that she uses a level 4 skill, which is unique and more suited for women. However, her physical strength is not enough to break through the defense of Tiger, who hit his life point. After this, he guesses the right moment and says that she has finally made a mistake and will pay for it. Violet quickly jumps back and immediately delivers another attack in order to punish him for this prank. Tiger intercepts her blow, feeling that his arms are still able to withstand the powerful onslaught. He says that even if her chi were restored, she still wouldn't be able to break through his hands. Terry realizes it's time to come to the rescue and throws a rock right at the back of his head. Tiger picks up the rock and wonders what it all means, and Terry rushes forward. The tiger has serious reflexes and immediately turns around to strike the main character. Terry, meanwhile, perfectly predicts this development and blocks the blow. He immediately says that he heard screams, so he came here to help her cope. Violet says that everything is fine. He better leave here, because she will be able to stop him. Terry says that she is injured, so they need to fight together, and Violet says that he is an ordinary student. Terry talks about being a cultivator who is determined to fight to the death to save his comrades. Tiger asks them what kind of nonsense they are talking about and promises that they will definitely not leave here alive. Violet tells him that he needs to buy himself some time because she will finish him off in one blow. Terry realizes that this is indeed the case and counters several punches from his opponent. Tiger asks him if he is also a cultivator, remembering that there are 13 cultivator families in the world. Terry asks him with a smile if he would believe that he is self-taught. The tiger says that this is a pathetic attempt to deceive him, which is unlikely to give him an advantage in the fight. After this, Terry uses his tiger strike skill and recommends that he see how hard he can punch people. The tiger looks at him in surprise and asks where he got the skills that belong to him. Terry continues to attack him, wanting to keep him in the dark so he can tease him even more. Tiger realizes that this kid's skills are much better than his own, and the situation gets worse. He tries to play the situation back, saying that there are no disagreements between them and they don't have to fight. Terry jumps back and says that he is very sorry that he decided to admit this now. Violet finishes his sentence by saying that he is very sorry, but it is too late for him to change anything. Violet suddenly lunges forward to deliver one powerful and swift blow to the opponent's neck. She states that she does this to become a better person and to be a hope for her family and this world. Terry realizes that only a few people practice this technique and she would have won anyway. Violet thanks him for his help, and Terry advises her to be careful on the main path. Violet turns her head slightly and asks his name in order to find out who did her such a favor. Terry states his name, reflecting that his plan to gain her support is beginning to bear fruit. Violet clearly didn't expect that there was a student in the school who was also involved in cultivation. After some time, the news that Violet killed the bandit spreads throughout the school, and people start talking about her. Terry sits quietly in his seat when he suddenly hears Violet's voice, who declares that she was looking for him. Coming closer to him, she says that she didn't expect that he was only a second-year student. Next to her is Cedric, who is the second highest-ranking member of the school and is her follower. Terry turns seriously towards them and asks if they really want something from him. Violet says that she just came here to thank him because she would not have been able to kill the bandit without his help. Other people are surprised to hear this and say that they can't believe that Terry was there too. Cedric leans over and says that it turns out Terry also showed himself to be quite good. He also states that there is no denying that Violet is much stronger than him and was only protecting him. Other people say that the exam will be over very soon and Terry will remain a loser. Cedric advises him not to walk at night in order to avoid getting into trouble. Terry pushes the hand off his shoulder and says that he doesn't need that kind of advice because he can figure it out himself. Cedric notes that the boy rejected him right in public and asks him if he's serious. Violet says that if he needs help, he can turn to her and she will help him immediately. After that, she leaves to do her business and Cedric decides to stay for a while to talk to Terry. He says that if Terry doesn't want to die, he should stay away from her and stay out of his sight. After a while, the midterm testing phase begins and the judge calls Terry. He says that anyone who is not a cultivator will not be able to continue their studies, and Terry demonstrates incredible skills. His skills leave a strong impression on the other students, who didn't know he was so strong. Violet realizes that Terry is trying very hard to hide his power so as not to attract attention. Cedric doesn't come out of the shadows yet and just watches these two people, trying to understand what he should do. He turns to his comrade and says that he needs to find a moment to fight him. They suggest that a high concentration of chi energy does not mean that he has great strength. The young man immediately challenges Terry, but the teacher protests, saying that no one gave him permission to do so. Terry says he would also like to see the strength of the senior class, so he doesn't have anything against it. Immediately after this, he takes a fighting stance and advises him to attack, as he is already ready. The high school student says that in this case, Terry shouldn't blame him if he gets seriously injured. Violet, meanwhile, remains confident in Terry's victory, saying that he will definitely win this fight. Terry dodges the attacks and says that his strength is good, but he is too slow and wastes his mana. After this, he dodges him again with a sharp jump and leaves him in a very awkward position. Terry talks about how chi should flow throughout the body, but he still hasn't learned to control it. His opponent becomes truly enraged, and his body begins to be enveloped in red energy. The teacher says that he has already exceeded his limit, and this blow could be fatal. However, this has no effect whatsoever on the scoundrel who is rapidly approaching Terry. Terry jumps into the air and says that he is even glad about this development of events, because it frees his hands. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful kick straight to his opponent's back, knocking him off balance. Terry says that he should lie down in the medical center for a couple of days, and after that, he will definitely calm down. The other students immediately run up to him and ask him if he is okay, but he does not answer. People who witnessed this said that they had never seen anyone killed by one blow. Terry turns to Cedric and states that he can fight him himself instead of sending other people. Cedric says that if Terry has such a strong interest in his person, then he will fight him. Entering the combat arena, he prepares to saturate his body with the additional energy floating in the air. He also expresses hope that Terry will not complain if he injures him badly and breaks his bones. Violet realizes that this is his family's technique, which is used to increase the heart's performance. Terry understands that the skills taught at this school are only at a basic level, and no one expects him to win. Cedric advises him not to get cocky and muses that he is willing to use a special drug to make him squirm. He also notes that his father owns the largest stake in the medical equipment business. Terry suddenly starts telling him information about his parents that he remembers from his past life. Cedric says that he could have not bothered him, and then he would have saved his life, but now it's all over. Terry realizes that Cedric's basic movements are exactly the same as those described in the news during the war. After this, he jumps back and realizes that this man is the son of the traitor to Earth. Smiling, he says that he is ready to bet money that he will beat him without any special techniques. Cedric rushes forward, saying he has never seen such arrogance, and declares that he will destroy him. Terry suddenly performs a normal attack to interrupt this long energy strike. Terry states that while he increases his physical abilities, he does not increase his motor control, and that this is his fault. Cedric quickly jumps to his feet and says that he will finish him off for such insolence. Terry dodges and says that the fighting skills they teach at school are not developed enough for him either. So it turns out that fighting him is just a stupid training exercise that wastes his energy. Immediately after this, Terry delivers a series of powerful blows to Cedric's face and other vital points. Finally, he delivers the finishing blow, which breaks his concentration and causes him to lose his balance. Other people immediately run to him to find out if everything is okay with him and how he feels. Terry states that Cedric is too weak, so he has no interest in fighting such an opponent. The teacher says that he needs to be taken to the doctor, after which he should return for testing. Terry planted an energy bomb in the man's body so that at some point he would lose his powers. This will be a warning to this family so that they will be honest with themselves in the future. The teacher says that the cultivator tests are complete and the next step will be a written test. Terry must go first. He is also told that tomorrow he must go to the director for a talk. Violet walks by and says that Cedric will put a spoke in his wheel, but she will help him. Terry thanks her for her concern, promising that he can handle it on his own. After this, a discussion begins about how the test went, and Terry and Violet become the center of this discussion. Violet once again attracts a huge number of glances and an equally large number of compliments with her appearance. However, after a few seconds, a man appears next to her and suddenly takes out a knife. He makes a daring attack right in the back, but Violet manages to turn sharply in order to block it. However, then another enemy appears next to her, who tries to catch her off guard. Violet realizes that weapons are prohibited at school, so she left her blade in the dorm. She also tries to understand why the killers dared to attack her at school, despite having an alliance. The other students immediately say that they are ready to help her deal with these scoundrels. Violet warns them not to rush into trouble, as these killers could actually hurt them. She asks them to call the teachers, and they immediately respond, saying that they will arrive soon. Terry jumps forward, saying that he will help her, remembering that Cedric helped her last time. Now he had another opportunity to get closer to this man. Violet looks at him in surprise and asks what he's doing here, and Terry continues to punch him. They talk about having to take one killer per team in order to free up their combat attention. Violet agrees with this idea, after which they quickly neutralize the opponents. The students watching this are stunned by the incredible fighting skills of these two school stars. Terry considers that he needs to deal with them as quickly as possible to avoid surprise attacks. One of the killers suddenly pulls out a knife and carries out the very attack that Terry would like to avoid. Violet also jumps aside and understands that it is necessary to end this fight in order to save civilians. She understands that this guy is very dangerous. He has not said a word since the beginning of the battle, as if his tongue was cut out. He suggests that it is quite possible that this man belongs to a large family and that his blades are poisoned. Terry suddenly comes to her aid and intercepts the knife, saying that she doesn't have a weapon, so he'll deal with it himself. Immediately after this, he rushes into battle against an enemy superior in weapon power. Violet notes that she hasn't seen him for several days, but his cultivation has improved significantly. She understands that these are clearly extraordinary people who possess first-class martial arts skills. It won't be possible to get any information from them anyway, so you just need to destroy them. Terry neutralizes the enemy with one blow, after which he falls dead, bleeding out. Terry realizes that only a few days have passed, and his striking power is becoming more and more perfect. Violet carefully examines the bodies, realizing that she has been rescued for the second time, and discovers a special mark. Terry realizes that the sign refers to one of the 13 families called the Morongo, and tries to figure out what they are up to. He recalls that the Morongo family never got along with the Wang family, but that is no reason to cross boundaries. Terry says that this place is not suitable for conversation, and if she doesn't mind, it would be better to move to another one. Terry says there are medical cabins here for treating serious injuries, as well as an alien stone. Violet says that she can help him get them, but he must tell her about his ultimate goal. Terry says that his cultivation method is different from others. He needs to use spiritual energy. Violet understands that this is about the cellular refining theory, and adds that it is not yet well known. Terry says he has a reason for rapidly increasing his strength, and she can be confident that everything will work out. Violet says that she will help him because he has already saved her twice, and she is in his debt. After he arrives at the hospital, she claims to have brought him alien and forbidden stones. She also asks him not to worry, saying that the cultivator who guards this hospital is nearby. She gives him access to the chamber and tells him that all the stones he requested will be used. Terry thanks her, and Violet assures him that as long as she is here, no one will bother him. After this, she opens the control panel of this medical camera and configures all the necessary parameters. The door closes, and Terry reflects that time will tell whether he can defeat evolution or not. The theory behind mastering this cultivation is that one must first break the boundaries of one's own body. This secret magic contradicts the cultivation hypothesis because it teaches us to use available resources differently. If he constantly mobilizes available resources, his path of cultivation will be at risk. Violet watches the process closely and discovers that the camera is showing a danger sensor. Terry's heart stops beating, her body temperature begins to drop, and there are no signs of life. She wonders what she should do because she needs to open the cabin or call for help. However, after a few seconds, the energy begins to move along a completely different circulation path and attracts Violet's attention. She turns around and sees that the camera opens on its own, as if there is still someone alive in there. Terry understands that the secret of this technique is to enter and exit a state of false death. Violet immediately rushes into his arms and tells him that she is very glad that he survived. After this, she realizes that it all looks a little awkward since they are not close enough yet. She jumps back and asks him if he's okay, and Terry asks why she's worried about him. Violet says she was surprised, and Terry says the secret technique is too demanding. Violet says that with each such practice, his powers increase, but he could have died. After that, she asks him what he plans to do next, and Terry says that it's not hard to guess. After this, he comes to the doctor and asks if they could include him in the list of participants in the competition. The other students can't believe it because the cultivator competition starts much later. Terry says that he has already made his decision, and Violet declares that he is strong enough to try his hand. The teacher says that if he has made a decision on this matter, he should inform the principal about it. Terry continues to walk further, while being closely watched by the villains whose lives he has ruined. Cedric says that we need to beat everything we can out of this scoundrel so that he lies in bed for the rest of his life. Terry, meanwhile, reaches the school principal, who carefully studies him with his gaze. A director named Howard says that he was not at the test yesterday and would like to see his abilities. Terry creates a powerful cloud of internal energy and says that this demonstration should be enough. Howard says that this person's strength is different from that of other first-stage cultivators. Terry asks if he is now cleared to compete or if he needs to show something else. Howard has no problem saying that he agrees to send him to the competition and guarantees his support. Violet says that the director offered him his help, and he has quite a lot of connections in this area. Terry realizes that in her past life, Violet entered university and became one of the 10 most talented students. Violet asks him which cultivator university he wants to attend, but then suddenly stops. 3 hooligans appear before him and say that they would like to consult with him about the competition. Terry tells Violet that she can go about her business because he can handle these guys himself. The villains immediately say that it would be better to go to the roof, since they would not like to beat him in front of everyone. Violet smiles and says that she will be looking forward to the outcome of this obvious confrontation with interest. Cedric thinks that they will make him an invalid, and then he will stop smiling so often. After a while, they go out onto the roof, and the villains tell him that their brothers want to teach him a lesson. Terry says that they are students of this school, which means that Cedric probably sent them here. They note that it is great that he figured it out himself, and perhaps they will break all his bones, but they will not kill him. They immediately rush at him in order to prevent him from escaping. Terry smiles and realizes that these guys weren't actually that bad because they knew who they were dealing with. The outcome of this battle is pretty obvious, as he beats up each of these idiots without much trouble. After this, he leaves feeling that he has not received a single scratch, although his jacket is a little dusty. After he shakes the dust off his clothes, he hears a familiar voice asking what will happen next. Violet notes that these people were probably sent by Cedric, whose father is very famous and has many connections in the company. Violet says that this person will take revenge at any cost, and it is better to prepare for problems. Violet says that if he needs help, her family can warn them and help avoid serious consequences. Terry asks if Cedric's family's martial arts skills aren't legendary, and Violet says they are. Terry says that his father is a powerful and rich man, but even so, he is still a second-class cultivator. He recalls that legendary skills are not easy to acquire and require a lot of time and resources. Violet asks him what he means when he talks about it that way. Terry says he doubts that the people in this city are just a means to an advantage. From his point of view, Cedric's father is just a pawn, behind whom stands someone even more influential. Violet suggests that perhaps these people are relying on the black hole aliens they did not destroy. Terry states that it is quite possible that he is cooperating with them, and that is why he has such resources and connections. She replies that in recent years, there have been many criminals here who came here from another world. Violet notes that these criminals usually disappear quickly, as if someone is helping them hide. Terry says we need to look at where he's spending his money and check his records to make sure we don't miss anything. After some time, we are transported to the Sun Corporation, which is owned by Cedric's father. A man asks why they needed 3 people to complete some task. They tell him that they need 1 first-class cultivator and 2 second-class cultivators for training. The head of the Sun Corporation, Cedric's father, Hank, states that a first-class cultivator is needed for this. He is told that the only first-class cultivator they had at their disposal some time ago has died. Hank asks who killed him and is told that Violet and Terry had a hand in his murder. Hank remembers that this is the girl his son fell in love with, and he is told that this is indeed true. Hank exhales smoke in irritation, then falls silent for a moment, considering his next steps. He states that it is necessary to send a man to contact his son and ask him not to get into trouble. After this, he puts out his cigarette and says that his son should stop being dramatic, otherwise it will ruin his plan. He states that from now on, everything he does will be like walking on a knife edge, so he needs to be careful. Violet asks Terry what they plan to do now that they've broken through to the next level. Terry says that this needs to be repeated twice more, and then his body will become the same as that of a first-class cultivator. He immediately starts digging in his pocket, saying that he has a small present for her. Without thinking twice, he says that he accidentally stumbled upon a website for cultivators and found an amazing method there. Violet reads this book and learns about the hypothesis of a healing method along with the use of sword art. Smiling, she thanks him, saying that he helped her a lot, and Terry states that it was just mutual help. Violet says that he is a martial arts competitor, so they are now partners. Violet also says that she ordered her people to watch the song company, and they found a couple of leads. Terry understands that this company is not so simple and advises to be careful and keep a low profile. Violet says that there are still 2 days left, and it is better to leave the entire investigation to the Alliance of Cultivators. Violet also mentions that she doesn't know all of his abilities yet, and Terry states that they are very similar in that regard. After a while, we are transported to a cultivator test, where everyone tries to show themselves at their best. Violet defeats her opponent, and the judges give her the highest possible score. After this, she leaves and is replaced by her friend Terry, who is preparing to go through the opening battle. Terry greets his opponent, who states that he must last 3 minutes. Once the fight starts, Terry immediately rushes forward to strike the teacher. He specifically tries to do this in such a way that the blow is not very serious and does not harm an ordinary person. The teacher manages to block this very decisive but soft blow in time when he suddenly finds himself in a different place. Everyone is wondering what it was and why the teacher was suddenly out of bounds when they didn't even see Terry hit him. The teachers, however, don't quite understand how he ended up in this place, since he had never lost so quickly before. Terry bows respectfully to his teacher as he is given an A. After the results are posted, everyone else comes there to check how they passed the entrance program. According to this ranking list, Terry, Violet, and Cedric are in the top 3. Terry and Violet are a little surprised when they see that their direct rival has made it to such a high level. Violet smiles as she says that she trained Terry, but his results have already surpassed her skills. Violet also asks him what university he will go to, and Terry states that he will go to the same university she will go to. Violet notes that the university she is applying to is quite strict in terms of admissions requirements. Terry says that he has already made his decision and hopes that she will enroll there with him. He also says that he can't tell her all of his plans, but she can trust him. He also states that they will both become great fighters, with Violet noting that he is not afraid to use high-level techniques. After this, she says that she trusts him, which means that they will go to this university together. Cedric remembers his father's words about him needing to calm down, but the couple continues to irritate him. He realizes that he just needs his father's help in order to improve his level this summer. 2 agents named Cherry, who is Terry's sister, and Charlie take on the investigation of the crimes. They burst into one of the departments, saying that the police have arrived and everyone should throw their weapons on the floor. However, there is no one here except for the patients who have been in special cells all this time. Cherry says these people look very similar to the criminals who have disappeared in the last couple of years. Charlie states that the Alliance must be notified immediately in order to have Hank arrested. After a while, we are transported to the intensive care unit of the hospital that belongs to Hank's family. Here it becomes clear that Cedric lost all his powers after an accident that Terry orchestrated. Suddenly, law enforcement officers come to him and issue him an arrest warrant. His lawyer says that this is all nonsense and they have no evidence, but they immediately show him the documents. Hank asks if they did something terrible to his son, but they say they don't understand what he's talking about. They demand that he come with them, but he suddenly turns around and delivers a powerful blow to the ordinary employee. He is ordered to stop, being told that he has no right to resist arrest by ordinary police officers. Hank says that they can't handle his level, so it will be a lot of fun to kill them one by one. The police say that they cannot cope with such a cultivator, so they need to retreat. However, they are unlikely to be able to escape from this man, since he is much faster and stronger than they are. Hank kills everyone who came here to arrest him and takes a small document. He understands that he has been exposed by 2 rats, with whom he will have to deal for a very long time. He understands that their secret is now out, so he can't let it fall into the hands of the Alliance. After some time, Cherry and Charlie come here and learn that everyone who was here, including Cedric, was killed. Cherry states that Hank has likely escaped, so the Alliance needs to be warned so they can block the exit from the city. She takes out her phone and realizes that she needs to contact them now. However, after looking closely at the documents that are here, she realizes that he has now gone after Violet and Terry. Meanwhile, we are transported to a high-speed train, on which our heroes decided to go to the right place. Terry says he didn't expect her to actually want to go to university with him. Violet says that she was not against it, and her family gave their consent, so she does not see any problems. After a while, the train stops, and an optimistic Cherry quickly flies into the carriage. She immediately grabs her brother and says that she missed him very much, and hasn't seen him for a long time. Violet tries to understand why this girl is clinging to him so much, and tries to understand who she is to him. Charlie also greets him, saying that he finally saw his colleague's younger brother. He says they have evidence that Hank is connected to aliens and is heading here. After some time, a powerful earthquake occurs, causing the train to shake and people to fall to the ground. Several explosions also occur, and visitors try to flee, claiming that there are terrorists there. Quite quickly, Hank's silhouette appears from the burning cars, having come to take revenge. Hank talks about how he killed his son in cold blood, but he won't even give these freaks the choice of death. Terry immediately covers Violet with his body, realizing that he will have to deal with this on his own. Charlie says that he hardly has any strength left to fight, so he should surrender. Hank says that no matter how everything is revealed, neither Earthlings nor aliens will spare him, and it is better to kill these 2 bastards. Charlie advises him to run away, after which he grabs a weapon, saying that he will stop this monster. Terry says that they have enough power, so there is no need to be a hero now. Violet says that her secret sword technique has improved a lot lately, so there is nothing to worry about. Charlie says that he shouldn't rush into trouble in any case, since this man is very dangerous. Hank takes a few steps forward, saying that he's glad these people are lining up to die. Charlie rushes forward to use his outstanding sword skills. With graceful, yet quick and precise movements, he manages to land several blows on Hank's arms. He claims that this is the radiance of the Emperor's sword, which means he is a third-class cultivator who brought this sword here. Hank jumps back, realizing that fighting the martial arts family members will be quite a hassle. Terry understands that Imperial swords are a rare find, as only a few cultivators have them. Hank tries to launch a powerful attack, but Cherry immediately rushes straight at him in order to knock it down. After landing a few hits on his arm, she uses a special skill to detonate it. Hank realizes that a spirit suppression technique has just been used against him. Charlie jumps forward, realizing this is a great opportunity to punch his opponent through the chest. Hank puts his arm under attack to protect his more vital organs. Hank understands that he needs to kill this girl, and the others do not pose much of a danger to him. Cherry jumps sharply to the side to avoid a powerful counterattack from Hank. She suddenly tries to use the spirit suppression technique in order to significantly reduce its power. Charlie comes to her aid, saying that he is exhausted and therefore cannot fully use his powers. Hank says that if he wants to kill him, he will let him try, and releases his power. Cherry doesn't have time to dodge and is hit by a powerful shockwave, bouncing to the side. Charlie is also caught in the shockwave and hits his back hard against the structure of the train car. Charlie realizes that this is an explosive technique that he used on purpose after pretending to be tired. Hank says that all the cultivators in the city are looking for him now, so escaping would be a stroke of luck. He declares that now he doesn't care what happens to him next, because he just wants to kill everyone in his path. Terry stands calmly in the way of his opponent, realizing that he can deal with him without any problems. The train is moving at increased speed because the driver has clearly panicked after hearing powerful explosions. Terry realizes that this opponent is easy to defeat because he is wounded and just needs a little effort. Hank is clearly taken aback by such a series of powerful blows, which is why he misses another punch. Terry realizes that this martial artist's body is much stronger than he thought. Hank says that Terry doesn't need to waste his energy and that he should just die because that's the right thing to do. After this, he intercepts his hand in order to immediately pull it towards himself and break it. Hank says that he will also rip off his arm first, so that it will be much more painful for him before the end. Cherry looks at her brother in fear as another warrior rushes to his aid. Violet takes out her blade, saying that if Hank lays a finger on him, she will finish him off. She cuts through space with incredible speed, preparing to strike him with her sword. Hank only turns slyly in her direction, realizing that he can intercept her on the fly. Charlie realizes that things are bad because Violet is in too much of a hurry, and if she chooses the wrong moment, nothing will work out for her. Hank again feels that his spirit has been greatly depressed, and he does not understand what caused it. Cherry looks at this in surprise and realizes that someone else was using her spirit suppression technique. Hank immediately turns around, realizing that he now doesn't have enough agility to intercept the attack. Violet almost instantly plunges her blade into his arm in order to weaken him even more. Violet jumps to the side and says in an irritated voice that he was still able to repel this attack. However, it turns out that repelling this attack does not mean that Hank will be able to continue fighting at the same pace. Hank says that if even one of them tries to escape, he will kill everyone who remains on this train. Violet says that this is nonsense, since he clearly won't be able to carry out the planned atrocity in time. Hank starts laughing, saying that they can think whatever they want, but everyone here will still die. Charlie tries to calm him down by telling him that China helped him become a cultivator and he works for aliens. Hank claims that he has been training in martial arts since childhood for 20 years, but if it weren't for the aliens, he would have died. He claims that the state forced him to join the army and condemned him to certain death. After thinking for a bit, he says that there is no point in talking about his motivation because he will kill them anyway. Terry says that they will not die, humanity will survive, and he will personally send all the aliens back. Hank says it's a good joke, but they've already started studying people's bodies and cultivation. Charlie asks him who else is helping the aliens, but he only states that he has to guess. He adds that his time is up and it is time to accept his death because they will have no other way out anyway. Terry says that he will not die and will do everything to stop him and prevent the destruction of humanity. Hank rushes forward to grab his prey and finally destroy it. Cherry looks at her brother in fear and tells him to run away from here while he still has the chance. Terry goes into a defensive stance in order to block Hank's attack without much trouble. Cherry looks at this in surprise, as she didn't expect her brother to be so strong. Hank, in a rage, tries to get even with his opponent, but proves too slow. Terry dodges every attack that would otherwise kill him with surgical precision. After this, he attacks him straight in the center of gravity in order to destroy his heart with one blow. Charlie notes that Cherry's brother turned out to be a first-class cultivator, who can do a lot. He says that this man relies on his eyesight, which is a very rare trait for warriors. From his point of view, his abilities are far greater than anyone he has seen before, and it is a big mystery how this is possible. Hank says that he is a fourth-class cultivator with hardened bones and is impossible to penetrate. Terry continues to jump aside while someone tells him that he doesn't have a chance anyway. Terry pauses for a moment to catch his breath, as he is very tired during this time. Hank asks him if he has finally realized the difference that has developed between them. However, he suddenly realizes that his body has stopped obeying him, and he cannot even move a little. He asks him what he did to him and how he can return to his normal state. Terry talks about coming across a medical book that talked about special combat points. Hank says that this is impossible, since cultivators harden their bodies and these points do not exist. Terry says that these points are located in the internal organs and are very easy to hit with proper training. Hank realizes that internal organs never occurred to him, and he never even tried to harden them. Terry says his skin is thick, like armor, but his insides are no different from normal organs. Terry states that beginning cultivators do not really have a grasp of the body techniques, although they are very useful. Hank understands that these techniques belong to another family, but this bastard was somehow able to use them. Terry says that this is an acupuncture method that he invented, and with its help you can injure important points. Smiling, he says that he had no chance, but now he can calmly accept his death. Hank falls to the ground, thinking that he still can't believe that this nasty kid defeated him. Terry immediately goes to Violet and asks her if she's okay and how she is feeling. Violet looks at him with a very grateful look and says that she is okay. Terry carefully helps her up, immediately looking away so as not to create any unnecessary misunderstandings. Charlie says that this young talent has created his own method of acupuncture and has great abilities. Cherry says she expected nothing less, as her brother could not have been an ordinary person. After this, she demands that he stop focusing on flirting with other girls and help his little sister. Terry says that she is talking nonsense, and it is not at all what she thought, but she just laughs it off. Charlie realizes that the head of the family has already made an agreement for Violet to marry a member of another dynasty. He understands that in gratitude for saving his life, he must help this man with all his might. After a while, they return to the station, where Cherry apologizes for having to leave again. She says that no one expected Terry to score so high on the exam. Terry says that she shouldn't worry about him because he's not a child anymore and is now going to university. Charlie says that Terry is a good guy, but they shouldn't go any further because it could be dangerous. He says that she should remember that her parents have already made an important agreement with the heir of another family. Violet looks down sadly and says that she understands this perfectly well, but it doesn't make her feel any better. Charlie understands that sometimes it can be very sad, but life is never all good. After a while, we are transported to a place that is equipped as an admissions office for the university. Two people approach a staff member and ask where the freshman registration desk is. The officer tells them to state their names and asks why they came here. Terry and Violet look at him with smiles and understand that their new student life is about to begin. After this, they say their names without any problems, not realizing what kind of resonance this might cause. The employee looks at them in surprise and realizes that he never expected that real legends would approach him. Other people who heard their words were also surprised that real legends had arrived here. They are surrounded by a huge crowd of fans who bombard them with various questions and do not give them a break. Terry says they are too famous for just freshmen, and Violet agrees. At the same time, another warrior arrives from the other side, who is very happy to be here. Celine, who placed third in the National Arts exam, is happy to finally escape from her grandfather. Celine reflects on the fact that she is a genius, the likes of which have not been born in this family for over 100 years. After this, she runs into the student crowd, saying that a freshman needs help. To her incredible surprise, she finds that everyone is focusing their attention only on Terry and Violet. She remembers their names and understands that they are not worth her attention, since she, too, will win everyone over with her authority. Looking at them, she thinks that she should be the first among the freshmen in this university. Terry approaches the supervisor and asks if this girl is Celine, who took third place. He understands that when the 9th grade limit breakthrough theory came out in his past life, it was personally tested. Violet says that this girl is quite strong and can reach first class without any problems. Terry realizes that if they hadn't come here, this girl would have been the strongest newcomer of them all. All students are told to prepare themselves for this university to be their home for the next 4 years. As they move further, they discover incredible architectural structures built in very impressive styles. The curator says that their university has a very long history. Suddenly the people part, and Celine turns to the protagonist and asks him if he wants to fight. Celine says that everyone else can bet on the strongest freshman at this university to win. Terry looks at her determinedly, realizing that this battle is happening much sooner than he expected. Celine reflects on how she really enjoys having so many people looking at her and how she will prove her uniqueness. Violet says she'll fight her herself, but Celine says she wants first place, not second. Terry says that he agrees, because they will just measure their strength and he will control himself. Celine says that he should have said these words, since she considers herself much stronger. The curator says that he will then take them to a free arena for combat battles, and Terry says that this place will do. After this, the curator says that he is satisfied with everything and asks the others to move away so as not to get hurt. Celine and Terry look at each other carefully, analyzing the possible moves of their opponent. Celine says that he shouldn't cry later if she wins. Terry just smirks, realizing that this girl has too much arrogance for her current skills. Celine understands that this guy is holding up well, and if she loses, she will not be able to stay calmly at this university. People watch them and ask if she is really that strong at her young age. They say that this girl can really destroy any person in 10 blows. Celine rushes forward, realizing that she needs to deal with him quickly so that everyone can see how strong she is. Terry quickly steps aside, as these punches are quite slow and predictable for him. Celine realizes that this guy is acting like a fool, and she needs to be more serious to deal with him. However, further blocked strikes force her to reconsider her tactics, as they are ineffective. Violet reflects that, fortunately, this fighter also doesn't pose much of a threat to her comrade. Celine continues to rain blows directly on Terry's body, but he still relentlessly dodges or blocks them. The students watching this do not understand how this is possible, because no one has ever withstood 2 or 3 blows from her before. Terry leans to the side to create distance, carefully analyzing her movements. Smiling, he tries to tease her by saying that there is only 1 hit left out of 10. Celine says that he is very strong, so she puts all her strength into the blow and hopes that she does not kill him. After this, she immediately flies forward, assuming that this blow will definitely be impossible to dodge. Terry smiles and says that in that case, he has no choice but to try to hit back. He calmly thrusts his fist forward to cause Celine's attack to go nowhere and create a powerful shockwave. The blow is almost completely nullified, despite the fact that Celine does not receive any injuries. Celine says that this is simply impossible, since this is her strongest possible blow. Terry says that he used vibration power to reflect her fire fist. Celine says that he withstood her fire fist, so she definitely won't be able to defeat him. Terry remembers that this is her family's technique and says that he can teach her this technique if she wants. Celine immediately falls to her knees and says that from now on, he will be her brother, and she will worship him. Terry asks her to behave more decently, and Celine says that one cannot pass on knowledge to someone with whom one does not have a close relationship. Violet sarcastically congratulates her, saying that she has never seen a luckier freeloader in her life. Celine says that she has read the university rules, and they can ask her about how things work here. Terry says that he is grateful to her, and Celine, in turn, declares that she is ready to die for him if necessary. Violet says that Celine is much nicer when she doesn't have that arrogance about her. Terry says that she is the same, but Violet states that she cannot be arrogant with someone stronger than her. Terry smiles and realizes that she really is much calmer and more well-mannered than Celine. Celine, in turn, says that now they need to split up, since the boys' dorm is on the right and the girls' is on the left. Waving him goodbye, she tells him that if he has any problems, he can tell them, and they will come. Terry reflects that with such a little sister, he won't have to worry about anything except cultivation. He solemnly says that the time has come to meet his roommates, with whom he will live for 4 years. He climbs several floors higher, thinking that he has finally reached his room. 2 people immediately appear in front of him, looking at him attentively and assessing him with their eyes. They introduce themselves as Hubert and Chester, saying that they will live together throughout their studies. Terry, with a smile on his face, talks about his journey and also gives his name. Chester and Hubert immediately realize that they are looking at the same person who took first place in the exam. Afterwards, they look at each other to realize how hard it must be to live with a legend. A student named Frank runs inside and says that they will be living in the same dorm with the legend Terry. Terry extends his hand to him and tells him that he is the very man he was trying to tell them about. Frank starts shaking his hand at an incredible speed, promising that he can help him in all his endeavors. Terry analyzes him and understands that with such a cheerful guy, he will definitely not have to be bored in the future. The next morning, the first years begin to gather in the square, discussing the upcoming speech that is to be given. Terry and Violet are turning heads, and many people say they look great together. Chester and Hubert reflect on how they feel pretty cool when they're around them. Frank quickly jumps up to them and says that he didn't expect to see Terry's fiancée so quickly. Violet immediately looks down shyly, and Terry says that there was a clear misunderstanding. Frank says that even if he doesn't admit it now, sooner or later he'll have to admit that they're perfect for each other. Celine realizes that this guy is a good suck-up and thinks that she needs to be more careful because her place should not go to him. A calm figure approaches the microphone as the students continue to chatter and talk among themselves. Immediately after this, he takes a deep breath to silence all the students. He loudly orders them to be quiet, and in combination with the microphone and sound amplifiers, this deafens everyone. Everyone except Terry, Violet, and a couple of other students start covering their ears with their hands because of the incredible noise. Terry quickly discovers several teachers who, it seems, will train them in the future. These people look very different, but it is obvious that they are here to make real fighters out of them. Terry understands that they have decided to intimidate them now, so that in the future, the students will obey more willingly. They are told that they are all future cultivators who will contribute to the development of the country, and therefore, they need to be calmer. Some of them discuss that the strongest cultivators who came here were the ones who selected the students. A martial arts teacher named Sheldon says that the power of Teacher Larry's sonic attack is not that strong. He understands that too much pressure is undesirable, so he uses only half of his strength. It exudes a powerful aura of suppression that spreads at an incredible speed. Terry understands that this cultivator is literally one step away from breaking through to the 8th level. Terry realizes that Violet's family sword is more likely to break than to bend under anyone's strength. Celine also happens to be an incredibly powerful cultivator, so she doesn't feel the effects of this aura. Sheldon smiles and says that it is rare that this university has managed to acquire 3 cultivation geniuses at once. The teachers say that these 3 are really very good and they should have tried to recruit them into their class. Sheldon puts an end to this argument by saying that their families are on the same level, so he will teach them at his place. He is advised not to forget this, since the director hired him only to improve the students' fighting abilities. A university professor named Hillary is very sad when she thinks about how no one will pay attention to her. She understands that as long as there is at least one student, research funding will not be cut. Terry immediately spots her and realizes that he must choose her as his teacher. Lambert asks them if the students' legs immediately gave way from the simple show of force. He states that if they are so weak, perhaps they should bring chairs so they can hear him out. He states that a group of scum cannot cope with even a small degree of suppression. However, such methods of communicating with students do not resonate with ordinary fighters who came here simply to learn. Sheldon, in turn, says that without dedication in battle, it is impossible to be a cultivator. He also says that if they don't fight, he will force them to fight against their will. He says that from now on, students must fight each other. Lambert says it's not the best idea, and Sheldon assures him that he can figure it out himself. They also say that if someone can beat those 3, they will get 100 points each. Sheldon also explains that the importance of points is hard to overestimate. They can be used to obtain medicine, weapons, and equipment. He states that he has said everything he wanted to, after which one of the students slowly draws his blade. They stop him, saying that if they speak out against children from large families, they will be in trouble. However, he says that he cannot simply pass up such an opportunity if there are 100 points at stake. Terry overhears these conversations and realizes that the students will try to unite to attack him. Frank, Chester, and Hubert say that they will stand by his side even if disaster strikes. Terry smiles and says that he doesn't need help yet, but they should stay away if something happens. Immediately after this, he turns to Celine and says that he will now show her how to use the spiral technique. He takes a deep breath to activate his internal chakras and prepares to strike. Having saturated his body with new energy, he says that it is time to begin the battle. The battle begins on the university playground, and the freshmen are ready to challenge him. Terry states that if they are not strong enough, they should not stand in his way of greatness. Several fighters immediately attack him, saying that they will defeat him for the sake of points. Terry quickly grabs one of them by the shirt to throw him off balance. After this, he simultaneously dodges the first attack and crushes his opponent with a blow to the ground. The swordsman, who saw this move as a chance to score points, rushes forward and delivers another blow. Terry, in turn, calmly turns around and prepares to parry the blow. The swordsman can't believe that his attack was reflected and realizes that this guy is just crazy. Terry, meanwhile, destroys the sword with one blow and knocks the opponent down. Violet smiles and reflects that, apparently, there is no need to worry about him, no matter what happens. Terry continues to have people wanting to take over his points, so it's too early for him to relax. Sheldon says his courage is commendable, as there are few such selfless students these days. He states that regardless of this, a person will still have to surrender under such serious pressure. Sheldon watches the battle and realizes that this guy really exceeds his expectations. Meanwhile, Terry had already defeated 61 opponents without experiencing any difficulties. Another challenger appears behind him with a knife, saying that he has finally fallen for his trick. Terry whirls around to deliver a counterpunch to his gut, reminding him who's boss. Terry realizes that this is already his 62nd opponent, and he continues to win the championship. Sheldon begins to boil, realizing that this is simply a monster with endless stamina that cannot be defeated. Enemies fall one after another, and Terry realizes that he has already accumulated a lot of points to purchase various resources. A whole crowd starts running towards him, saying that they all need to attack him together. Terry tries to scare them off with a powerful blow to the ground so that they will properly reflect on their luck. He says that if they are not afraid of death, then they better not attack, since he will no longer hold back. They understand that this strike has the destructive power of a second-class cultivator. Sheldon says that the battle is over, and even if someone almost won, they will not receive any points. Smiling, he says that Terry is similar to him and asks what kind of teacher he would like to choose. Other teachers point out that this is incredibly shameless, as he is promoting himself too much. Terry turns to Violet, and she wonders in her mind if he really wants her to make a choice. After this, he says with a smile that he chooses Hillary as his mentor. Everyone else is surprised and turns to look at her, since this is the least obvious choice in this situation. Hillary looks at him in surprise and asks him if he really wants to choose her. Terry says that this is indeed the case, and from now on, he will call her his mentor. Sheldon says that this is a mistake because he is here for the first time, so he does not know that she is too weak. Terry says that he has studied information about the teachers at this university, which is why he chooses her. Celine and Violet join him and say that they also want to study with her. Sheldon says that he disagrees because they are extremely talented and university is very important. Lambert tells him not to get ahead of himself, as a student has the right to choose his own mentor. Sheldon says it's a waste of potential, and Lambert says he has no right to interfere with them or dictate their terms. Terry says that he guarantees that they will reach the second level of cultivation by the end of their family training. Sheldon says that this is impossible, and this is obvious bragging. It is not clear why it is necessary. Terry states that nothing is impossible, and if it doesn't happen, they will learn under his mentorship. Lambert asks Sheldon what he thinks about this, because in this case, he will not lose anything. Sheldon says that if they only miss one semester with him, he will make up for it in the future. Hillary, meanwhile, is trying to comprehend the news that her top 3 students have chosen her as their mentor. Lambert asks her if she is willing to accept them as her students. Hillary immediately begins to nod her head rapidly, indicating that she agrees and sees nothing wrong with it. Lambert also says that if she provides research results, they will directly increase funding. Hillary is resolute in saying that she will succeed and will be able to achieve maximum results. After this, the rest of the students come to choose their mentors. Meanwhile, Terry, Violet, and Celine reach the research room where Hillary works. Hillary says she doesn't know why they chose her, but she will try to achieve the best results. Terry asks if they could talk about the content of the study and their theory about cultivation. They emphasize that this will help them choose the best direction, and Hillary agrees to share the data. She says that cultivation in China basically follows the path of ancient cultivators with some improvements. She states that 5th and 7th class cultivators temper their bone marrow, organs, and blood. She also adds that cultivators must constantly practice martial arts to increase their lethality. Hillary notes that the secrets of advanced technologies are prohibited from being shared privately. She also says that there are rare, high-level exercises that are passed down only among family members. She states that these exercises are Violet's sword, as well as Celine's fist-fighting technique. Hillary adds that there are many secret techniques, and their effectiveness can vary significantly. Terry says that this is just the most basic theory of cultivation, and it certainly doesn't cover the fundamentals. Hillary realizes that she is dealing with a truly knowledgeable person who wants to get to the bottom of things. Hillary says her research goal is to overcome the barrier of cultivation after 9th grade. She states from this point of view that this is far from a limit that cannot be overcome. Violet suggests that this is why Terry came to this university, to choose her as his mentor. Celine says that going beyond the 9th grade cultivation is a very promising and attractive idea. Hillary says this theory is just her personal assumption without any factual evidence. She claims that in fact everyone is laughing at her because she is supposedly doing useless work. Terry says that modern and ancient cultivators differ, as do their upper limits. He states that once mole norms emerge, it is only a matter of time before Earth is invaded. He suggests that perhaps wormholes are linked to scientific breakthroughs, and Hillary is very surprised by this. Terry says that all modern cultivators have steel bodies and can move mountains. He emphasizes that psychic powers are so limited that one needs to develop spiritual strength in order to break through further. Hillary suggests that there is a way of spiritual cultivation that does not correspond to the classical one. Hillary notes that this species must have been passed down from generation to generation, otherwise it would be strange. Terry states that these techniques are most likely passed down by word of mouth rather than on paper, so nothing is known about them. Hillary says there is a point to what he says, and adds that there is more to the human body than physical cultivation. She begins to write down thoughts about how spirit, body, and matter are opposite and complement each other. She comes to the conclusion that some martial arts were involved in psychic attacks. Terry quietly leaves, saying that they need to move on, since they shouldn't disturb the researcher. He understands that body and spirit are the 2 highest paths that people can touch after the 9th rank. In his past life, this scientist actually discovered this technique, so now we need to speed up its release. In response to his friend's questions, Terry says that this is only his assumption, which coincides with Hillary's opinion. Celine and Violet say that they will pass the word on to their families so that they will support him. Terry says that Hillary's theory will turn out to be correct, so there will be a need to study in this direction. Violet states that he can rest assured that families who practice different techniques will not be so superficial. Suddenly, a stranger appears behind her, who immediately addresses her and attracts her attention. A young man named Mujong appears before her, and the report says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Violet immediately becomes more stern and asks him why he decided to come here. Terry understands that this is the only son of his family, who was the favorite child. Mujong says that she is the eldest daughter in their family, and he and his deputies want to personally greet them. Violet says that the greeting can be considered complete, and now he is free to leave. Muzon says he doesn't understand her hostility, and Violet says his family members can't get along with anyone. Mujong passes by and says that he didn't expect that 2 first-class cultivators couldn't kill her. Violet asks him if it was he who sent the assassins that they were able to deal with. Muzon smiles and says nothing, so that everyone understands that he is behind this. Terry listens carefully to this conversation and understands that now they have another enemy. Muzon says that he just wanted to say hello, since they have several years of studying together ahead of them. Muzong also says that the two of them destroyed those murderers, and this is worthy of praise. Violet states that it's best not to get in Terry's way, and suggests they leave everything in the past since there's nothing to talk about. She claims that his family had nothing to do with his father's death, but Muzong loses his temper and immediately orders her to shut up. A very ominous silence hangs between them, and it becomes clear that all this time he was just pretending. Muzong says that he only changed because of the damage to Violet's family, and adds that it is all her fault. He turns to his henchman and says that it is necessary to teach these kids a lesson. A third-year student named Sally says that there is no need to worry, since he will feel very bad after the blow. Violet accuses Muzon of trying to carry out his criminal schemes. Muzon, in turn, says that he has done nothing, and the administration will not even do anything to him. He emphasizes that no one will know about this, when suddenly there is a loud bang next to him. Muzong turns around to find out what this all means and watches the battle unfold. Sally wasn't in the best fighting shape as he was almost immediately thrown aside. Terry says that if they don't mind, he will hit the stronger enemy with all his might. Muzon looks at the protagonist with irritation and does not understand that this little idiot will cause him a lot of problems. Sally promises to finish off the kid, but Muzon orders him to shut up immediately and not talk nonsense. He says that Terry has quite a lot of power, so he can move to his side. Terry says that he is not used to groveling, but if he acknowledges him as an older brother, he will consider this offer. The husband, of course, immediately begins to get angry, realizing that this scoundrel is taking too much liberty. He turns around and thinks about how he can get rid of these two scoundrels before it's too late. Terry smiles and says that he is interested in going out with him in a death match in exactly 1 month. Muzon stops abruptly, seeing this as a terrific opportunity to get rid of this scoundrel. Violet asks him to stop, and Terry states that he has plans and knows exactly what he is doing. Terry says that they are uncomfortable being in each other's company anyway, and he probably wants to get rid of him. Muzong says that he is really self-confident, and he knows that freshmen are always bragging. Violet says that this is all because of her, so she will also participate in this fight, and Celine also accepts the challenge. Terry asks if he is ready to accept this, and adds that it is 3 against 3, and the loser after losing will not win against anyone. Muzong says that he accepts, and if he is so brave, then he cannot back down and risk the family's reputation. And, turning around, he says that he wishes him not to regret it, since he has great power. Violet tells him that he shouldn't be so impulsive, because such mistakes are unforgivable. Terry says he starts cooking them next week because he needs them to build up energy. Celine says that he promised to tell her what his powers were, and notes that her grandfather praised her incredible strength. Terry notes that he hasn't gone to the Alliance trials yet, but he should be able to compete with a third class. Terry confidently says that he is going to go to the exchange offices to exchange points for combat techniques. Violet and Celine immediately agree, saying that they will also go there with him and exchange points. At the exchange point, they encounter an attendant who asks them if they are sure of their choice. Terry says that he's probably joking with them, after which he recommends looking at his scores. The manager looks at this man's pass and realizes that he has a colossal number of points. He states that in this case, yellow-level techniques are available to him, but he cannot show techniques for third-year students. He also asks him if he wants to look at the exercises, but Terry says that he doesn't need it yet. Having quickly selected the necessary techniques, he says that he would like to place an order for specific items. He says that it is better to learn one technique than to scatter yourself across 3 at once, because this is greed that will lead to nothing. Terry says that he understands that 100 weak blows are no match for one strong one in his situation, especially. As a demonstration of his exceptional strength, he displays a tiger skill that few can use. The manager is very surprised, realizing that he has never seen this technology brought to such a level. Terry adds that he has special talents and can quickly master martial techniques in a couple of months. The manager says that the mastery of martial techniques is divided into 4 stages, from ordinary to true. He adds that he will show him the technique, and if he can learn it 40%, then he will consider him gifted. Terry accepts the offer, and the master prepares to create a powerful energy flow in his hand. He states that this technique is called intercepted palm, and it is considered excellent in the yellow stage. The essence of this technique is that it is able to cause a flow of air from the hands and even create an air wedge. Immediately after these words, he demonstrates the ability to create several forward-facing aerial attacks. These attacks are so destructive that they were able to destroy the wall, which will now have to be repaired. After this, the manager looks at Terry and asks him if he was able to learn this technique. Terry smiles, then creates exactly the same flow of energy, saying that he has roughly understood the principles. The old man immediately hugs him, saying that he is very talented, and if he has any questions, he can ask him. Terry smiles and realizes that the pressure this master used was stronger than Sheldon's. A month later, we are transported to the training hall, where Celine and Violet are battling before the upcoming tournament. Celine deftly rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow to Violet's weapon. Violet looks at her sword and says that it was definitely an earthquake technique. Celine smiles and says that she can do it again if she wants to so much. After this, he delivers another powerful blow called the spiral technique in order to knock the weapon out of his hands. This attack proves to be very effective, as Celine actually falls to the ground. Celine says that she has completely mastered these two techniques, and now the masters will not be able to stop her. Violet states that her strength has increased rapidly, but she became too proud of herself too early. After this, she reminds him of her sword technique, and Celine discovers that her clothes have been damaged. Violet hands her a towel and tells her that she must remember that, in a real fight, it is not only the shirt that will suffer. Violet suddenly thinks about how smoothly things are going for Terry and realizes that she knows nothing about it. Terry retreats to a quiet place outside the university to continue his cultivation. He understands that, in future cultivation, it will be enough to nourish and restore the internal chi energy. After this, he decides that it is time to return home, since they have fights in the ring scheduled for tomorrow. The next day, everyone is wondering who Terry is who challenged the legendary Muhon. The unknown man looks closely at Terry and asks if this is really the same boy. This man is another member of the Mujong family named Eugene, and he looks very stern. Muzong says that this guy is very good, and Eugene understands that in this case he must die. He also says that it will not be difficult to send a killer after him, even if it will be cruel to the girl. Eugene warns him that he is responsible for him, and will definitely teach him everything he needs. Frank, meanwhile, says that he is ready to provide Terry with an amazing massage technique. He asks him to calm down, noting that he is ready to do anything for him, because a lot depends on the success of this fight. Chester and Hubert lead him away, while he declares that they should all remember about going to the restaurant today. Celine realizes that this man is talented, and now her position as the best sister is under threat. Hillary asks him if he should fight, because she can tell he changed his mind because it is too dangerous. Terry smiles and says that they are still waiting for his level 9 breakthrough theory, and everything will be fine. Afterwards, he finds Eugene looking at him incredibly sternly, as if he also hates him. Violet says that he is one of the most important members of the Mujong family, but he is currently stuck at the 7th rank of cultivators. Violet says that since he's involved in all of this, she'll tell him a few secrets. Her story begins with the fact that 10 years ago, the wormhole on the side of this university was restless. She also says that Muzong's father died in this wormhole, shouting her uncle's name before dying. Terry realizes that something is clearly wrong here, since in a past life, this family was also happy. Sheldon says that the Ring of Life and Death is protected by the Alliance of Cultivators, and after the battle, you will not be together. Celine says that she wants to be the first one in this ring to show herself at her best. Sheldon states that her opponent has unstable skills, so it is better to remain cautious. He notes that the three of them will indeed have problems, even if it's just fighting in the ring. Terry says he's grateful for the warning, but it's too early to worry. Sheldon asks how he got such powers if they all already have third-class powers, and notes that Mujong is still stronger. Terry smiles, reflecting that they are actually underestimating their breakthroughs too much. He emphasizes that Celine's opponent has a strong physique, but this does not guarantee him victory in this fight. Sally says that he has a stronger family behind him than Celine, so he has nothing to fear. Celine calmly charges her cultivation energy in preparation for the start. Sheldon gives the signal after a few seconds so that both participants understand that it is time to begin. Celine immediately uses 8 threads of internal energy, but the people watching her do not understand what she is doing here. Celine states that they all look down on her, and it irritates her quite a bit. After this, she immediately rushes forward to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. Sally steps aside, blocking the blow as a small amount of smoke begins to come from his hand. Celine is inspired and rushes into the attack in order to unleash a hail of various attacks on him and find a weak spot in the defense. Sheldon reflects that Celine's technique is very powerful and that she probably puts in a lot of energy. Sally says that she is still as cocky and takes on too much, so she will not be able to win this fight. Celine says that a third-year student should be ashamed of himself for bullying a younger girl. Sally says that she can say whatever she wants, but today, he will use his skills to defeat her. He begins to practice yellow-level martial arts, which can increase the destructive power of the palm. Immediately after this, he launches a quick strike at the ground that breaks part of the arena, but misses. Sally says that she apparently has no idea how destructive his technique is. Violet says that the technique he shared with Celine will likely be useless against this enemy. Celine starts jumping around the enemy, saying that he is a big, stupid bear. Sally, in a fit of rage, delivers a powerful blow to the ground in order to disorient her opponent. Celine sways, saying that she didn't expect things to turn out this way, and Sally starts to cheer. However, suddenly she smiles and says that she fooled him and calls him a stupid idiot. Immediately after this, she rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow with her fiery fist. After this, she immediately jumps to the side, feeling the incredible impact of her own attack. Smiling, she says that now the stupid bear must understand what a serious enemy he is dealing with. Sally realizes that this is indeed the heiress of the Fang family, and her power can cause him serious harm. Smiling, he says that he is very sorry that this little blow did not harm him at all. They continue to fight with all their might, but neither of them manages to gain the upper hand in this duel. After some time, part of Celine's dress is damaged due to an accidental blow that landed there. Celine angrily says that it was her favorite dress and declares that she will take full revenge on him for this. Immediately after this, she increases the momentum of her strike by several dozen times due to rage. Sally can't understand how this is even possible because only a moment has passed. Celine uses a double fire fist to increase the radius by several meters. Sally is already feeling incredible pressure that is preventing him from breathing normally and is suppressing him. His heart starts to pound wildly, and he loses all will to win and jumps back again. Celine advises him to remain still, saying that she has one more technique she would like to show him. Sally has no choice but to take on the full force of the incredible blow that Celine has prepared. He is thrown back several meters, and his combat ability drops almost instantly. Celine waves her hand happily and says that she won, and everyone is very impressed by this. Terry doesn't share this victorious optimism, saying the battle is not over yet. Only now does Celine realize that Sully still has the ability to fight, and she lunges at him. Celine quickly turns towards him to see if she can go back, or if it is too late. Sally is about to grab her and finish her off with one powerful and furious blow, and this must be prevented. Terry immediately shouts loudly that they surrender in order to stop this fight immediately. Sheldon is right there next to Celine to block the blow. Sheldon says that Celine has given up, which means there is no point in continuing. Eugene says that the next battle will require a proper test of Violet's strength. Terry and Violet reassure her, telling her that she did well against a third-class cultivator. Celine says she was scared to death, noting that she could have won, but she didn't. Terry says that she shouldn't worry because she just needs to be more careful next time. Frank suddenly emerges from the crowd and says that Terry is incredibly cool and has two girlfriends at once. Violet looks at him incredibly intently, and Terry understands that they are about to have a serious conversation. After some time, a duel begins between Violet and a girl named Lulu. Lulu reveals that Violet is a renowned sword genius whom she has long wanted to fight. Violet states that she is in a bad mood right now, so she doesn't feel like greeting each other for long. She notes that too many words have already been spoken, so she will simply start attacking right away. Eugene watches what is happening and realizes that the Violet family sword also has quite strong internal energy. Lulu, however, is no less persistent and trained, so she also has a chance to win. Even though she has a much more modest weapon, this still does not determine the outcome of the fight. Violet jumps aside after Lulu delivers a powerful slash with her sword, unscathed. Lulu understands that the sword energy is strong, but she has a higher cultivation level, so she needs to reflect the blows. Violet asks her if she continues this fight, sensing that her opponent is weakening. Lulu says that she must fight with all her might, and not show pity to her for any reason. She has been training with the sword for over 10 years, and still doesn't have a firm grasp of advanced techniques, but she doesn't give up. Violet says that she doesn't know many techniques, but she is a master of the sword, and will show her everything. A second later, she takes off, and Lulu only has time to notice how she is already approaching her. Violet tries to come down on her from the air, in order to strike from an unexpected angle. Lulu gets enough time to take at least some measures after the previous blow. The moment their blades touch each other, a powerful explosion occurs, which creates smoke. No one sees anything, so it becomes unclear who emerged victorious from this fight. Lulu realizes that, unfortunately, her opponent is too strong as a swordmaster to fight him. After this, she admits her defeat, saying that she can no longer continue to fight. Sheldon loudly says that the second battle was over, and Violet came out the winner. He understands that this sword tore the clothes, but did not cause any harm, which means that it was a filigree precise blow. Celine didn't expect Violet to be so strong, so she knows she's a force to be reckoned with. Violet says that Mujang is very strong, so you shouldn't underestimate him in this fight. Terry smiles because there is absolutely nothing to worry about since he has already thought of everything. Entering the ring, he hears words about how his courage is commendable because he did not risk running away from this fight. Mujang says that if he joins their house, it will guarantee that he will not be in need of resources. Terry says that he refuses this offer because he is not interested in it. Mujang notes that he likes Violet and says that they have already formed a partnership and will become partners. Terry takes a fighting stance and expresses hope that he is as good with his fists as he is with his words. Mujang asks him if he is rejecting his offer and is going to fight to the death. Sheldon, meanwhile, says that it is time for the third battle and prepares to start. Mujang, immediately after the start of the fight, says that he feels sorry for him since he has already lost. Terry understands that this technique is the vanguard of Earth-level techniques and can absorb energy. This technique is also good at creating very strong toxins that are very difficult to deal with. Mujong makes a slight movement of his hand to create a zone of toxin near Terry. Terry jumps to the side to avoid these toxins getting on him because they are very dangerous and poisonous. Watching what is happening, spectators say that this is a spiritual poison that is already eating away at everything in its path. Mujong says that Terry has become practically invulnerable after becoming a cultivator, but the spiritual poison doesn't care. Everyone understands that if even a drop of poison gets on him and he doesn't get rid of it immediately, then that will be the end. Sheldon understands that this skill is very dangerous, and even he does not dare to use spiritual poison. Sheldon realizes that if he tries to come to the rescue, he will be held back by Eugene. Terry, meanwhile, continues to demonstrate impressive acrobatic skills. Mujong smiles and says that he notices when he turns away and reads his movements. Terry, meanwhile, continues to use his techniques to dodge any attack. Sheldon talks about Terry using the powers of the yellow stage to dodge the earth stage. Mujong realizes that his opponent is holding out much longer than he planned and tries to finish it faster. Terry, meanwhile, sinks to the ground, feeling like he is being attacked from several directions at once. Violet and Celine also begin to worry about the fate of their comrade and hope that he will escape from here. Terry, who belongs to the second-class cultivators, seems to have already broken through to this level. He presses himself sharply to the ground and decides to use his spiral skill to summon a tornado towards him. The wind begins to rush into the room, after which it is thrown towards Mujong's attack. All the poison that was supposed to fall directly on the main character now falls somewhere to the side of him. Terry narrowly escaped serious injury and remained completely unharmed in this terrible situation. Frank looks at him happily and says that he should teach him this technique when he wins this fight. Terry looks at Mujong appraisingly and asks him if he has anything left or if he is completely exhausted. Muzan says that he will put an end to this damned redneck who is getting on his nerves. Eugene turns to him sharply and tells him to fight with all his might and not disgrace the honor of his family. Mujong says that he doesn't know the technique completely, so he might accidentally melt Terry's bones. After this, he summons even more poisonous energy, which gradually consumes his entire body. However, he masters the skill quite quickly and transfers it to his hand to extend his attack. Terry jumps back, feeling some of the poison splash onto his jacket. In order to avoid serious problems, he immediately throws this jacket aside as far as possible. The jacket bursts into flames like a match, creating a powerful energy explosion that could kill him. Mahjong says that this is the spiritual poison of the second purification, which makes the corrosion even stronger. Terry realizes that the students clearly didn't expect the fight to be so dangerous and brutal. Violet and Celine talk about how this is no longer an ordinary battle, and Sheldon states that there is nothing he can do about it. He suddenly turns to Eugene and asks why he is so serious, but someone says that he broke the rules. Terry realizes that this skill is indeed very dangerous, and he has no choice but to show his power. To do this, he turns to earthquake technology to create several pebbles. These stones act as stunning projectiles that he fires at his opponent. As the stones begin to fly forward, he immediately makes a dash to attack at the same time. Mozon says that it is useless. He is wasting his energy in vain because he can fight it all off instantly. Terry continues to use the earthquake technique to make these rocks take the full brunt of the impact. Mujong asks him how he dares to defend himself from his attack and does not accept his death. Terry continues to perform feats of acrobatic skill and remains unharmed. After this, he prepares to give powerful force to one of these fragments. He hits it and transfers air energy to it in order to send it straight towards the enemy. The man looks at what is happening for a while in surprise, trying to understand what he should do in this situation. After this, he suddenly smiles slyly, saying that in fact, he had foreseen this in advance. At that very second, a powerful burst of poisonous forces is created near Terry, surrounding him. Mujong says that it was a Black Death Cage technique to trap the enemy. Terry says that his aura can freely control spiritual poison, but it requires spiritual power. He asks him what will happen if his spiritual nature is injured. Terry notes that he is too arrogant and did not foresee that he would master the spirit technique to deal with him. Mujong says that it is time to end this pathetic farce and uses a poisonous needle. Terry looks at him closely in order to use the spirit technique and damage his consciousness. Mujong is left completely defenseless against such a blow, and his combat power immediately drops to 0. Terry senses the cage quickly crumbling and rushes forward to punish his enemy. Eugene can't believe that this secret technique was in the hands of this child who was able to learn it. Terry delivers a powerful attack to his opponent's body, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. Muzhong can't believe he didn't win and is now in the bottom position. Muzhong says that he wants him to die if after this day the killers of his house will pursue him everywhere. Terry looks at him carefully, realizing that this boy is really onto something. Muzhong promises that he will kill him, as well as everyone dear to him, so that he will live in terrible fear until the end. Sheldon advises him to be careful, as he is watching what is happening and can hear everything perfectly well. Eugene says that there is no need to be so strict, since the child simply refuses to admit defeat. Terry says that this is true because while he is alive, they will not be able to live in peace and may be in danger. Muzong smiles and says that if he kills him, his family will die because they will not forgive him. Terry says that 10 years ago, when his father was still alive, he was the only heir and he had access to secrets. After that, he asks him if they have improved the technique of this aura to help aliens. Despite Muzong's reaction, he understands that the older generation of his family has 9th grade cultivators. Muzong says that he doesn't know where he got it from, but their goal is to provoke a catastrophe. Eugene tries to understand what techniques he is talking about and why this boy is so excited. Terry puts his hand towards him abruptly and asks him if he is really so afraid of dying. Sheldon talks about not doing stupid things, and Eugene threatens him with violence if he does something terrible. Muzong says that he doesn't dare to kill him because he belongs to a family of great cultivators. Terry says that he can't leave peacefully unless he kills him, and he needs to understand his feelings. Sheldon and Eugene rush forward to save the student, unaware that Terry has already calculated everything. Terry creates a small blade of lightning in order to make a sharp move and destroy the enemy. Eugene immediately loses his temper and cannot believe that his nephew has just been killed. Rushing forward, he says that he will definitely destroy this scoundrel who allowed himself to do this. Sheldon suddenly steps in his way and uses his firepower to block his blow. Eugene asks him how he dares to try to obstruct justice and absolution. Sheldon says that this is a life and death ring, and after it, revenge is unacceptable, and this is a law that must be followed. He asks Eugene if he really wants to go against the Cultivator Alliance, and he begins to become enraged. His angry energy is so strong that it destroys part of the dome of the building. He hesitates to rush into the attack and says that he remembers Terry and will not leave it like that. Terry says that his path to cultivation has just begun and that he will outlive all his enemies. Eugene says they'll see how long Sheldon can protect him from the consequences. After this, he runs away, saying that he will definitely kill this boy and take revenge. Sheldon says that he should stay on campus as long as possible. Violet says that it's all her fault because now she's put her comrade in danger. Celine also says that all of her brother's problems are her problems too, so she will help him. Lambert smiles and says that his girlfriends are also very brave, and this cannot but inspire respect. Violet and Celine are very impressed by how fatherly Sheldon treats Terry. After this, he gives orders to the rest of the staff so that they strengthen security measures. Hillary apologizes, saying that her cultivation skills are too weak for her to protect him. Violet says that he shouldn't have killed him, no matter how bad a person the boy was. Terry says that Muzong was going to kill them anyway, no matter what decision was made. He also says that he did this in order to divert their family's attention from her and to keep her safe. Violet says that she has a way to solve the problem with this family, and she would like to discuss it. After some time, evening comes and Terry carefully returns home to prepare for the meeting. He tries to carefully walk out the door when suddenly he hears a voice calling his name. Terry turns around slowly, trying to figure out if his incorporeal stage technique hadn't worked. It turns out that Frank is simply fantasizing about something in his dream and saying the name of his idol. Terry calmly walks outside and then reaches the lakeshore where he sees Violet there. Violet looks at him happily and says that she is very glad that he came here. Terry looks at her in surprise and tries to understand why she has become so attractive. Violet says that everyone called her a genius since childhood, and at school she felt like an ordinary girl for the first time. After this, she states that she is very glad that she felt this way, and all because of one person who settled in her heart. Violet notes that their family is very powerful, and they will definitely make sure to hire assassins. She offers him a solution to this problem, stating that they can become a couple, and then he will become the heir of her family. Terry asks if she didn't make a contract with another heir from a wealthy family. Violet says that the family made this decision without her knowledge, and her heart is set only on him. She asks him if he really doesn't care, but Terry says he only cares about her true thoughts. Violet smiles and says that he probably already knows her thoughts without any further explanation. Terry smiles and then hugs her tighter to cement his feelings for this girl. Terry asks her if she is ready to be with him, even though her family will judge him. Violet says that she doesn't care at all about other people's judgment because she devotes herself to him. After that, they kiss, and we can wish this couple a good time on this warm summer night. The next morning, Violet looks happily at her lover and is glad that he woke up. Terry says he has a way to deal with his enemies without revealing their relationship. Violet says that she believes him, but he shouldn't have to face difficulties alone. Terry says something you know very well, then kisses her again. Meanwhile, we are transported to the company of Eugene's family, who are still thinking about what to do with Terry. Eugene came here to tell the story of how it all happened and to receive a guarantee of retribution. The head of the family says that he will report everything to the head when he returns to them. Eugene protests at such slowness, but is told not to create problems and to behave decently. Eugene says that they are all sitting in their places thanks to the help of other people, including him. Deputy Chief Tyler says he too is saddened by the boy's death. Eugene says that this kid was always an outcast in the family, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten into this damn university. Tyler stands up abruptly from his seat and says that he will not tolerate any further raising of his voice. Eugene asks him if he wants a fight and prepares to fight his brother. Tyler releases energy from his hand to calm an angry Eugene and show him his strength. Eugene doesn't have time to do anything before he is suddenly bound hand and foot by aggressive energy. After that, he looks at him and asks him if he really decided to remove the witness. Tyler says that he can easily kill him if he continues to talk nonsense, but he can also make him beg for death. Eugene goes silent for a moment, after which Tyler removes his energy shackles and lets him go. Tyler says that what happened will be reported to the head, but not now, since it is not in their interests. Eugene says that he will avenge him himself, and he is told not to involve the family in this and to act secretly. One of the brothers says that Eugene is acting too dangerously, but Tyler says that it is not their problem. He expresses concern that the aliens are up to something and that they need to be on guard. He also demands that no one disclose experimental data, drug data, or human anatomy data. He states that if the government has some strange idea, they better not get in their way. Tyler understands that China is hungry to cultivate genius cultivators outside of powerful families. After a while, we are transported to the university training ground, where our heroes are now present. Chester, Hubert, and Frank are racking their brains to figure out why they were called here in the first place. Frank asks them if he really wants the three of them to attack him. Terry says that this is exactly what he would like, and that it is necessary for them to become stronger. Frank says that in that case, they really won't hold back, and will attack with all their might. Terry says he's joking around again, but in a fight, you need to use more than just a sharp tongue. Chester and Hubert prove to be more combative and rush forward earlier than their comrades. Terry calmly lets them get as close to him as possible, and doesn't even try to use both hands. Hubert takes careful aim, and prepares to strike with his nunchaku and sturdy staff. Terry intercepts the attack without any problems, and looks at his comrade with a smile. Chester also tries to attack him with a sword, but Terry skillfully parries this blow with Hubert's weapon. Frank quickly rushes forward, but Terry immediately realizes that this is a feint. Frank says that he is too strong, so attacking him this way will be impossible. Terry sharply dodges the real attack that was hidden behind a feint. Immediately after this, he turns around, quickly hits Frank, and declares that he talks too much. The attack proves incredibly effective, immediately sending him flying straight into Chester, stunning him. Celine and Violet watch calmly, knowing that no one stands a chance against him. Violet emphasizes that they need to improve their teamwork, and Celine states that she would have won without any problems. Hubert still remains on his feet, despite the fact that his other two comrades were already defeated within a second. Terry understands that Hubert's technique uses internal energy as fuel for explosive power, and that's interesting. Hubert continues to make successive lunges and punches towards Terry, but he only dodges them. At a certain point, he dodges again, but now he pushes the staff away with his palm to throw it off balance. He also pulls this staff towards himself with force in order to knock his opponent off balance and pull him towards himself. Hubert reacts surprisingly quickly to such changes in the situation and tries to block the attack. However, the momentum from the blow was too strong, and Hubert was sent flying into the wall while Chester gathered his strength. He creates a ring of fire around himself and imbues his blade with fiery flashes. After this, he makes a sharp lunge towards his comrade in arms and hopes to knock the wind out of him. Violet realizes that Chester is successfully borrowing his mentor's techniques using cutting energy. Terry says that he has learned this technique from Mystery and states that he will show him something new. After this, he makes several strikes with his palm in order to neutralize this cut. Chester cowers in fear as the wind blades fly straight at him, receiving minor scratches. Chester says he didn't expect to be neutralized so suddenly and quickly. Hubert says it was all very powerful, but he only used one hand. Terry understands that this couple will complement each other very well thanks to their inner qualities. Frank is a true Laurent who still needs a lot of training to become better. Frank understands that he is a real joker and the life of the party, but his muscles and bones need to be strengthened. Frank asks him why he didn't go to the club to celebrate, but Terry understands that he has no time for women. Sheldon greets them kindly, then comes closer to introduce the new student. He says that he would like to introduce someone very important and points to the person who came with him. The young man raises his hand and greets him, clearly showing no hostile intentions. He states that they have not met before, but he is the chairman of the Cultivators Association named Chuck. Sheldon says that Chuck is his student and that he currently has the highest level among the students. He also says that Chester and Hubert still haven't had the opportunity to meet him, even though they really wanted to. Terry realizes that he has had several encounters with this man in a past life, and that he is a very worthy warrior. Chuck says he saw them fight, and it was wonderful, but his arms and legs don't move well enough. He immediately challenges him to a short sparring session and, despite the warning, says that everything will be fine. Chuck comes closer to him and asks if he wants to fight, and Terry agrees. They decide to exchange their hardest punches, and Terry says that he will probably hit first. After this, he decides to use a skill he only recently learned and name less than 10 spirits. Chuck watches the approaching wind cuts carefully and prepares to block them. Chester realizes that they lost when he fought with only one hand, which is much stronger. Chuck states that the energy dissipates, so one hit is enough to defeat an opponent. He uses his special skills and aura to push through this blow in the blink of an eye. Terry smiles before attacking him straight from behind to catch him off guard. However, Chuck, despite the surprise, quickly grows spiritual arms from his back and blocks it. Terry understands that this is the 8 hands Dao technique, whose power increases with each level. Chuck says it's time to start some real sparring to hone his skills. Terry manages to discover that his opponent is moving incredibly fast and therefore has absolutely no time to react. Chuck continues to deliver powerful blows one after another, and our hero can only retreat. He makes several bounces to avoid losing his balance and taking unnecessary damage. Terry realizes that the power this man possesses is truly amazing and a force to be reckoned with. Chuck doesn't let up for a second, as if his stamina is at its peak. Terry continues to try to get back, but at a certain point, he is intercepted by one of these hands. After this, he makes a dash towards Terry, and this indicates that it is time to strike third. Terry realizes it's time to counterattack and uses his agility and spiritual powers. Chuck is surprised that this boy uses internal energy to avoid his attack. After this, they decide to combine their strongest blows to find out who will be stronger. Sheldon yells at them to stop immediately, and they immediately comply. Violet, Celine, Hubert, and Chester watch the scene and say they have never seen anything like it. Sheldon says that Terry is simply incredible if he can fight on equal terms with someone like Chuck. Chuck praises his skills, saying that he is wrong to focus only on defense and not attack. He also says that he would like to ask him to represent this university in the competition. He also offers him the position of chairman of the Cultivators Association, which surprises everyone else present. Frank happily says that he still can't believe it, but for him this post is logical. Chester says that only the most talented students take part in the competition between 10 universities. Terry asks why he should be the one to participate with the team in this competition. Chuck talks about how his father is currently at war in the Southwest, and he is cultivating to help him. Terry asks why they decided to choose him as chairman, and Sheldon states that it was Chuck's decision. He emphasizes that when he becomes chairman, he will be the face of the university, and the Mujong family will think twice. Terry realizes that in his past life, the wormhole was definitely calm at this time, but now suddenly, there are problems. Terry asks how bad the situation is in the Southwest, but Chuck says there's nothing to worry about yet. He notes that the army that was still there had not yet been exposed to biochemical contamination. Terry realizes that the wormhole is more dangerous than he thought, so he can't just leave it like that. After this, he agrees and says that it is the duty of every citizen to help the great side. After this, he looks at his friends, who immediately nod in a sign of their sincere support for his aspirations. Terry smiles and says that in that case, he certainly doesn't see any reason to refuse. Frank happily talks about how his unshakable boss, as always, is demonstrating his incredible power. Sheldon expresses hope that Chuck made the right decision, and Chuck asks him not to worry about it. Chuck assumes that this boy will definitely lead their association to great success. Sheldon says that if he decided to do this, he must know something about the specific situation. Chuck states that he trains outside. The association was usually run by Muon, but now Terry must take his place. Meanwhile, Mujong's former friends continue to try to hatch plans with their enemy. Sally is more furious than the others and hopes that she can deal with Terry. Lulu asks Sally not to waste time, as the chairman will be arriving very soon. Sally says that she should be much more mean to this scoundrel and suggests that she has fallen in love with him. Sally takes out her sword and asks him if he is completely tired of his mouth. Sally is saying that he wouldn't mind fighting her when suddenly the door opens loudly and attracts their attention. Chuck and Terry, along with their friends, go inside and say that this association looks quite ordinary. Chuck says the association's functions are no different from those of regular student councils. Sally asks him why he brought here an enemy of the association who killed the former chairman. Sally adds that the association members consider him an incompetent chairman and are protesting against him. Immediately after this, he exchanges glances with another person who is clearly not there for no reason. After this, he states that they want to elect Sally as chairman, so they ask him to resign. Chuck asks if they all think that way, or if this is some kind of ploy to change the results. Students say that he does not advise him to waste his energy, since everyone does not like him very much anyway. A few seconds later, he is dealt a powerful blow that immediately knocks him to the ground and knocks all the breath out of him. Chuck asks if anyone else has anything to say about him being incompetent. After this, he lifts him into the air and says that they should come forward if they are not afraid. Sally wonders when this villain managed to become so strong. Chuck says he didn't think that if he was gone for a while, the association would change so much. Terry suddenly puts pressure on his shoulder and tells him that he must show strength in order to defeat the crowd. Chuck asks him if he can really do it, but he tells him to calm down a little. Terry says that he is not an authority here yet, but a bad warrior will never become a general. After that, he says that if Sally also wants to become the chairman, then he must fight with him. Sally asks him if he really thinks he can become chairman. He reminds him that he killed Mujong, so he will most likely be tracked down and killed fairly quickly. Terry says, it doesn't matter, because if they want another chairman, they have to beat him. Chuck says that his words are completely consistent with what Terry just said. Sally looks at him in confusion and understands that he will hardly be able to fight them for the title fairly. Immediately after this, he orders his men to pounce on him in order to sit behind the chairman. They understand that if this man killed Mujong, then sooner or later it will happen to each of them. Terry quickly intercepts his attack to demonstrate how much faster and stronger he is. Another 15 people immediately pounce on him, but they don't have time to hit him. Terry skillfully fights them off while Chuck ponders his need to help. Violet smiles and says that there is no need for that, since he can definitely handle them. Celine says that her older brother is so good at dealing with these fighters that you can just watch. Lulu says that if he wants to become chairman, he has no room to retreat. Sally angrily orders her to shut up, then goes into full rage mode. His clothes begin to tear right off his body as he becomes stronger and stronger. Terry doesn't give him a chance to finish his words and immediately punches him in the face, instantly stunning and disorienting him. Terry says that he has the final say, and if anyone disagrees, they can continue. Chuck congratulates him and tells him that from now on he is officially the chairman of the association. Terry says that as chairman he is expelling from the association everyone who has now attacked him. Lulu immediately turns to him to get his attention and talk to him a little. She says that it doesn't matter whether he is the chairman or not, but he shouldn't leave them alone later, otherwise they won't cope. Violet says that she also wants to stay in the association, and Celine supports her in her desire. Chuck states that he must do as he sees fit since this is his association now. Terry says with a smile that they will be training constantly for the next 2 months to prepare. Chuck comes to another man, saying that Terry has already agreed to take part in the competition. The university's director, Dwayne, says that Terry is doing well and shows great promise. He also asks how his father is doing, and Chuck says that morale among the soldiers in his area is pretty low. Dwayne states that his father was his student, and his talent is not in intelligence, but in heroic courage. Sheldon says that at a national conference, there was a proposal to allow students to go into a wormhole. Chuck says he supports the proposal because many students are now ready to fight. They note that after a decision is made, it is necessary to understand who will bear responsibility for the deaths of the students. Sheldon says that the wormhole has been stable for the past few years, but has now become active. He notes that it is necessary to select geniuses for a future state war, and only then send them there. Dwayne states that during this period, aliens often move from one place to another, and this can be dangerous. They all come to the conclusion that now is indeed a very troubled time, and they need to be on guard. Frank, meanwhile, continues doing push-ups, saying that he has already done 330 push-ups. Frank says he should keep doing push-ups and get to at least 500. Chester and Hubert continue to spar to hone their skills and remove their fear of getting hit. Terry and Violet watch this training and realize that they expected much less from these people. Terry smiles and says that Celine is a pretty serious coach for Frank, so he is very lucky. Frank also says that he lacks tenacity, but his physique is the best among the three. Violet asks him if he's not going to let the other students he kicked out participate. Terry says that he has everything thought out, so there is no need to worry, and Violet exhales tensely. Lulu brings him a list of association members who participated in the competitions of 10 universities. Terry asks her if she is unhappy with staying, and Lulu says that he has no reason to be unhappy. Terry asks how a man with such an unbending will could work for Muon, who was quite powerful. Lulu clearly hints to him that the sword techniques that Mujong used to blackmail her are to blame for everything. Terry asks if she would be willing to do anything for him if he showed her some secret techniques. Lulu says that these techniques are very rare and usually require the approval of the head of the family. Terry says that he keeps his word, and Lulu agrees to help him in exchange for this knowledge. Chester and Hubert continue to train when suddenly they hear a very loud ringing of one of the phones. Hubert says that this is his phone, and he must come quickly to pick it up. He quickly becomes more agitated, realizing that his health has deteriorated significantly. After this, he quietly says that he understood everything, and will soon arrive at the site to check and find out everything. Frank tries to understand what happened, but Celine tells him to shut up and keep doing push-ups. Chester asks him what happened, but someone clenches their fist and falls silent for a moment. He says that everything is fine, and there is no need to worry, noting that he will need to leave for a while. Terry wishes him a good journey, after which he immediately runs away, with difficulty containing a strong tremor in his voice. He runs to the hospital and almost immediately runs to the right floor, where his closest relative is located. The doctor says that his mother's condition is gradually worsening, and her body's resistance is growing. He learns that because of this, the cost of treatment will increase exponentially, and he will hardly be able to afford it. Hubert says he went to university to qualify for special medical subsidies. He is told that even with these subsidies, he will have to pay a significant additional amount. Hubert goes out into the street to find out what he needs to do to get money. He understands that if he calculates at the new rate, he will need to get a whole 500,000. He slams his fist on the wall and says that he hates this damned life. He immediately sees a leaflet that says the boxing champion will receive a whole million. He tears it down almost immediately, after which he goes to the place referred to by the leaflet. This place is a primary boxing club with a lot of spectators. The fighters here fight quite harshly, so each winner receives a huge amount of glory. One of the fighters falls to the ground and stops showing signs of combat readiness, and a conversation about this begins. After this, the referee says that the lone wolf wins this difficult fight and receives his title. Hubert goes to the manager of this establishment, saying that he would like to take part in the fights. One of the fighters says that it is too early for the boy to get involved in such skirmishes, because it is dangerous. Hubert says he is ready to go even 3 rounds against this opponent if necessary. They tell him that this is not a place to throw words around, promising that they will throw him out. However, suddenly their boss tells them to wait and let this boy try. The boss, nicknamed Iago, says that he doesn't want to hear tears later if he suddenly doesn't succeed. He also states that he must sign a life and death contract, but first he will need to prove himself. Hubert steps into the ring, and the fighter looks at him in surprise, trying to figure out if he really is a student. He takes it without a single scratch, but this will soon change as it destroys him. Hubert says that he can win in the catet for a few more seconds, and then he will not have such an opportunity. Once the fight starts, the fighter immediately pounces on him, saying that he will send him to the hospital. Hubert draws on his inner strengths, as well as the skills he acquired during sparring. He overwhelms his opponent almost instantly with a series of powerful punches and breaks through his blocking stance. The fighter is thrown to the side, unable to cope with the powerful momentum of the blow, and lands right on the ropes. It turned out that this fighter was very easy to defeat, and it took Hubert no more than a couple of punches. Hubert looks at Iago and asks if Leon can now become their fighter, or if something else is needed. Iago says that it is necessary to immediately introduce the manager to him, because he is a future genius. After that, he says that this guy will take the money and leave, so they will never see him again. Iago says that such a young man should be made a star, and in the end he must lose so that the money stays here. Iago says that no one will be able to get this million, because one would have to be too stupid to believe it. Iago also talks about sending him to boxing matches and promoting him. Frank, meanwhile, continues his intense training, while Celine tells him to be faster. Terry is surprised that Hubert hasn't shown up for training again, which is a pretty bad sign. Meanwhile, the manager hands Hubert a special period, saying that he should accept it. The manager says that this is a useful medicine that increases the pain threshold and reduces pain. Hubert leaves, saying that he does not need doping, and that he will cope with all his problems on his own. The manager tries to stop him, but he calmly leaves the locker room and closes the door behind him. The manager angrily says that if this idiot continues to behave like this, things will get more difficult. After some time, King Sampa, who is a rather strong champion, enters the ring. Sampa asks why his parents approve of his hobby, since it is deadly. Hubert ignores this prodding and asks if they can begin or if they need some more time. The referee says they can begin, and Sampa doesn't understand why the boy dares to ignore him. He delivers several blows in order to confuse his opponent and throw him off guard. Hubert continues to dodge every attack, although it becomes more and more difficult for him. Jumping aside, he realizes that the man has a hardened bone structure, and this can be taken advantage of. Sampa asks him if he has realized his incredible power and calls him a pathetic fool. Terry realizes that this man has never been in a black box before, which means he was sent there on purpose. Hubert thinks that there is no point in thinking about it now, and that he just needs to finish off this scoundrel. Sampa throws a sharp kick, saying it is his famous technique that never fails. Hubert realizes that the situation is going badly as they start aiming at his head. He continues to try to block it, but this creates a serious risk of damaging his limbs. Hubert feels his bones begin to crack as a foot slams into them at high speed. After that, he tells him to go to hell and delivers a quick punch straight to his head to knock him out. This blow is enough to not only knock out this fighter, but also break his neck. Sampa is defeated, and Hubert calmly leaves, thinking that another victory will be his. However, this does not change the fact that his bones were damaged and are now corrupted. The manager asks him if everything is okay, but he replies that everything is fine with him, and there is no need to worry. The manager says that if he loses, he will be disqualified and will not receive a penny. He claims that he is being paid to win the tournament, and therefore he wants to offer him a serious cure. Hubert asks him where the medicine is, adding that he is ready to inject himself with it. The manager says that he should have said this earlier and avoided these unnecessary whims. Hubert takes out a small syringe from this package and gives himself this injection. The manager states that he was told that the medicine helps with pain and has some degree of healing. After this, he happily reflects that now this boy will certainly become addicted. Hubert paid 100,000 yuan, and so the doctors agreed to continue his mother's treatment. Hubert asks them how she is feeling and is told that she is mostly stabilized. Hubert says that he will pay the rest of the money later, so now they must fulfill their part of the deal. Chester, meanwhile, says that he is ready to start the fight and asks Terry to be careful. Terry once again dodges this blow and declares that he must talk less and work more. Right there, just a few seconds later, he intercepts the blow and throws it into the ring. Smiling, he says that it's time for the next fighter and tries to figure out who is ready to fight. Hubert immediately enters the ring and says that he is already on his way and ready to have this friendly fight. Terry asks him where he got these wounds, which are quite non-specific to their training. Hubert reassures him that he has practiced a lot on his own, so there is no need to worry about it. He almost immediately rushes forward, saying that he would like to have another fight. Terry accepts the challenge, then abruptly blocks the blow of the staff with his hands, trying to analyze the situation. Hubert realizes that his internal energy is starting to leave his body, and this is not the best outcome. Terry turns to the next attack and says that he was able to reach the stage of true intentions. Hubert looks closely at his opponent and feels that his emotional state has begun to become unstable. He makes several strikes at his opponent, but the latter continues to block him. Terry is trying to figure out where he learned these moves, since they are definitely not taught in school. Hubert suddenly becomes even more angry, and his eyes begin to fill with red energy. He resolutely rushes towards his opponent in the hopes of destroying him once and for all. Terry blocks the kick and realizes that it has become much more powerful than he had before. It still didn't hit him, but it was starting to sow some lingering doubts in him about what had happened. Looking at him, he understands that something is wrong with him, so it needs to be dealt with urgently. Hubert feels very tired, while his friends say that he has made great progress. Violet and Celine try to figure out why he suddenly became so strong, because it is impossible. Terry approaches him and asks him if he has used any substances that enhance the body. Chester and Frank look at him in surprise and ask if this is really true and demand an answer. Hubert feels incredibly ashamed and tired, after which he closes his eyes, unable to give the correct answer. Terry says the steroid market is currently growing by leaps and bounds, but it is not safe. Chester and Frank demand an honest answer from him, saying that now is not the time to pretend to be strong. Terry says that if this continues, his journey as a fighter could be crippled and cut short. Hubert states that he didn't know it was harmful because his mother was seriously ill and he had no choice. He admits that he did this because he needed to get a lot of money for her treatment. Terry listens to him attentively, after which he demands a more detailed explanation of what happened. Hubert tells them how he got to this point in his life, feeling that they would hardly look at him the same way. Tears start streaming down his face, and he says that he had no choice because his mother needed help. Celine claims that this is some kind of shady boxing tournament where fighters are given deadly drugs. Terry says that he shouldn't have kept his friends in the dark because they could have helped him too. Violet says there is one problem that really bothers her about this story. He talks about how there is one influential family that is responsible for casinos and other gambling in the country. Terry says he doesn't know how many people will be hurt, which means it needs to stop. He understands that the family in question is very insidious and is no less than the Mujong family. After a while, this fool comes in, saying that he would like to play for Hubert. Terry says that Hubert is seriously injured now, and he definitely won't be able to win the championship. Iago says that he would like to test these words in practice and turns to his fighters. They immediately surround him in order to demonstrate that he is entering a very dangerous place where he could even die. One of the fighters says that it would be better for him to turn around and leave while he still has the chance. Terry delivers a sharp kick to knock him aside and punch a hole in the thick wall. They immediately pounce on him, saying that he is probably looking for death if he behaves so terribly. Iago stops them and says that this boy is really very strong, so they need to take him. Terry tells his comrades that they need to be in the audience when the tournament takes place. Iago says that they need to find a way out of the situation in order to maintain the interest of the audience. He adds that this kid is young, but he has experience and is more talented than Hubert, so he needs to be given doping. The manager hands him some medication, saying that it is necessary to stimulate his potential. Terry says that he was very interested in how Hubert was able to win so many fights in a row with his skills. The manager says that it just needs to be injected, just like with a regular syringe. After a while, he enters the ring, but the spectators are not happy because they replace their favorite. Terry recalls that he once had a series of 100 underground fights and won each of them within a few seconds. The referee says that Terry's opponent will be Mad Dog, who has a lot of experience and wins, and 50 games. Mad Dog almost immediately jumps on his opponent, saying that the money will belong to him. Terry stands still and then takes the blow, but it has no effect. Mad Dog wonders how this is even possible, while Terry just smiles. Immediately after this, he puts his hand on his head and says that he will feel much better if he rests. At that very moment, he unleashes all his power on him, causing his face to quickly land on the floor. This blow turns out to be quite enough to knock out this scoundrel for a long time. Everyone is surprised that this Mad Dog was defeated with one move, which no one expected. Iago smiles and says that the champion needs to be called here so that he can prepare for this fight. The manager asks him how he feels, and Terry states that the opponent was too weak. The manager says that such boxers are not very motivated. They are not so young and courageous. After this, he hands him another medicine, saying that now the champion will not be his rival. The referee says that one of the absolute kings of hundreds of battles is now entering the stage. Hubert says that Terry is likely to win because he has never shown any weakness before. Violet says that she has no doubt about it either, but one shouldn't underestimate the champion who is here. The very same champion appears in front of him, looking like a very strange man with makeup. The champion immediately makes several quick moves, and Terry pays tribute to his incredible agility. The champion says that this boy is very good, since he was able to dodge his fast punches. The champion then says that it will be great if he shows his true strength. Terry agrees to this, after which a huge number of blows fall on him, which he dodges. The champion continues to land punches one after another and asks him what he thinks about this attack. He quickly takes the initiative and delivers another blow, which can only be blocked. Terry understands that this fighter has great strength. He behaves strangely, which does not diminish his merits. He quickly turns his attention to Yago, who continues to watch what is happening. Smiling, he says that now is the perfect time to begin implementing their plan. Terry suddenly freezes, feeling like his body is starting to fall apart. Violet immediately reassures her comrades, saying that they shouldn't worry ahead of time. Celine asks what happened, and Violet boldly says that Terry is just pretending. The champion smiles and says that, apparently, the medicine he was given has started to work. Smiling, he says that the student has been too battered by society and cannot trust others so easily. Immediately after this, he approaches him from behind in order to perform his initial move on him. He grabs him in a handlock and gradually begins to tighten his grip to strangle him. Spectators look at him and say that they have never seen a more useless fighter. The champion says that he is ready to let him live if he gives him $500,000. Terry says that $500,000 is really not a very large sum for his life. Immediately after this, he grabs his hands and squeezes them hard, passing a large amount of energy through them. The champion looks at his mangled hands in horror and tries to figure out how he can solve this problem now. Celine happily says that her master is the strongest fighter she has ever seen. Iago wonders how this scoundrel can use his inner energy at all. The champion also looks at his injuries, because this is simply unimaginable and certainly should not have happened this way. Terry stands proudly in front of his opponent and shows with his whole appearance that everything is okay with him. He says that he used internal energy to expel the substance directly into the body. The champion immediately rushes at him in a rage in order to get even with him for breaking his arm. Terry lands a powerful punch right on his jaw to knock him out and send him flying. Terry says that he will let him live, but will not take the $500,000 so that everything is fair. Terry looks proudly at Iago, and the other spectators cheer because they have won a colossal amount of money. Iago looks at him and says that he is dealing with this scoundrel for what he did to him. The ring is surrounded by a huge number of guards who do not allow him to leave here. They take out their guns to lock him and his friends in that bedroom. Frank says that they are surrounded, and now they need to do something to get out of here. Iago states that even a high-class cultivator can be killed by a regular firearm. Violet says that all they have now is contraband distributed on the black market. Iago states that Violet can leave, but everyone else must die here to avoid causing trouble. Violet says that she will never tolerate this because they will all leave together. Iago says that either she leaves here alone or remains to die with the others and orders them to open fire. The soldiers immediately open fire, not worrying about hitting others with stray bullets at such a high rate of fire. Terry asks his allies to calm down, saying that none of them will die despite the current situation. After this, he turns to his internal energy, which is called within him, and creates a light on his forehead. This generates a small force shield, which immediately creates an impenetrable barrier that bullets cannot penetrate. Frank looks at what is happening with joy and says that the bullets really did stop. Terry holds his hand up to block the incoming projectiles. Violet looks at it in shock and realizes that this is a technique of the 9 heroes called the spiritual secret method. Terry says that nothing is impossible, recalling that in a past life he could destroy entire cities. Through this method of tempering, his essence energies were tempered together from the source. These bullets immediately turn around and are directed at the shooters, causing their number to increase. Iago still cannot believe that he was defeated in such an impossible and unfair way. He wonders who the hell he thinks he is, since this is the head of a real family of cultivators standing in front of him. Terry, in turn, says that it is because of scum like him that harmful substances are spread in China. One of the wounded guards slowly rises to his feet and looks closely at his victim. He quickly manages to pick up the rocket launcher and orders it to go to hell, after which he takes aim. Violet turns around and warns her lover to be careful, as this onslaught will be harder to hold back. Terry waits with complete calm until the rocket flies dangerously close to him. After that, he directs his hand there in order to create a spatial funnel and stop it. Gradually, this projectile, which has approached to a dangerous distance, begins to spin. Terry understands that he doesn't want to merge with his spiritual form yet, which means he needs to figure this out faster. Turning quickly, he quickly aims the missile straight at Iago, having first transformed it into something else. Iago falls to his knees and asks him what he gave him and what is happening to him now. Terry orders them to get lost before he changes his mind, and they promise to come back and get revenge on him. Violet says it's a rash decision, but Terry says he won't let them go that easily. He claims that the rocket explosion was concentrated in his consciousness, so he only delayed it for about 10 seconds. A few seconds later, everything happens as Terry predicted. These villains die instantly. Our hero states that he understands perfectly well that they all have questions, but right now he cannot explain everything. Terry says that he trusts them all, so he hopes that in the future they will not hide anything from him. They all say as one that they agree to these conditions and will no longer hide anything from him. Terry says that the most important thing now is to go to the hospital and visit Hubert's mother. They get there fairly quickly to find out how much the situation has worsened in the meantime. Hubert says his mother suffers from a strange illness, the explanation for which has not yet been found. Terry listens carefully to all the symptoms and asks how long the illness has been going on. Hubert says that his mother cultivated a lot, so she should not be such an easy prey for the disease. Terry realizes that the disease is actually widespread. Frank says they have no choice, and his family is in the information business, but even he can't help. Terry says he knows what to do with this disease, and has been working with this treatment for some time. He promises his comrades that he will defeat this disease and cope with it quite quickly. His friends look at him with great surprise, realizing that this is quite a bold statement for an ordinary student. Frank asks him to be more careful, as he shouldn't give false hope to his friends. Terry says that he can actually cure this disease because he read about it in ancient books. After this, he begins to explain the method of treatment, saying that the help of a true cultivator is needed here. Terry points out that the paralysis that Hubert's mother experienced is merely a defensive reaction, not a symptom. Frank doesn't quite understand what he's getting at when he says there are very high stakes here and you can't take any risks. Terry says that he will not hide anything and that he really learned about this method from ancient books. He, however, states that the ancient art of medicine should not be discounted, as it is not all that bad. He asks him if he is ready to trust him and hope that he will cope with this task. Hubert says that he trusts his friend because he will not do anything he is not sure of. Terry says that his consent is enough for him because if he cannot cure her, then he will give his life instead of hers. Immediately after this, he approaches this woman to begin the process of energy transfer and healing. He understands that the poison has been in her body for a long time, so it is not surprising that more effort will be required. After some time, he says that they have found the right frequency, and now all that remains is to remove the spiritual poison. Frank asks if the spiritual poison that was in her body was the cause of everything. Terry quickly draws the negative energy from the girl's body and synthesizes it in his hands. Terry says that this is just a part of what is there, because the spiritual poison has been in the body for a very long time. And the doctor says that this is amazing, and states that the cultivator's methods can be used in medicine. Terry says that if he is interested, he can explain how it works, but a little later. Terry understands that it will take more than 10 years before internal chi is widely used in medicine. While he was pondering the next medical breakthrough, Hubert's mother began to emerge from her coma. She carefully opened her eyes, then wondered where she was and what had happened to her. Hubert immediately almost loses his composure with joy, and says that his mother has finally woken up. Terry says that they all need to get out of here in order to give her some time. Frank asks him if he would like to be the chief medical officer or a consultant for his father's company. Terry turns around and asks him what specific company Frank represents. Frank replies that the company is small, but it has invested heavily in drug research. Terry says he can help if he takes him to a place where he can get acquainted with the new data. Hubert leaves the room, saying that his mother's condition is much better and her bodily functions are being restored. Hubert also states that all this is thanks to Terry's help, without which everything would have been very sad. Terry says that brothers should always help each other, no matter what, because that's the essence of friendship. After a fight at an underground boxing match, Terry decided to spend a week in isolation in the lab. He collected various medicinal samples, the research of which took more than 20 years of his previous life. The week flew by, after which he returned to the university again to exchange goods. The door to the exchange office was closed, but he heard someone rustling around there and immediately went inside. He immediately turns to the manager, Mr. Ming, who greets him politely. Terry says he would like to learn a few skills and gain knowledge in martial arts. Ming says it will cost quite a lot, and Terry says he is ready to pass on valuable knowledge to him. He says that he offers a method that strengthens the flexibility and strength of the human body to incredible heights. One of these techniques is like a fired bullet that makes a person simply unstoppable. The second technique is another hardening method that increases the cultivator's lethality. Ming understands that these techniques appear simple, but in reality they are incredibly mysterious and effective. Ming studies them carefully and realizes that even he wanted to try these techniques on himself. Ming says that these skills are really good, and he can exchange them for valuable martial arts skills. Terry chooses several techniques, one of which involves practicing sword fighting, which surprises Ming. After some time, he invites Lulu to a meeting, who says that she has training soon. Terry says that he remembers their promise and states that he gave her very important information. Lulu looks at her phone in surprise and realizes that she has just been sent some valuable skills. Lulu immediately runs up to him and asks him how much he paid for this equipment. Terry tells her not to worry about it, but she states that she is shocked by his kindness. She also says that she is not one to remain in debt, so she will definitely return this favor to him. Terry encourages her to go home and practice, promising that they will see each other next time at the practice facility. A week later, Lulu and Violet have another duel to find out who is stronger. Terry watches them, realizing that Lulu's swordsmanship has improved significantly. Lulu thanks him for giving her such a valuable skill, and now she feels much more confident. After this, she rushes into attack, thinking that she should try new methods and techniques. Violet is forced to retreat under such serious pressure and come up with a new strategy to respond. Violet is trying to figure out what technique she is practicing, because it is very impressive that she is progressing so quickly. She reflects on the fact that now she too must give her all in order not to lose face. She uses energy with the sword's protection to prevent further blows. Lulu realizes that she has just used powerful attacks that could destroy an entire army. Lulu successfully blocks them, but her weapon takes serious damage. Her sword falls to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure, meaning she has to buy a new one in the hopes that it will be stronger. Violet says that she has become much stronger and had to put in much more effort to win. Lulu declares that she will continue to train, and Violet only applauds her incredible zeal. Frank quickly runs into the room, saying that Hubert's mother's condition has improved even more, and she will soon be discharged. Hubert also approaches him and says that he does not know how to thank his brother for such help. Frank tells his father how he heals people and states that his father wants to meet him as soon as possible. Terry says he's interested in drug development, so they can only meet in the lab. Terry approaches Violet and asks her if she can prepare something very important for him. Violet asks him what he needs, and he states that he would like to refine a special formula. Frank says that this company belongs to his family, and his father and the others are already waiting for him. They are met by Frank's father and a very important scientist named Sun, who states that he does not have much time. Frank's father says he is grateful to Terry for choosing to come here. He also introduces Mr. Sun to him, saying that he is the main employee of their scientific laboratory. Sun says that if he came here to help, then it would be better for him not to interfere with their work. After some time, scientists come to him and say that all 104 batches of mice exploded and died. Sun asks them what he means and demands that they take him there immediately. They wonder how this could have happened, since all the formulas had been changed to suit their designs. Terry realizes that this kind of medicine shouldn't have been released before 2120. He realizes that they don't have enough data right now, so he decides to give them more knowledge. Scientists ask why he allows himself to state that no one dares to change Mr. Song's formula. Terry says that if they don't know how to use medications, they're more likely to make a mistake. He claims he's changed everything, so they can now try the drug on mice. Frank says that they don't dare look at him with disdain because they don't yet know what kind of person is standing in front of them. Terry says that it will only take 10 minutes to test the formula and tells them a lot of cultivation theory. Sun realizes that there is indeed a grain of truth in this and decides to trust this man. He says that we need to follow his formula to make the medicine and test how it will work. After some time, they decide to inject a drug developed using this formula into wounded mice. It has a truly miraculous effect as the wounds on the mouse's body begin to heal. This is a real scientific breakthrough, which greatly impresses the scientists who have been working on it for so long. They are all very happy and say that they have finally managed to achieve the results they wanted. Terry says that all medications have their own benefits, and his formula is based on specific components. Sun says he wanted to ask him a few questions, and Terry says he'd be happy to answer them. Sun asks him why his medicine was causing the mice to die, even though they were cured. Terry teaches him the intricacies of the scientific process, which is easily accelerated by hard work. Sun realizes where he made mistakes in the past and understands that he needs to remember them and write them down for future reference. Sun says that he is very ashamed that he did not understand what he was talking about and apologizes to him. Terry says that he came here to talk about cooperation with this company and gives him his medications. He talks about each tablet and pill, adding that each of them individually has an incredible effect. Sun decides to try one of them, feeling that he could use a little boost to perform better. After this, he says that this is very unusual, since an incredibly strong flow of true qi flows throughout the body. Terry says this is exciting news and is preparing to share the formula with his companies. He demands that they keep production costs and prices at a minimum level. Frank's father says that what he admires most in life are noble people like Terry. She asks him if he is really sure he doesn't want to leave his name for this research, but he refuses. After that, they leave, and Frank's father is very happy that his son has made such a wonderful friend. He states that they must quickly bring this medicine to market and prevent the evil machinations of the aliens. Sun says that with this drug they will develop much faster and receive new contracts. Frank says his teammates are truly amazing, and he helped their company solve all of its problems right away. Terry reflects that what they are doing is just the first steps in increasing the overall strength of humanity. After a while, we move to the capital, where major competitions are currently taking place. Terry's application is being closely scrutinized by some, who say they didn't expect him to become the club's president. Cherry says that her younger brother could not be an ordinary person, and they will meet in just a week. Charlie states that this is the beginning of the competition, and they must master the first techniques of the 9 words of truth. Cherry understands that it is impossible to become an expert in everything, but if she doesn't try, she won't see her brother. She declares that she will definitely try to give her best, and will never lose to him. Meanwhile, Terry learns that the pills he brought have proven incredibly effective. Sun states that their effects are particularly noticeable on lower-grade cultivators. Terry asks if everything is ready for mass production, and is told that the price will only be slightly higher than cost. Terry says that this medicine needs to be named, considering that it is supposed to help defeat the aliens. After thinking for a while, he says that this series will be called Bennett Nash, part of a star in the constellation Ursa Major. His interlocutors nod, saying that this is an interesting solution, and understand that they are clearly dealing with an educated person. Terry says that if that's all they wanted to tell him, then he'll probably go because he needs to get ready. Frank's father says he has an idea to make their product a huge hit in this country. He notes that competitions are currently taking place that annually attract the attention of cultivators from all over the country. It offers the Big Ten competition series free of charge for participants to use without cost. He also says it's a bit surprising that Mujong's company has no new products this year. Terry is surprised by this and understands that something is wrong with this family, and it is necessary to find out urgently. We are transported to the very company where the leaders come to the conclusion that they need to do something better. Tyler says their goal is to select the best cultivators for the country, and they can't afford to miss out on this opportunity. He also talks about paying attention to Terry, as he killed one of them. Tyler's son says he is not a loser who lacks the strength to fight and that he will definitely win. Smiling, he says that his cousin was not as good as the others, but he will still avenge his fallen comrade. Tyler advises him to be careful, after which he receives a phone call from another line. Tyler says he's in a hurry and needs to hang up to talk to others. He is notified of the loss of the last alien potion they tested the day before yesterday. Tyler tells him to calm down, saying that he will take care of it, realizing that Eugene used him. He also states that if Eugene was unwilling to act wisely, then he had no choice but to take it upon himself. Meanwhile, we are transported to the university, where a student is called to the roof. Eugene hands the student a potion and tells him that he must use it to get rid of Terry. He also states that this student has no right to lose, and after that, he will make him his disciple. Eugene understands that he cannot kill him under the protection of the university, but he will make sure that he dies in another way. He orders his subordinate to make sure that everything is done correctly, and not to let him down under any circumstances. After a while, another student comes out and asks what the hell is going on here. This student is the vice president of the society named Sylvia Inna, and is responsible for security on the university campus. She doesn't immediately recognize who this person is, but she understands that the person standing next to her is a student who studies in their club. Eugene says that if she understands everything, they will not be able to allow her to live any longer. The student says that it can't come to this, since she is an important person and people will be interested in her death. Eugene telepathically tells me that I need to act quickly and not attract attention. Immediately after this, he turns around and steps on the railing, saying that he will leave the rest to him. Sylvia tries to stop him, telling him that he shouldn't run away because he's breaking the rules. Eugene thinks that today he will show mercy and let him live, but the boy will need to be looked after. He also understands that in the future he will have to destroy everyone who knows their secret, while Sylvia is trying to find him. Looking around, she notes that the man has suddenly disappeared, and the student is glad that he prevented an unnecessary death. Sylvia asks who it was, and he tells her that she should forget about it and thank him later. Sylvia knows something is definitely wrong here, and she has a bad feeling about it, as her intuition tells her so too. She wonders what she should do in this difficult situation, when intrigues are woven around her. Frank feels scared because he is Sylvia's brother, and their mental connection has always been strong. Chester asks him what happened to him, assuming he felt unwell. Terry says that a big competition is approaching, and they have already decided on the main candidates. Their team's main lineup will be Violet, Lulu, and Celine. Frank says that it is very strange, because for some reason, their leader is not on the list. Chester and Hubert ask if they are really that bad that they weren't included in the first team. Lulu says they need to stop talking because the president isn't done talking about the rules yet. Violet asks what he plans to do with the remaining replacement spots. Frank says that she is offering everyone a chance to fight, and whoever wins will be the replacement. Chester and Hubert say they support the proposal because they have been impatient for a long time. Terry says there's no need to worry, as he's going to call up Chester and Frank as replacements. Frank says that a loser like him would just drag everyone down, so it's better not to take him. Terry orders him to shut up immediately, saying that he will never allow his subordinates to retreat. He states that if he doesn't fight properly, when they return, he will beat him on a flagpole for 3 days. Frank realizes that if he contradicted this man more often, there would probably be nothing left of him except his place. Frank feels terribly scared, but Terry just gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder to cheer him up. He states that he and his father expect good results from him, and he believes that he will succeed. After this, he declares that everyone must follow him in order to find Teacher Sheldon. Frank asks where he's taking them and what this special training is, and Terry states that seeing is believing. Terry shows them the battle simulation room, telling them that the mentor is already waiting for them inside. After they go inside, they see giant mechanisms as well as a man watching them. Studying these devices thoughtfully, they say that they have never seen anything like it. Lambert says he's almost finished tweaking the settings, so they should be ready very soon. Terry realizes that this type of simulated training is a required discipline in the army of his past life. After long practice, a cultivator's spiritual powers can develop into a more powerful, almost divine consciousness. Terry shows an example of his training and asks if they have any more questions. Lambert says few students are eligible to apply for simulation training. He advises them to take it seriously, as he only did it because of Terry's authority. Chester, Hubert, and Frank say that they will complete tasks to the maximum and will not slack off at any cost. Frank sits down in a special capsule and wonders how he can defeat a second-tier cultivator. After this, Terry approaches his colleague and begins monitoring the vital signs of the other students. Chester and Hubert are initialized, while the virtual reality continues to load parameters into them. Hubert shows quite good results when fighting an opponent who has taken the form of water. Hubert realizes that his hand is a little numb after fighting such a strong opponent. As he continues to fight him, he says that the strength level indicates that he is a fake second-class cultivator. Chester states that this monster's attacks are too predictable, unlike Terry's. Dodging, he delivers another crushing blow and states that this only makes him try harder. He encounters other techniques that Terry had previously shown them and easily defeats his opponents. Once the simulation is over, they can only breathe a sigh of relief after achieving very good results. Terry praises them, saying they did a great job, and they say it's all thanks to his training. After this, they turn around and look at Frank, trying to figure out why he was still there. Terry says that the simulation needs to be stopped immediately because some kind of error has occurred. Lambert says that Frank's analog spiritual consciousness signals were intertwined, and therefore it will take time. Terry realizes he must turn to his secret techniques to save his friend's life. He decides to use the skill of spiritual liberation to penetrate Frank's mind. Lambert immediately notices this and understands that this technique has long been lost and is practically never found anywhere. Meanwhile, Terry pulls his friend out and tells him that he will need to adjust his training. After some time, the next meeting of the Alliance of Cultivators begins. A 9th-grade cultivator named Lin turns to his comrades and asks them not to worry, assuring them that everything is fine. His colleagues say they have already resolved issues related to the top 10 universities. Cultivator Han says they needed to follow his methodology to avoid problems. Cultivator Shu and Cultivator Han begin to quarrel over which strategy would be more advantageous. Lin asks them why they keep fighting when they have more serious problems. He advises them to pay attention to Van's condition, saying that something terrible has happened to him. Dao asks him not to be angry and says that his health is more important, and Lin states that he is already at a loss of strength. And they immediately tell him that he shouldn't think of himself that way, because he's still strong. Lin states that he has decided that the top 3 competitors in the competition will receive their alliance's core techniques. Meanwhile, we are transported to Beijing Airport, where our comrades are arriving. Frank says that it's his first time in the capital, and he wants to go to a restaurant to finally try duck. Sheldon says that he wants to introduce them to Cherry, who is a member of the military academy. Cherry immediately runs away, causing great surprise to Sheldon, who clearly did not expect this. Terry only has time to turn his head towards the new face when he suddenly realizes that it is his little sister. Cherry immediately rushes to him, saying that they are finally reunited with their beloved brother. Violet grabs his hand sharply in order not to give him up to any girl. Cherry praises him for having managed to win over a true pearl of one of the noblest families. After some time, they head to the competition area to prepare for the upcoming fights. Cherry says this year's competition promises to offer a very generous reward, but what it will be is a secret. She just says that all their rooms are on this side, so they need to get a good rest. Lulu states that if anyone tries to break into their room at night, they will regret it very much. Cherry says that if it's Violet, she should know where Terry's room is. After this, she gets to the right door and makes it knock to be able to enter. Violet cautiously enters the room and finds the protagonist looking out at the city at night. Terry reflects on how this capital is known as the most prosperous cultivation point. He also recalls that no one could have imagined that such a powerful capital would be conquered so quickly. Violet tells him that he shouldn't overwork himself, and Terry responds by saying that this is an exception. Meanwhile, something strange begins to happen on the street, and the police decide to investigate the anomalies. They encounter giant energy tornadoes that constantly move from side to side. And after some time, it becomes clear that there are new people inside this tornado. These people have serial numbers on their necks, and it becomes clear that they are aliens. The police approach them and ask who they are, ordering them to stand still. The leader of the aliens turns to his subordinates and orders them to immediately destroy these people. After they deal with the unfortunate employees, they take over their uniforms. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Beijing sports complex the next day, when the start of the competition is announced. One of the presenters says that everyone looks nervous, but this is normal before the start of such a competition. They also claim that the prizes this time will be incredibly generous, as they will be in the form of knowledge. Frank says that they will be able to go to the library and choose the techniques they need. Frank notes that it's no wonder Cherry's faces didn't say anything, since they were so exhausted that they wouldn't have slept. Terry understands that there must be instability, and that is why the Cultivator agency is putting so much effort into it. He understands that, apparently, he will have to teach his mentor himself in order to speed up the release of a breakthrough theory. He turns to his dear comrades and says that they are obliged to win this competition. The first round of the competition begins, and Sylvia continues to watch that student. Frank quickly spots his sister and realizes that she has decided to come here too. Sylvia comes closer and says that she apologizes, but she needs a minute of their time. Claims that her father told her that Frank was the vice president of the student body, so she came to say hello. She quietly tells him that they should not take part in this competition because it is dangerous. Terry asks who she is, and Sylvia shakes his hand and tells him that she is Frank's sister. The student sent by Eugene turns out to be in love with Sylvia and understands that this is now a personal matter. Terry says that even though they are rivals, they are Chinese, which means they should help each other. Terry turns to Frank and says that he can't believe he has such a good sister. Chester says that Frank is afraid of his sister, so he ran away after saying that he went to the toilet. Terry, meanwhile, looks at his hand and discovers that there is a note there that needs to be read. Frank hums some upbeat noodle songs and heads towards the restroom to wait it out. All this time, he is being watched by a student who understands that this is the perfect moment to attack. After a while, Terry's phone starts ringing as a message arrives. Terry realizes he has received a message from Frank and tries to understand why he decided to contact him. The message contains a photograph of a captive Frank and a caption stating that he should come to a designated location. Chester wonders where Frank went, and Terry states that he will bring him back quickly. Chester states that the round will start in 5 minutes, and Terry says that he will be back quickly. Terry read a note about being wary of a man named Chamber, who most likely kidnapped Frank. Frank hopes that the boss will come here soon to save him and get him out of this trap. Terry says that if he runs away again, he will punish him with tens of thousands of push-ups. Coming closer, he says that he has already arrived, so Chamber can release the prisoner and go out. Chamber reflects on the fact that there are only 4 minutes left until the competition, and there is no time to waste. Terry calls him by name and demands that he be released immediately because he will not repeat it. Chamber quickly rushes past him, leaving a strange ampule with a needle stuck into it on the floor. Terry is trying to figure out what this all means when suddenly a transformed Chamber appears behind him. Terry quickly intercepts his blow, realizing that the man had taken an alien potion to enhance his powers. Terry says it's much more interesting than fighting Muon's pathetic simpletons. Chamber says that if he wants to save this guy, he will have to sacrifice his life. He realizes that if he kills him, he will become Eugene's personal student and then the president of martial arts. Terry quickly gets behind him, saying that he doesn't want to waste his time on such a weakling. Terry also says that he clearly overestimated his strength and attacked a cultivator who had recently broken through. Terry says that even a true 4th grade cultivator is a challenge for him. He then delivers an incredibly light blow that nonetheless sends the opponent flying. Chamber crashes into a wall and loses his fighting ability, saying that such a breakthrough is simply impossible. Terry says that his results are impossible for others, but that doesn't mean they are impossible for him. After a while, the police arrive here, and Sylvia thanks him for saving her brother. Sylvia recalls her brother describing the man as incredibly polite and charming. After a while, the official website of the fight starts, and everyone prepares the arena. Frank's father and son came to support their favorite in this competition. Terry comes out to fight Sylvia and says that they need to start right away and not give each other any breaks. Celine faces off against another opponent, and the crowd tries to figure out who will be the stronger one. Celine remembers that it is better to provoke opponents and tries to mock her opponent. Her opponent says that he is not a coward if she talks to him like that, but he will make her regret it. Celine realizes that the brothers were right, and now after her words, this big fool became very angry. After the referee announces the start of the round, she throws quick and sharp punches, stunning her opponent and throwing him off balance. Just one attack was enough to knock him out of the arena and force him to surrender. The next opponent is a 3rd-class cultivator who has spent a lot of time training. Unfortunately, his fate would be sealed almost immediately as he turned against Violet. As the round begins, this man rushes forward, feeling as if he had been pumped full of a new drug before the fight began. Violet analyzes his movements and realizes that everything turned out exactly as Terry predicted. Violet makes a very sharp move in order to force her opponent into an awkward trap. The enemy immediately admits his defeat, realizing that one more move and he will simply die. Meanwhile, they are trying to understand how great Terry's strength is if his comrades are so strong. Sylvia is preparing to enter the arena after additional training events. Terry passes by Violet and tells her that she did a great job and gave it her all. Frank's father continues to support both fighters because he has warm feelings for both of them. Chester turns to Frank and tells him to hurry up as the round is about to start. Chester asks him why their sister is fighting against them, and Frank states that he didn't know about it. Sheldon muses that it's not worth mentioning now that many students were injured in the wormhole. Sylvia tells him not to worry, and Terry promises he'll give it his all. After this, they both take their positions, and the referee says that the third round begins. Sylvia immediately begins to strike with incredible speed, but this is not enough. Terry counters these attacks and says they are too slow, too rough, or too weak. Sylvia realizes that the gap between them and this man is a real abyss, and she has already spent her energy. Terry walks up to her and puts his finger to her forehead, telling her that this fight is not over yet. He encourages her to use her hips to more actively release bodily energy. Sylvia follows his advice and feels her inner chakras being released quite quickly. Terry invites her to attack him, and she carries out this command immediately. He says that her speed has become much better, but there is still one drawback. After this, he throws her off balance, saying that her center of gravity was unstable. Sylvia says that she admits defeat, and he is just terrible because she is not his equal. Terry laughs because she has good body control and needs to work harder to get even stronger. It is said that Terry's team won a convincing victory over their opponents without losing a single duel. The cultivators are watching the proceedings closely and even placing their bets on who will win. Khan states that it is too early for them to rejoice since there is nothing funny about it yet. He also says that he cannot guarantee that these guys will not betray their radical desires. He notes that he has to cherry-pick talent from the program's pool in order to utilize the bright, outstanding kids. Lin emphasizes that they need to monitor what is happening more closely to prevent mistakes. He also states that it is important to remember that a fighter's origin does not matter. Meanwhile, the aliens say that the alliance of cultivators is becoming weaker every year. They capture some military facility and say that it is time to put on a real show. The alien says that they are finally ready to show these little people what fear is. After this, he declares that we need to go higher in order to see how these children will play. The announcer says that another round of competition between the two universities is now underway. Terry moves forward to meet his opponent, hoping that he will give him a good warm-up. In front of Terry is the head of the martial arts club of another university named Ingvar, who acts arrogantly. Terry says it would be great if they did everything they could to give their best. Ingvar says that it's not that bad, but he's still not strong enough to defeat him. Scanning him with his skill, he tries to understand whether this person will really fight him head-on like that. After that, he decides to show him the huge gap between the second and third class cultivators. Each of them demonstrates their inner strength without revealing their maximum potential. Those who observe this say that this is an internal energy that is usually used quite rarely. The announcer says that, according to the tournament rules, such a confrontation between representatives of the two sides is permitted. He also states that winning by default brings victory to the whole team, and Ingvar feels bad. Terry says he forgot to mention that he recently managed to get into third grade. He realizes that there is a strange guy standing behind him who is hiding his aura, but he is still visible. This scoundrel says that in this group there are not only cultivators, but also worthy representatives of the human race. Ingvar demands that he not look back, as his opponent is on the other side. Terry says he's in a big hurry, so it would be great if they could finish the match quickly. After this, he begins to increase his pressure, and Ingvar can only try to respond to this. Ingvar says that he should have been the one to say that it was all over, so it was too early to give up. And his spiritual energy takes the form of a shark in order to try to absorb Terry's energy. Ingvar happily says that he could have easily done this at the very beginning and managed to cope with it. Terry recommends that he look at the shape of his internal energy and chuckles, saying that nothing is over yet. Ingvar immediately turns around to find out what is happening to his inner energy beast. His energy is really starting to crack at an incredible speed, and Ingvar doesn't understand how this is possible. Terry says that he has a lot of internal energy, but it is not completely pure, so he cannot destroy other energy. Ingvar begins to feel simply disgusting as his body gives in under the onslaught and pressure. He falls to the ground and loses all his armor, feeling that this is a clear sign that he has lost. Ingvar understands that this is a shameful departure and he is destroyed, since he was defeated by some newcomer that no one knows about yet. Lambert approaches Terry and says that he didn't expect him to be able to get to third grade so quickly. He also states that the military sent a message asking Master Sheldon to return to his team. Terry understands that such an urgent replacement is due to serious fluctuations in the wormhole's behavior. Meanwhile, we move to the women's locker room, where at the moment there is practically no one. Celine sits down on the bench and says that the boss really did finish the match instantly. She is sad that he did not have the opportunity to fight his opponents and show his best side. Lulu says that this is actually the right move, since the opponents are too weak right now. Violet states that now it's time to focus on the next match and prepare for it. Lulu says 3 elite martial arts schools entered last year's second qualifier. Violet understands what kind of schools these are and hopes that they will be ready to meet these fighters. Lulu and Celine continue to discuss potential rivals, trying to figure out who would be more beneficial for them. Violet, meanwhile, reflects on the fact that among her opponents, there are those who may represent the family to which she is engaged. Celine comes up behind her and tells her that it's time for them to take a shower to prepare for the fight. Violet immediately uses the sword's energy to wean Celine away from such indecent conclusions. After this, they head to the shower to freshen up and gain strength before the next match. Violet says there's nothing better than a hot bath, right before a fight to help you unwind. She realizes that since she and Terry are already engaged, she needs to cancel the prenuptial agreement at any cost. She says she is ready to act decisively and even give up her name if necessary. However, after a few seconds, she feels the heavens begin to shake with incredible intensity. The alarm starts and a siren sounds from all speakers, recommending evacuation immediately. Celine, Violet, and Lulu simultaneously come to the conclusion that they are under some kind of external attack. Terry immediately calls Violet to give her some very important information about what happened. He asks them if everything is okay, and then decides to get straight to the point about the situation. Terry states that unknown enemies have invaded here, and the enemy is targeting a specific location, so they cannot leave. Violet says it's very dangerous, but Terry says she should trust him, because everything will be okay. He also recommends that she get dressed next time, before answering a call while in the bathroom. After that, he immediately turns around and hangs up, realizing that he has more important problems right now. Looking at him, he realizes that this guy really doesn't read anything, and was able to pull it off quickly. Teachers Godric and Imran come to the defense of the graduates, recommending that everyone leave immediately. Citrine also joins them, demanding that the students not panic and leave here to see the teacher. The alien says that he came here to take these nobodies with him. Godric orders him to shut up immediately, as the enemy must be killed quickly and not be treated with ceremony. Godric and Lambert immediately rush to the attack, but this villain, hopefully, is very quickly crushed. The alien delivers quick and precise energy strikes to deal with them. After that, he flies into the air and asks how the pathetic 6th grade cultivators dare to shout in front of him. Citrine understands that if this creature can fly, then he is at the level of an 8th class cultivator. Terry realizes that this enemy will be far more serious than all the other enemies he has faced. Citrine casts healing spells on her allies to help them recover quickly. Lambert says there is a huge gap between 6th and 8th grade that cannot be bridged. The alien wonders if this is all that teachers at famous universities are capable of. Raising his hand, he says that they are all trash who should burn in hell for their weakness. A few seconds later, a very bright flash appears behind him, which distracts his attention. Fargo always arrives and unleashes a powerful attack that only narrowly fails to penetrate the alien's defenses. The soldier states that he is a lieutenant colonel of the Cultivation League named Fargo. The alien says that he has finally met someone worthy among all the other fighters. He takes aim and says that he must fight one-on-one so that he can finish him off without effort. Fargo avoids these attacks with his incredible speed and clone creation technique. Citrine wonders if anyone else from the Imperial Military Academy is here today. Godric and Imran talk about how they need to join this fight as soon as possible to help him. Fargo orders them to put the conversation aside and heal up before attempting to re-enter the fray. Citrine is trying her best to speed up their recovery before the battle. Lambert comes to his senses faster than the others and, together with the other fighters, surrounds this scoundrel. Fargo says that you just need to block all his escape routes and stay out of his way so that he doesn't hurt anyone. The alien starts laughing, saying that this is a rather funny development of events, and he becomes a little interested. Fargo attacks him, saying that he will make him regret those words and destroy him in a second. The alien twists sharply from the powerful blow and dives down to deliver another blow. He then unleashes an incredible counterattack that even a fighter like Fargo can't dodge. He is thrown to the side by the strong momentum his body receives and crashes into the wall, breaking through part of it. A contented alien suggests that a pathetic person thinks too much about himself and his powers. Godric understands that knocking out such a fighter with one blow is an incredibly difficult task. The alien smiles and says that he is actually a 9th grade cultivator. Looking at them, he states that they should feel despair and stop trying to resist. Terry quickly changes his clothes and says that he needs to stop making jokes like that. He shakes off the policeman's hat, which has been lying on the ground all this time and is quite dusty. After this, he appears behind him, saying that he could not even detect the enemy's breath. He calls him a weakling and forcefully kicks him forward, saying that he brazenly lies in front of other people. Having decided to test how this is possible, since he does not feel the movement of this person even with a strong desire, he assumes he was simply inattentive and turns around to launch a powerful counterattack. Their battle turns out to be so fast that it is almost impossible to follow from the sidelines. Terry and the alien continue to exchange blows, and our hero says that the trash needs to be cleaned up on time. He also says that he needs to finish this business quickly in order to get these clothes back. Immediately after this, he takes aim and delivers several very precise blows to vital organs. The fighter says that all of this does not correspond to the information provided about his alien brothers. After this, he desperately says that if this is so, then they must all die together, because he will blow up the central boiler. This information has a very serious impact on everyone present, as it is a real terrorist attack. Everyone is wondering what the hell this means, and hoping that the worst can be avoided. The alien realizes that his energy was blocked, and he was unable to detonate the explosive device. Terry says he doesn't understand how they managed to get through to 9th grade, but the energy inside them is very unstable. He states that it is quite difficult to control such unstable energy, so this can be taken advantage of. He also states that his levitation is maintained solely by his will, and that this has now come to an end. After this, he turns off this ability, and the alien begins to fall like a stone at full speed. He claims to take him with him, but Terry claims he won't be able to trigger the bomb. The alien realizes too late that his abilities have also been blocked, and he will not be able to achieve the desired result. After this, it lands incredibly accurately in the trash with a special mark indicating that it cannot be recycled. Everyone else looks at this fighter in surprise, saying what kind of warrior is this who came here to save them all? They immediately bow before him, saying that they can at least thank him for his timely help. Terry says he's been a great help, and emphasizes that his work is pathetic trash that expresses humanity. After this, they state that they must remember that their cultivation has no limit, and that the 9th grade is not the limit. He claims that there are people outside of all dimensions, and there their power goes into infinity, which has no limit. After he delivers such a fiery speech, he leaves, saying that is all. The teachers watch him, trying to figure out how seriously he had just discussed the topic of infinity of power. Fargo says that if the realm of infinity really exists, then it is salvation for humanity. Meanwhile, we are transported to one of the stadium's offices, which is now absolutely empty. Terry quickly gets here, realizing that everything is finally over and he has time to heal. He realizes that he has risked too much to temporarily raise his combat condition to the 9th grade. Fortunately, the microscopic hardening technique he practices sublimates cells and strengthens the body. In this way, he was able to prevent irreversible changes and quickly heal his wounds. He also realizes that, apparently, the aliens have already begun their infiltration with the help of these minions. Terry speculates that his revival somehow altered the world's timeline and sped up the process. This means that the breakthrough theory will inevitably be discovered in the near future, and all that is needed is to help Hillary. Meanwhile, we move to the entrance of the stadium, around which a huge number of trucks have gathered. And all processes are subject to excellent surveillance in order to establish the necessary intelligence data. The observer turned out to be a camouflaged bird, so that no one would arouse any suspicion. Having collected the necessary data, she flies away, saying that she is finally ready to return to base. Someone unknown is directing these processes from the darkness in order to obtain as much intelligence as possible. The cybernetic personality hidden behind the hood states that they have acquired even more data for this operation. After analyzing what happened, they say that their experiment failed and that adjustments need to be made in future attempts. He states that the experiment has many disadvantages compared to a real terrestrial class 9th star. One of the unknown people states that they need to find out who this guy really was and catch him at any cost. Another alien reassures him, stating that one warrior alone cannot cope with their great plan. After some time, we are transported to a completely different place, full of mysterious torches. This place looks like a temple and clearly belongs to an alien race. In fact, this temple is called the headquarters of the Ascension cult, where alien life forms are located. Followers greet their mentor by bowing in a welcoming gesture in order to respect him. A cybernetic man appears before them, declaring that their all-powerful alien master has given them instructions. He states that they must obey their master until death and carry out his orders. Another person says that the 9th grade is so strong that they do not have enough capacity to complete the task. Smiling, the cult follower says that their lord had already foreseen such a development of events. With these words, he hands them 5 vials of divine energy serum that will strengthen them. He notes that they were also given new calculation stone scepters designed for Earth star cultivators. Followers say they praise an alien star and the holiness with his incredible wisdom. The cultists believe that their ascension is just around the corner and that they just need to choose the right moment to strike. Fargo reports that the Imperial Division's rescue efforts have been completed and 3 criminals have been captured. The Cultivation Alliance says Fargo has done a great job and they thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Lin says there are 2 leaders who lead the cleanup team. He also says that the sites were attacked at the same time by traitors, one of whom was called Feng Long. They also mention that it was a cultivator who came to the rescue and was able to defeat him without any problems. Lin emphasizes that since this person does not want to reveal his identity, he should not be disturbed. Other cultivators say that such strong fighters are too rare to pass up the opportunity to meet them. After this, they come to the conclusion that these guys came prepared and we need to wait for their next move. Khan says they will be laughed at by the world if they cancel the competition after 2 minor attacks. Shu says that this is true. She targets potential competitors to demoralize them. They all come to the conclusion that they need to send someone for protection and practice online duels. After some thought, they come to the conclusion that this is the best option to ensure safety. Khan thinks his idea will be ideal because it takes into account the interests of one specific family. Meanwhile, the correspondent says that all personnel have now been safely evacuated. She also says that, according to live observations, this mysterious man appeared just in time. His last words before disappearing are broadcast to the entire world so that everyone understands that 9th grade is not the limit. After this, we are transported to a cozy place that our hero has chosen to take a little rest. A waitress in a distinctive outfit approaches him and says that she has brought him his tea. Terry carefully reads the newspaper, which talks about the heirs of a famous family who united people. He says that the attackers were weaker than Fang Long, which means he was the strongest of them all. Frank asks him why the boss reads newspapers the same way his grandfather did, not realizing that Terry is actually 67 years old. Sitting down in front of him, she says that all her comrades are practicing, and she has no competitors. She also says it's great that they made it to the semifinals earlier than planned. Lambert comes closer to them and asks them if they are talking about something important and haven't called him. Lambert states that he brings the latest news from the Cultivators Alliance regarding the latest tournament. He tells him that this tournament will take place in virtual reality, so they won't have to take any risks. After a while, we are transported to a virtual reality training base in the Alliance of Cultivators. Terry wears a virtual reality headset all the time, talking about the need to remember to concentrate. After some time, all participants materialize in a new reality that looks amazing. Terry realizes that keeping Frank out was the right decision because he has serious problems. One of the people says that new rules need to be discussed because this training is not normal. The head of the martial arts club, Sanshin, immediately starts being rude to him and asks him to get out of the way. Everyone starts looking at the 3 of them in surprise and trying to figure out what they were up to. Some of them say that Chompy and Brandon also came here along with Sanshin. Sanshin asks where the winner of the martial arts exam they are looking for is. Brandon smiles and says that it's just funny, since they are unlikely to have any problems with him. However, he immediately points to him from the crowd, also noting that Violet is standing next to him. Brandon claims to be the president of martial arts at one of the universities and has heard a lot about the young talent. He immediately approaches Violet and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, but she reacts to him coldly. Sanshin states that he wanted to talk to Terry right before the competition started, and Terry offers to meet him after the fight. Sanshin smiles and says that it's a waste of time, and Chompy says that he doesn't quite understand what needs to be done. Terry smiles and says that Mujon was as polite as his relatives and greeted him when they met. These words have an incredible impact on his opponents, who cannot leave them unanswered. Chompy and Sanshin immediately stop, after which the tension between the 3 begins to rise. Chompy says that in this case, they will have a future couple from 2 wonderful families. Chompy reflects that his life is worth nothing to him, and that death would be a blessing for him. Terry realizes that Chompy brought Sanshin here on purpose to pit them against each other. Brandon apparently is the same son who is now engaged to Violet. Violet says that she would like to talk to him about what will happen next between them. However, after some time, the system says that new rules for this mode will now be announced. After this, he comes closer to her, saying that he would like to talk to her a little more. He hands her a flower, saying that he knows perfectly well how she feels about him. He states that they should talk after the competition, so that she can do everything in her power to make sure everything goes well. Meanwhile, the announcer says that in this battle, it will be necessary to fight a simulation of a spirit beast. They also create a special storage ring for everyone, in which everyone can leave their loot. He states that players who experience severe discomfort in the spiritual space will be sent back to the real world. After this, they begin to create in front of them the very beasts that must be destroyed. Initially, these spirits look quite cute and do not pose any serious threat to people. However, it quickly becomes clear that this is just a cover for brutal monsters that attack everything in sight. The competition begins, after which these spirits begin to attack everyone they can reach. Some cultivators run away to save their lives because it is too scary for them. Terry almost immediately rushes into battle to begin destroying one spirit beast after another. He already has 29 points, despite the fact that the competition has only just begun. One of them is defeated, saying that he must take these glasses, otherwise he will simply die. Terry says that it would be too boring, so he probably won't do anything like that. His comrade is immediately sent flying towards a huge pile of free points to do it for him. Meanwhile, Terry feels a deadly needle technique flying towards him, which he needs to react to. He immediately turns away from the series of brutal attacks that were directed at him. Chompy says that the president is very good because he scored more than 20 points in one fell swoop, but that's only half the battle. He says that he has always been a law-abiding person, but now he can act according to his principles. Meanwhile, Violet continues to destroy monsters, realizing that they are rapidly gaining points. After some time, Terry finds himself surrounded by improved beasts that look more sinister. He understands that something is wrong with them, but this does not stop him from destroying them quite effectively in one go. He realizes that the previous beasts randomly attacked all the players on the field, but these ones are targeting only him. Chompy watches him, thinking that the real test is about to begin. After this, he makes several movements, giving orders to the animals so that they choose their target. The most powerful and advanced beasts choose Violet as their primary target to destroy her. Brandon rushes to her aid, telling her to be careful, as it is quite dangerous. Terry immediately appears next to her, in order to destroy the monsters before he gets here. Brandon asks if everything is okay, and Violet immediately starts snuggling up to Terry. Brandon watches what is happening carefully, and understands that something is clearly wrong here. Terry says that he was just attacked by 10 second-rank spirit beasts at the same time. He adds that they have one thing in common, as there is no technique that the spirit beast is based on. Chompy says that he didn't do it on purpose, as his body naturally emits spiritual energy during battle. Terry says that no one is a saint, because Chompy has not mastered the techniques well enough yet. Chompy says that he will definitely make him pay for such a humiliation of his dignity. Terry just rests tensely, realizing that this is another empty talker, whom he will defeat quite quickly. Chompy asks if he is too scared, stating that he will not let him beg for mercy. However, one of the students advises him to turn around, saying that every day he is in serious danger. Chompy turns around to find that two giant beasts have already snuck up on him. He doesn't have time to do anything, because they quickly destroy him with their sharp teeth. These beasts turn out to be even more powerful, and this begins to worry the students who ended up here. Terry understands that these naive boys are still too young to compete with him. Brandon says that spirit animals can become stronger by eating the spiritual energy of their victims, so you shouldn't expose yourself to that. Everyone else raises their fists and says that this is the right idea, and they need to build on it in the future. After some time, they decide to take a little rest in order to regain their strength before the next dash. Terry takes first place with a whopping 121 points, with Brandon just one kill behind him. Sanshin follows them with a score of 93 points, but the competition is not over yet. The winner is unknown. Brandon enjoys incredible attention from girls who look at him almost constantly. After the final stage of the competition, Terry still holds the lead and wins. Violet is waiting for the moment when she can have a normal conversation with Brandon, who still doesn't understand anything. She tells him seriously that she would like him to ask to call off their engagement and tell her. Brandon looks at her with a slightly surprised look, trying to understand why she decided to refuse this. After this, he says that the contract was made by the elders, and it is not in his power to cancel it. Terry states that there is no need for this, since he is already engaged to Violet, and no one in the world can separate them. Brandon says that he understands everything perfectly, and if they are so sincere, then he will respect their decisions. He notes that the marriage contract involves two families, and he fears that he alone will not be enough to convince them. Violet accepts the yellow rose he hands her, and tells him that she will try her best too. Terry says that he doesn't need to defend him too much, and that he should just report the situation truthfully. After this, he ends his conversation and begins to slowly walk away to do his business. Brandon watches him go and starts waving his hand to show that he doesn't care. After this, she turns to the one standing behind him and asks him what he needs. Chompy says that he wanted to ask him something, but the two got ahead of him and spoke to him. Chompy states that their families are friends, so they should be friends too and help each other. Chompy says that capturing one's own wife is the greatest crime that causes rage. She talks about how Terry has provoked their family in the past and is trash that needs to be destroyed. Chompy also says that if rumors of a broken engagement spread between the families, a scandal is sure to ensue. Brandon abruptly knocks his hand off his shoulder and says that he has many other things to do. He tells him that he needs to go to the library, so he is not ready to talk about it now. Meanwhile, our heroes celebrate their incredible victory, which was achieved through superhuman efforts. They decided to celebrate this victory by heading to karaoke to have a really good time. However, Terry and Violet still haven't arrived, which leaves them wondering where they went. Celine immediately tries to contact her in order to find out why they haven't come here yet. Terry is in his room, thinking about how much time he has before they go to the library tomorrow. He reflects on the fact that, judging by the results of the competition, the Alliance is pre-selecting students to be sent into the wormhole. However, it is also clear that even in this case, this will be just a drop in the ocean, given the level of threats. He realizes that the only way to stop the alien forces is to break through with the kingdom theory. After this, he looks at the internal energy of the spiritual stone and realizes that it has been exhausted. Spiritual stones are no longer enough to satisfy his need for rapid advancement. He will have to urgently look for alternative ways to increase the speed of his cultivation. Once they receive the remnants of the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory book, it will be available in a couple of months at most. Meanwhile, Violet is fighting Charlie, but the reason for this fight is still unclear. Charlie tells her not to get involved with Terry, adding that she should have listened to him. Violet says that she hid it from him because she was afraid that he would try to stop her. She states that this marriage contract will be annulled even if she is kicked out of the family, because she doesn't care. Charlie feels that his sister is incredibly strong, and he cannot cope with her no matter how hard he tries. He realizes that she has a questionable talent for fencing, and he simply has no chance of defeating her. Violet says that the winner of the duel has been determined, which means he no longer has to worry about this issue. Charlie says that their marriage is a pact between the two most powerful families in China, and they are simply insignificant in front of them. Violet says that she doesn't care at all because she believes in her lover and his strength. Charlie tries to stop her, but she simply turns around and walks away, ignoring him. Charlie understands that these are futile attempts, since only a fool would separate lovers. However, he understands that he needs to help them somehow, since he is her brother. After some time, he calls Brandon and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He also apologizes for Violet insulting him, and he states that he needs to say a few words about it. After some time, Sanshin, Terry, and Brandon head to meet with one of the cultivators. They greet him, and he reveals that he is a master alchemist who is responsible for the translation in the library. He gives them a secret medicine that was given as a small gift for their success. Terry is surprised that Master Shu, who was always so careful, offered him these medicines. Shu declares that now that they are all here, he will not waste their time anymore and will transport them to the library. Sanshin asks if they need to enter virtual reality again. They reassure him that it is a teleportation spell, and so there is nothing to worry about. Terry muses that this library is top secret, after which they dissolve into space. Shu says they have 30 minutes to choose any book from the library and return to this place. He also says that the projection beneath their feet is a plan of the pavilion that needs to be quickly studied. Brandon says that these entrances must correspond to the 8 trigrams and the 8 doors that are hidden behind them. Brandon notes that they need to solve the puzzle, as it is unclear which door they will need. Terry remembers that in a past life he found the remains of ancient books, and now he still has to try. He knows where these fragments are, but he doesn't have much time to collect them. Terry moves forward and is immediately bombarded with a huge number of arrows and swords. Terry smiles and realizes that he is already well prepared for such tests and knows what to do. The giant guillotine blocking the way is just a pathetic attempt to throw him off the right track. The thing is that he has already passed through these traps, so he knows perfectly well where they are located. He runs quickly forward, then stops, trying to figure out what he should do next. Suddenly turns around and asks the person who was watching him to come into the light and not spy on him. Brandon comes out from around the corner and says that Terry's technique and movements are truly inimitable. Terry says he's not as good as his stalking skills, and Brandon says he also found this book. After this, he smiles and says that, apparently, they are looking for the same book. Terry says that the structure of the Alliance Library is very well thought out and mysterious. Brandon passes by, saying that in that case their goals are different, so he apologizes to him. As he walks further, he smiles a little, and Terry realizes that this man is not as simple as he seems. After this, he decides that he shouldn't get carried away in thinking about this topic because he doesn't have much time. Luckily, he knows the location of the library because the Elder divided the library into 8 gates. The section he has now found himself in is a collection of books devoted to the theory of celestial dimensions. After this, he uses his spiritual energy to scan these books and find what he needs. After some time, he does not find a single fragment and tries to understand whether he was mistaken. A few seconds later, he hears a strange noise and turns around, trying to understand what happened. An unknown figure runs out of the secret door and says that she did not expect to see Terry here. Terry quickly looks at this silhouette to figure out who is talking to him. He asks him to stop, saying that there is poisonous gas behind him that prevents him from speaking normally. Terry guesses that he must be trapped in one of the library's countless corridors. Immediately after this, he grabs him and slams him into the wall so that he can come to his senses a little and catch his breath. Sanshin asks him how he dares to attack him, and Terry states that he has a problem because of the poison. Sanshin says that he had already taken this medicine beforehand, but it did not help him much. Terry tosses him his medicine, telling him he can take it since he doesn't need it right now. Sanshin thanks him, saying that he didn't think he would be so generous to his partners. The cultivators continue to watch this test, saying that Terry is a good fighter and a righteous man. Han tries to draw attention to Brandon's achievement, who has already taken the book and emerged unharmed. Sanshin says that if it weren't for his medicine, he would already be dead or would remain half disabled. Immediately after this, he begins to dig through a pile of books, trying to figure out which one will suit him best. After some time, his attempts reach their logical conclusion, given the nature of this library. One of the books turns out to be a trap, which opens a giant hatch right under their feet and plunges them down. Terry jumps from side to side to avoid getting seriously injured or bruised. He lands softly on the wooden floor and finds himself in a secret room surrounded by many cabinets. Sanshin lands less softly and tries to figure out what this place is and why it is so dark. Terry realizes that if there isn't a single fragment of a book in the library, it means they are all here. Terry says that this library must contain books that have been classified but not yet shelved. He understands that the energy fluctuations of the black box make it impossible to break it without a fifth-class system. Sanshin asks him not to be sad, saying that he can get any book he is looking for. After this, he uses the 24 kill technique to bury himself in a huge pile of books. A few seconds later, he takes out the special notebook that Terry had been looking for all this time, declaring that he had completed the task. Han says that this is against the rules, and Dao reminds him that there are no rules governing such actions. Lin advises them both to remain silent, because if they were able to obtain this book, then it is their destiny. Meanwhile, Terry helps Sanshin stop the bleeding that he is experiencing due to his injury. In their past life, they joined the Alliance at the same time and were together in many battles. Sanshin looks closely at the fragments he collected, saying that this is an Earth-class technique. Terry says that this is not the book he wanted to find and hands it over to him to memorize. After this, he realizes that they have 1 minute left, so he must hurry. He thinks for a long time about what he should do and how to find that very fragment that he has been looking for all this time. After a while, a brilliant idea strikes him and he immediately runs towards one of the cabinets. He realizes that the unnamed fragments were written by ancient masters and he was looking in the wrong place. Sanshin looks around carefully and says that the book they need simply isn't here. Terry realizes that he must have missed something if he hasn't been able to find the book yet. After a while, he realizes that perhaps this book is a support for the leg of a table or some cabinet. The library regularly got rid of books it didn't consider worthwhile, and this was one of those cases. Terry quickly reaches out his hand as his body slowly begins to dissipate. Sanshin, upon his return, asks him if he was able to obtain the very book he was looking for. Terry happily shows him the book, which he managed to pull out from under the table in the blink of an eye. Brandon looks at them carefully and realizes that they have brought some piece of waste paper with them. Shu says that he is glad that they returned safe and sound and overcame all the traps. He then states that he will send them back, but Terry remains in place after they are teleported. Terry asks where he should go, and he states that the boss invited him for a personal interview. Terry thanks him, realizing that the head of the Alliance is watching him, even though he never met him in his past life. Unfortunately, in his past life, the master died prematurely due to injury and illness that appeared after the war. Despite this man's great contribution, his descendants acted in selfish interests, and this negated his efforts. Terry reaches the Alliance leader's office and greets him, saying that he is grateful for the invitation. Lin says that he can be called a teacher, although he has not officially accepted this title. He states that the Alliance thoroughly vetted him to see who they were dealing with before taking him on as an apprentice. He notes that he helped the Alliance in investigating various cases and is also the winner of all competitions. Lin looks at him carefully, after which she says that now they will be connected to each other. He states that his parents were students of his second student, who treated them as his own children. However, during the rescue operation of the observatory, they and the army were ambushed and died heroically. Terry says that life and death are different for everyone, and heaven is impartial in this matter, so nothing can be done. Lin asks him if he knows why this competition gives out generous prizes, and Terry comes up with a theory. He suggests that the Cultivation Alliance considers talents as opposed to wormholes, and Lin notes his clear mind. Terry talks about the need to find peace within, and then fight back against external enemies. He adds that they must strengthen themselves without fear of their enemies, because cultivation is endless. He states that the younger generation should strive for betterment, and Lin states that it is a very impressive speech. He looks at him, thinking that if they have this child, then humanity will be saved. Lin asks if he can look at the book he picked out from the library, and Terry shows him the book. Lin notes that he finds the book useless, and that it would be great if he could go back and choose something better. Terry says that he has studied the theory of kingdom breakthrough, so he knows that this book is truly invaluable. In her past life, Hillary used the first half of the book as the basis for her theory. Later, cultivator scientists found the remains of the second half in the library and were on their way to another breakthrough. Lin asks if with this book, her and his teacher's theory on how to break into the kingdom will be successful. Terry says he doesn't know the future, but he assumes it will be like this. He also says that it can never be the merit of just one person, ignoring the abilities of ordinary people. Lin suddenly asks him if he is willing to follow him in order to learn. Terry kneels and then folds his hands in a respectful gesture, indicating that he is completely at his disposal. Terry says he would like to return to university to help his professor complete his research. He states that he will return in a month or a week, depending on whether he succeeds in achieving results. Lin realizes that he can let this man do his thing for another month and then teach him everything. Terry turns around and realizes that the great master, like all people like him, is always thinking about the human alliance. The radio is saying that the arts club under Terry's leadership has been going through a tough time this year. However, despite all the problems, they were able to overcome the difficulties and emerge victorious from this situation. The principal says that their school was able to achieve such good results this time thanks to courage. Terry gives a pep talk, saying that the cultivators' attack should have also warned them of the danger. He states that they, as the younger generation of cultivators, are the foundation of the future and must fight. The girls watching him say that they will train hard from tomorrow. The director says that his speech was quite good, and the university gives them victory points and awards. Terry says that Celine will be in charge of the interview, but he has urgent matters and will not participate. Celine immediately takes Dwayne aside, telling him that he doesn't have to worry because she knows what she's doing. Dwayne understands that they are not trying for the sake of reputation, but for the sake of the fate of humanity, and this is very respectful. Terry hopes that he will now have no distractions and will return to the teacher. After some time, he gets to a specialized research laboratory to visit Hillary. He quickly looks inside and asks how the teacher is doing, hoping that everything is fine. However, he discovers a rather disturbing sight as Hillary has lost consciousness and fallen to the ground. Terry quickly approaches her and feels her body burning as she is ill with something quite serious. Terry knows she needs to relieve the symptoms of fatigue or the consequences will be dire. He decides to take care of her internal energy in order to cleanse the meridians and correct everything that was disturbed. Terry realizes that with such a determined character, it's no wonder she became a master of theory in her past life. After some time, Hillary gradually comes to her senses, slowly opens her eyes and looks around. She wonders where she is, what is most important, not understanding where her glasses have gone. Terry hands her the glasses, saying that he had been helplessly waiting for her to finally come to her senses after fainting. Hillary asks him why he is here, because he was supposed to go to this competition. Terry says that the competition was over and he came back, saw her on the floor, so he healed her. He also asks her to drink the decoction even if she is busy, as she cares about her health. Hillary is very impressed by such incredible care from her student. Terry asks her what happened to her because she looks like she's thinking about something. Hillary looks on and says that she is just thinking about the next step in her research. Terry happily says that he has brought her a real find and shows her this book. Terry says that ancient techniques are not necessarily passed down orally, and sometimes they may even be written down. Hillary says that this could very well be the half of the book they have been looking for 100 years. Terry says that this is indeed the case, and Hillary happily declares that this makes a big difference. She talks about how her family has been dedicated to studying this theory for generations. She also says that one of her ancestors accidentally received a strange book without a cover and was amazed. After studying the materials that were there, he creates his own description of these things in order to convey it to others. Hillary states that in his final moments, he instructs his descendants to study this book in order to break through further. She also thanks him, saying that this at least proves that her theory is viable. Hillary looks down sadly and says that there is still something she cannot do. She states that at her current level, she will not be able to penetrate the knowledge contained in this book. However, she says that she will still try in the hope of finding the right way. Terry says he can take her to the virtual reality room to help her progress faster. Terry says the combination of spiritual energy and virtual reality can produce incredible results. Hillary happily hugs him, saying that this is indeed a very interesting assumption. After this, she gets to her feet and says that it is necessary to come to an agreement with Mr. Lambert. Terry reflects that when it comes to research, she becomes excited like a child. 3 days later, he greets her again, and she asks him if he managed to break through. Terry asks how she knew this, and Hillary states that she practices the skill GoldenEye. Lambert says he is willing to lend her the equipment for 4 days, given its value. Lambert realizes that Terry is just entering the 3rd grade of cultivation in competition. Terry and Hillary say they are ready to continue their immersion in virtual reality. Lambert says the data transfer has begun and then uploads it to a new location. Terry says that they must go through the forest to the sacred mountain and find the answer to this mystery. Lambert asks what the situation is, as he cannot see what is going on there. The information contained in the Celestial Book is so vast that it is difficult to download into virtual reality. Hillary says that the ancient book contains many useful elixirs that can be studied. Terry says they don't have much time to just go for walks now. Hillary states that she must write down their appearance and personality because they will definitely come in handy. Terry realizes that she has forgotten the purpose of this trip and says that she needs to destroy her illusions. It disperses all these flowers quite quickly since they were created here artificially. Hillary looks around in surprise, trying to understand why these plants have scattered. Terry says that this virtual reality only shows what a person wants to see. Hillary says she must remain conscious at all times and not be deceived by illusions. Terry expresses confidence that she can do it because she is a great master. After some time, they decide to move on in order to continue their path to great knowledge. Terry asks if it is worth going to the sacred mountain, but receives the answer that it is an illusion that should not be deceived. Terry states that if they go the other way, then they will actually get to her. After 3 hours of walking in the opposite direction, they are already approaching the foot of the sacred mountain. Hillary falls to her knees and says that she is very tired, and Terry asks her not to relax. He states that they need to hurry, as he has a very bad feeling about this. Hillary hides behind him and asks about that suspicious noise that came out of nowhere. Terry tells her not to worry, while several wolves come out of nowhere. These wolves form a pack that surrounds our heroes and does not allow them to escape. Hillary starts to cling to him, trying to figure out what she should do, because she has absolutely no fighting skills. One of the wolves takes a few steps towards them and then makes a sharp jump. Terry gathers his strength and punches him in the face, only to immediately throw him aside. At that very moment, other wolves pounce on him, and Hillary warns him to be careful. Terry uses the Storm Spiral skill to deal powerful area damage. He understands that these wolves are not that strong, but there are a lot of them, so it is better not to drag out this fight. Having concentrated his forces, he decides to finish everything quickly, so as not to run out of steam. He makes a sharp movement to create multiple wind blades that injure animals. This technique doesn't require much effort, but it brings amazing results for the investment. Hillary realizes that Terry's inner energy has just flared up and increased many times over. After this, he calms down and tries to restore his breathing in order to continue his journey. However, another wolf materializes in front of him again, and another pack comes after it. Terry watches this process closely and realizes that he needs to stop fighting them in order to win. Hillary says that these wolves are part of the illusion of a heavenly book filled with divine meaning. Terry understands that cultivators are different from normal people. Most of them are self-confident. Meanwhile, the wolves are slowly approaching them, getting ready to strike. Terry grabs Hillary roughly, telling her to hold on to him as tightly as possible. After this, he immediately rushes forward with the help of wind forces in order to escape from the wolves. In a few decisive, quick leaps, she finds herself on a high stone bridge where there are no wolves. Terry understands that the teacher is only in the 4th grade of cultivation and is having a hard time coping. Hillary suddenly comes to her senses and says that they have lost a lot of time, so they need to move on. Terry realizes that despite her weakness, her mind's strength still remains mature. After a while, they begin to climb higher, although this turns out to be a rather dubious task. Hillary says she simply doesn't have the strength to continue moving up. Terry asks if she needs his help, but she says she has to handle it. Hillary continues to climb, despite the fact that her clothes and shoes are not very suitable for it. At a certain moment, she stumbles and immediately falls down, rapidly gaining speed. Terry manages to come to the rescue in time to grab her hand and pull her closer. Gradually, they rise even higher, and rare but quite noticeable snowflakes begin to fall on their heads. Terry asks her not to turn off, saying that they are almost there. Hillary begins to slowly lose consciousness, as the air here is thin and difficult to breathe. At a certain point, she completely loses control of her body, so our hero has to intercept her. He is able to stand on a vertical surface thanks to his incredible strength. He understands that if they don't crash, they will freeze here, so he will have to cheat a little. To do this, he decides to use his secret powers to break through to the top. He understands that this is all an illusion, so he will be able to destroy it with his divine consciousness. After this, he makes a sharp dash in order to reach the top faster than usual. After this, he flies into the air, realizing that the mountain is almost over, but his strength is also running out. A few seconds later, he lands on the ground and rolls around a few times with Hillary. This attempt cost him dearly, as several drops of blood flew out. After some time, he finally comes to his senses and sees Hillary, who is trying to bring him to his senses. Terry slowly looks around and asks what is happening and if they managed to get there. Hillary says he was vomiting blood, but she doesn't know any healing methods to help him. Terry tells her not to worry about him and to move on, as he only suffered minor injuries. He says that she needs to enter the source of light and clear her mind in order to use spiritual power. She comes even closer, and Terry takes a pose to meditate and restore his strength. Hillary carefully extends her hand forward and feels that this light is friendly towards her. She feels an enveloping warmth and notes that it is quite a pleasant sensation. Immediately after this, she takes a few more steps straight towards this light and falls into the stream. Her appearance gradually begins to change, as if she were going back in time. Terry watches this with undisguised surprise, realizing that he had never expected anything like this before. She turns into a newborn baby, after which her body begins to slowly dissolve into this light. This creates a very bright flash that can blind any unwary observer. Terry quickly closes his eyes to keep his vision sharp and opens them only when everything is quiet. This bright flash lasts only a few seconds, yet they seem incredibly long. Hillary says that she visited the infinite realm after the 9th grade of cultivation, and it was incredible. She immediately goes towards him, but he stops her and quickly closes his eyes. He hints to her that the divine light destroys clothes, so she needs to dress up a little. After the two leave the spiritual realm, they say goodbye to the teacher and immediately begin work. They work hard day and night to come up with a breakthrough theory based on what they have learned. And finally, the long-awaited day comes when this theory is brought to its logical conclusion. They provide the director with a manuscript of the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory, which Hillary completes with Terry's help. Dwayne says that this method is truly a treasure and should be preserved for future generations. Terry says that although this theory is simply incredible, only the strongest can break through. Dwayne says there are only a few people who are at the peak of 9th grade. Terry says that the important point of the breakthrough theory is not only the kingdom itself, but also the revolution of cultivators. Terry says the previous system focused on internal energy, avoiding spiritual power. The reason he progresses so quickly in his practice is because he improves his spiritual power. Dwayne realizes that if this revolution really happens, they will all enter an era of universal breakthrough. Terry says the education system also needs to undergo a comprehensive reform to accommodate new knowledge. He notes that the academic year limit for participants and assignments needs to be lifted and the exchange rules need to be reformed. Dwayne says it sounds very promising, but he is terrified to think how much money will be spent on reforms. Terry says there is no need to worry about funding, as they are in first place in the competition. He adds that he also owns a 30% stake in a large company that has recently taken off. Dwayne understands that these drugs have proven themselves, so these promotions will help them with funding. Dwayne immediately makes a sharp move against his most important investor. He says that with his support, they will do everything possible at the university to promote the application of the theory. Terry says that he will be very happy to help him if he really spends all the funds properly. Having secured the necessary support, he immediately heads out to visit his teacher. However, at that very moment, the city is attacked by the Ascension Cult organization, which destroys the city. A helicopter is circling around the city, having arrived here to collect intelligence data. The helicopter pilot says that the situation needs to be monitored and reinforcements sent as quickly as possible. However, a few moments later, someone jumps into his helicopter, causing the machine to shake violently. A warrior of the Ascension Cult says that he has finally found the rats from the Cultivators Alliance. He raises his hand to use the mechanical tentacles and declares that it's time to have fun. The brutal massacre is captured on camera, with cult followers commenting on how incredibly weak the cultivators are. The Council of Cultivators observes these unflattering figures and understands that they have a serious enemy. Dao says that the cult recently only dared to commit sabotage, but has now become much more daring. The followers say that the Alliance must hand over the mysterious cultivator to them within 3 days. Dao and Shu are trying to figure out what they need to do in this situation and how to counter new threats. Khan states that the Imperial Academy teams that went out to search for the hidden power have still not returned. 3 days ago, 3 out of 5 operations failed, and one of the agent groups was completely destroyed by cult followers. Dao states that he is ready to fight them himself because he is at the peak of the 8th grade. Khan asks him if he really plans to compete with him and reminds him that he is not afraid of him at all. Shu recommends focusing on more serious issues rather than endless feuding. Dao leaves, saying that he has nothing to talk about with this fool because he will personally take care of the threat. Khan leaves with him, and they continue to figure out which of them is the stronger opponent. Meanwhile, Wen turns to Shu and says that it's time to play some fun games. Meanwhile, Lin spends time in the Cultivation Alliance's healing room to maintain his condition. After being in 2 vessels of purifying essence, he manages to maintain the cultivation of the teacher at the peak of his form. Thus, using modern technologies of the spiritual world, it is possible to monitor the integration process at the moment of breakthrough. Lin is in the space of the spiritual world and meditates in order to gain more strength. After some time, he moves into the middle stage of spiritual liberation, and this is a good sign. After the middle stage comes the advanced stage of spiritual fusion, which is also key. Once all the preparatory stages are completed, it is time to move on to the stage of spiritual distribution. At this stage, progress reaches 80%, and the purity of internal energy is below 98%. Terry realizes that the mentor's spiritual energy is not purified enough to make a breakthrough and decides to help him. He places his hand on the capsule containing his teacher and tries to transfer his energy to him. He turns to the teacher and tells him to stop, because otherwise he will die due to the conflict of energies. Lin smiles and says that 50 years ago, he killed aliens and was not afraid of absolutely anyone in this world. He adds that now that he has hope of breaking through, he is no longer afraid of death and is still willing to take the risk. Lin says that if he cannot die on the battlefield, he must at least die on the way to a breakthrough. Terry understands that he really wanted to help his teacher, but it would be foolish to deprive him of the reward for his efforts. After this, he looks at him and says that it is a great honor for him to be his student in this life. After taking proper aim, he decides to use the cleansing needle skill to help him out after all. This technique goes straight to the teacher's head to reverse serious destructive processes. Terry realizes that his divine consciousness is low and his strength is only at the 4th grade level. The process of spiritual distribution continues to run its course, and the purity of energy increases sharply. Terry puts all his efforts into achieving success, and Lin increases the energy purity to 99%. At a certain point, he manages to achieve absolute purity of internal energy, and this accelerates the breakthrough. Terry feels that he can no longer help the teacher, and his future fate depends only on him. After some time, the system indicates that the danger index has dropped to 0, and the breakthrough process is complete. Terry looks at him happily and says that they have finally managed to achieve the desired result. Lin feels very unusual, and now his chi has become invisible, like that of an ordinary person, and yet he has an indescribable feeling of freedom and completeness that he could not achieve before. With one easy movement, he manages to destroy entire stone statues. Terry congratulates his teacher, saying that he has finally broken through to the infinity realm. On the path of a cultivator, the first stage is to purify the body and then absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One who has broken through the kingdoms becomes one with the nature of heaven and earth, and therefore his energy is not so noticeable. With just one thought, such a person can change the natural chi in an endless flow and create unprecedented things. According to the theories of Teacher Hillary, there are 5 levels of kingdom breakthrough, from infinite to holy. Terry understands that at the infinite level, divine consciousness can reach 1,000 meters. Lin says that it now makes sense why he feels so full of energy, even though his chi is gone. Terry happily says that now the Alliance will not be in danger of being overthrown and will definitely not fall apart. Lin says he can never thank him enough. Terry managed to break through with the help of the spiritual realm, and they improved their bodies in reality at the same time. Terry reflects on what he was told, that after the attack at the last tournament, the Alliance sent out scouts to search. He also recalls that there is something like obsidian on another planet that could help in further breakthroughs. Shu quickly contacts him and asks about Lin's status, and Terry shares the good news. Shu says that they received a message from the Ascension cult, which demands the surrender of the cultivator. Terry understands that the teacher's condition has stabilized and there shouldn't be any more problems. He decides that it is time to help his other comrades, while this problem, at first glance, seems to be solved. After some time, we are transported to a completely different place, which is located very far from the city. The Ascension cult says that they came here to take with them the person they demanded to be handed over. Dao comes to fight them, saying that he does not quite understand what exactly they are talking about. Immediately after this, he rushes into attack, saying that first he must deal with the flame Dao. The cult follower dodges the blow and says that such a weakling should not think too highly of himself. After this, he rushes forward, declaring that he will now show the true power of their cult. Shu does not react to such threats and immediately turns his attack in order not to weaken the pressure. The cult follower is very surprised by such zeal on the part of a man who should be afraid of death. Dao, on the other hand, behaves very fearlessly and demonstrates incredible selflessness skills. He uses a variety of techniques to knock back and cripple other opponents. The cult elder feels he has to use the most secret techniques to keep up the pace. Dao continues to use the Misty Kingdom martial art to confuse the enemy. The cultist says that this is a commendable move, but now he will have to use his true powers. He declares that he will tear him to pieces and leave him here to die, but Dao remains calm and has a warrior spirit. He says that he already misses a real fight, so he is very glad that someone serious came out against him. He uses the martial art of the furious dragon flame to destroy the fog. The cultist understands that this fire attribute greatly limits his fog attribute and hinders his movements. The dragon that bursts out of the Dao sword rushes forward, threatening to destroy absolutely everything in its path. The Tao says that cultists should go back to hell, from where they came, and never come out again. The cult leader looks at this dragon in horror and demands that the others save him from death. One of the followers uses the Earth Prison martial art to save him. Immediately after this, he attacks Dao with a giant hammer enhanced with alien technology. Dao can only hope that his blocking abilities are still at a high level. However, unfortunately, this blow is still strong enough to throw him back several tens of meters. One of the cultists tells his comrade that he should be ashamed that he showed himself so poorly. The cultists point angrily at Dao and order him to be killed immediately before it is too late. Dao reflects that all 5 elders came here to deal with him, and this was to be expected. He states that they should not kill him, but rather torture him thoroughly after they incapacitate him. Terry appears behind them, commenting on how they lack combat ethics and are bullying their opponents, outnumbering them. Terry puts on a mask and starts telling them that they need to get out of here while they still have the chance. The cultists are asking if this is the same 9th class cultivator that has been talked about so much. One of them says that they knew that it was worth inflicting a little damage, and the stupid hero appeared on his own. Terry almost immediately rushes straight towards them, not wanting to waste time on useless conversations. One of the fighters swings his hammer and says that now he will show him what strength is. However, Terry moves too fast to be hit effectively. He catches up with one of the cult elders, only to deliver a powerful kick right to his chin. This blow is enough to send him flying upwards. Terry calmly waits for the bastard to land and take full damage upon contact with the surface. The other elders look at their colleague in fear and realize that he did not survive the blow. Terry says that they should try to stop him if they have the strength to do so. Another fighter, armed with a hammer, rushes forward, saying that his hand will not tremble to finish him off. Other cult followers say they should not be impulsive and should use the serum first. The hammer fighter uses the earth prison skill to restrict Terry's movements. However, he suddenly breaks away from the spot and does not allow him to finish using this skill, breaking through his defense. This blow turns out to be unimaginably powerful and knocks the opponent into the rock with incredible speed. Dao understands that his ally destroyed an 8th grade cultivator in a second, which he himself could not handle. The cult's followers realize that they can no longer be so carefree because they have no time. They quickly obtain special serums to enhance their skills dozens of times. Terry is immediately at their side to ensure they don't get a break. One of them says that this trick won't work on them and uses the meteor shower skill. Terry turns around and says that they have become too big for themselves and that's why they are going to die. Terry gets into perfect range to land another punch and charges up his attack. After this, he creates a powerful blow that should destroy everything that is directly in front of him. However, it quickly becomes clear that they have found a way to somehow survive this blow. Terry tries to figure out what it is, jumping to the side to avoid getting hit by another attack like that. The cult elders say he is very experienced, but that doesn't mean they came unprepared. He says that the owner of the planetary base never ordered that he be captured unharmed. Terry says he didn't expect people to prefer being obedient dogs to aliens. Cult followers say that this cultivator makes dangerous statements even before his death. They demand that he apologize for his words, while Terry prepares for a serious confrontation. They try to attack him at the same time, but he stands there and does nothing, as if he was waiting for this. After a few seconds, he uses a spirit attack technique to freeze them and interrupt their attacks. After this, he resolutely rushes forward, saying that they simply have nowhere to run from his wrath. He attacks them with rapid attacks, forcing them to constantly dodge and change positions. Terry realizes that his two opponents are in their 9th grade prime and should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Dao relaxes too much due to the fact that no one is attacking him and exposes himself to attack. Terry uses the 9 true words skill to gain the speed of the wind dragon. However, it seems that one of them was counting on exactly this in order to catch Terry off guard. Terry is forced to take the fall for his comrade in order to protect his valuable life. He states that no matter how high his cultivation level is, he is nothing more than a mortal. Terry realizes that they did this on purpose to block the flow of chi circulation in his body. The cultists say it was obvious to them that he would not willingly expose himself to attack. After that, they try to figure out how strong Terry really is and what methods he used. Terry says that there are people who have already gone beyond the 9th grade of cultivation. Immediately after, he uses a special skill to make the ground shake and disorient them. He does this with a light movement of his foot that subjugates the earth's soil. The cultists feel intense pressure and try to understand what is happening, unaware that their fate has already been sealed. Terry tells them that it wasn't him who did it, and they discover a figure hanging in the air. Lin arrives here fully recovered and looks closely at these pathetic opponents. They say that all traitors to planet Earth must be destroyed, and there will be no forgiveness. He accumulates a huge amount of energy and declares that he will finish them off without the slightest bit of regret. The cultists don't manage to escape in time and are caught in the destructive beam. In the last moment of their miserable lives, they realize that this power is beyond their understanding. They claim that these people really have hope of being saved from the alien invasion. Dao thanks them for saving him, and Lin states that he expresses gratitude on behalf of the entire Cultivation Union. Dao understands that in the last days, the Ascension cult is turning to weapons, which means that even more battles lie ahead. Lin smiles and says that he has been watching him for a long time, and he has never let him down in terms of intuition. Terry throws him an object, saying that it fell from the scepter and that it is what binds the chi of the human body. Terry realizes that this is a good opportunity to push them into scientific research in order to continue the cultivation. After this, he flies into the air, and they wish him all the best and promise that they will definitely meet again. Dao hopes that this person will join them, and Lin says that this person will come when needed. He emphasizes that this man knows a lot about the world of cultivators and is the strongest in this world. Meanwhile, the cult's followers begin to panic as they have lost contact with all of their elders. They realize that the 5 elders have encountered a powerful enemy, one was killed and the other was seriously wounded. After they activated the serums, contact with them was lost for unknown reasons. One of them watches the news, according to which 5 cult elders were destroyed using Lin's power. The leader of this enclave of cultists realizes that they have a more serious task ahead of them. Lin says that the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory was a preliminary experiment and was very successful. He states that on behalf of the Alliance, he is informing all shameful traitors that they still have a chance to surrender. He promises that those who do not surrender within 3 days will be destroyed, and one of the cultists smashes the screen. The masters ask not to be angry, saying that if they tell their noble masters about this, they will definitely help. He also states that the Cultivation Alliance has developed a breakthrough theory that no one could have foreseen. The master says they have a divine energy serum, they can all break through, and the Alliance trash won't win. Terry continues to practice meditation because his inner energy was depleted after the fight. Unfortunately, stones with high spiritual energy density can only be found in the wormhole, and they are scattered randomly. He understands that these stones can quickly raise the cultivation level, but they still need to be obtained. After some time, Lin contacts him and demands that he come to him for a talk. Terry comes to him and immediately says that there are 2 things he would like to discuss with him. He states that this time they killed the elders and damaged the entire Ascension cult, and this is a great success. He also says that the situation on the planet is tense and the Alliance needs fresh blood. Lin gives permission for the tournament's top competitors to go into the wormhole, and Terry says he's ready for it. Lin also says that he wanted to show him something very important and unusual. He hands him alien obsidian captured from the Ascension cult, claiming it will aid cultivation. Terry says that, according to Hillary's theory, this stone may indeed be very important. He suggests focusing the newcomer's mission on finding obsidian veins and spirit stone veins. Lin thinks about this proposal for a while, and then says that he thinks it is rational and good. Dio says that he almost forgot that he saw that black and hard thing in the wormhole of indefinite rank. Terry asks him if he is sure about this, and he states that it is, since it is a volcanic environment. Lin asks if the safety of the 18 newcomers who are their treasure can be guaranteed. Everyone comes to the conclusion that they will definitely be able to do this, since their future depends on it. The Alliance's dispatch notice soon reaches the 18 students they have deemed worthy. First, they need to meet at the Alliance headquarters to prepare, and then they will enter the wormhole. The first stage is theoretical and involves studying the type of wormhole environment and its features. In the second stage, they are shown the equipment they will have to work with, and during this time, they manage to become friends with Sanshin. The other fighters also treat him with respect, although they are shy about getting even closer. Brandon is the only exception. He keeps his distance at all times and appears quite angry. All this time, a huge number of girls are spinning around him, looking at him with loving eyes. Brandon turns around in irritation and realizes that all those words were supposed to be his in the first place. He understands that the position of the headman's apprentice, Violet's fiancé, and the admiration of the people were meant to be his alone. Terry looks at him happily and says that they finally met again. Brandon greets him, then turns abruptly and goes about his business. Sanshin wonders what's going on with him, and Terry suggests that he's just worried. Fargo comes to them with a detailed briefing on the situation in the wormhole they are traveling into. He claims that it is a volcanic planet with unique life, which is densely covered with lava and rich in materials. Some students wonder whether life even exists in such a place. Fargo claims that there is more than one species there, and these creatures feed on fire and heat, which is how they live. He also says that they have prepared combat suits for them to help them acclimatize. On top of that, this suit perfectly follows the contours of the body, so you don't have to worry about the size. Lulu also decides to try on the suit and says that it looks absolutely amazing and flatters her figure. Violet states that it is simply an amazing battlesuit, which she also liked. Lulu and Celine look at their friend and say that she looks absolutely amazing. They are also given special communication and positioning devices to communicate. Violet asks if they will really be spied on, and Terry says that this is all speculation. After this, all the cadets gather for formation to listen to the next stage of the report. Some girls are saying that this suit, being so tight, seems humiliating to them. Terry says that in reality, there will be no time for jokes there, since they are going on a real combat operation. He tells them about all the features of the suit that might come in handy in an emergency. After he tells them what awaits them, everyone immediately says loudly that they understood him perfectly. Fargo reflects on the fact that Chief Lin has taken on such an amazing person as his apprentice, someone who possesses such qualities. Brandon reflects on how those who constantly talk cannot see the real truth. 3 days later, the group undergoes a pre-combat simulation in virtual reality and is sent on a combat mission. 18 new recruits are sent into the wormhole on a small transport that should quickly get them there. After some time, they reach the advanced frontline fortress, which blocks the wormhole. This fortress is a real colossus and has amazing weaponry to hold back the onslaught. Gradually, their ship begins to drift towards the docking port in order to join the fortress. The fifth elder of the Fire Dragon League, named Baifuz, appears before them and declares that he will help them. He advises them to remember that safety and return are the priority. He tells them to fasten their seatbelts as their ship is about to plunge into a wormhole. Gradually, the ship is slowly pulled into the wormhole and transported to a completely different dimension. Serious turbulence begins, and everyone realizes they need to quickly prepare for the worst. For young students, this is very unusual and scary, as it is much stronger than turbulence on an airplane. After some time, they stabilize the ship's course a little, but they still have to come out on the other side. Bifuz greets them and tells them that they have now entered a battlefield inhabited by aliens. Quite quickly, they dock with the landing deck, where they are already greeted by the staff. Terry and Sanshin go to the surface to check how easy it is to breathe and to learn about the atmosphere. Sanshin says that his seasickness will eventually finish him off, as he is seasick again. Terry tries to help him by telling him it's not that bad, and Bifuz asks how they feel. After a while, they look around, feeling that the situation is becoming more tense. A few kilometers from the base, a bright explosion occurs, which immediately attracts their attention. Bifuz says there is no need to worry, as this is not a serious attack, and such attacks happen here often. Violet realizes that this is a Fire Dragon Legion technique that uses internal energy to compress air. Terry understands that this is a special environment filled with fiery energy, so this can be used here constantly. Bifuz says that he expected nothing less from Lin's disciple, and praises his knowledge and curiosity. He says that this is one of the reasons why their league became the main defense of the Earth, and was able to defend this place. He states that no one has yet been able to breach their Dragon Gate due to this atmospheric feature. Students watch what is happening and say that this is pure madness. Bifuz says that showing mercy to enemies in battle is the greatest sin against one's own people. After this, he recommends following him, promising to show the base and tell you how everything works here. Students immediately notice the incredible scale of this base and realize that there are a lot of people here. There is also a monument to the heroes of Fire Dragon Island, and many of his comrades are buried here. After some time, a shift from the front comes here to report to the commander. He says that 3 squads of aliens, totaling 100 individuals, attacked their fortifications but were destroyed. He also states that they have 5 dead, 14 seriously wounded, and 35 lightly wounded, and Bifuz promises to compensate for everything. Sanshin says that one day he will show these damned alien freaks the price of their mistake. Other fighters say that Bifuz's students arrived here to report on the situation. Bifuz says that they came here just in time and wants to introduce them to the new students. He states that before them are second-generation disciples named Ju and Joe, who are at the 6th level of cultivation. Brandon says that the current combat situation is tense and time is very limited, so it is better to split up. Sanshin immediately jumps up to his comrade, saying that he and his brother are on the same team. Sanshin also says that he will definitely be able to help him protect his dear assistants. Bifuz says that in this case, Ju and Joe will have to monitor 2 different teams. The next day, after a short preparation, they set out into the wasteland on their own paths to carry out the mission. Terry tries to study the situation as quickly as possible in order to return to the commanders with good news. His target is the Scarlet Flame Lake, located approximately 200 kilometers south of this base's location. From the base, he heads straight south to find the place he found in his past life. After this, he crosses 2 checkpoints where he does not have any particular problems. He also encounters 2 patrols of 5 people to find out if they are okay. He continues to delve into the alien lands to the south in search of the very artifact he needs. Quite quickly, he manages to reach the desert area where everything he needs is stored. However, this time something is not as usual as before, as he notices a strange movement and decides to follow it. Something gigantic and aggressive jumps out from underground to devour him before he comes to his senses. Terry turns out to be quite an agile fighter, so he manages to dodge and avoid injury. He quickly lands on his feet and looks at the monster, which has been lying in wait all this time. Terry realizes it is a scarlet fire snake, which likes to hide in gravel, has no eyes, but relies on its sense of smell. Taking aim at its intended victim, it lunges forward, baring its giant fangs. Terry says that, unfortunately, such a ferocious fire snake without eyes has a fatal weakness. This weakness lies in the fact that she is a representative of the element of fire, which means her fate is predetermined. Terry has mastered ice magic, which is an incredibly effective method of destroying such creatures. Terry delivers a powerful blow to the monster, then calmly shakes himself off as the monster dies. This attack is enough to completely destroy such a large and dangerous monster. Terry collects some of the snake's venom, realizing that it is not dangerous, but can paralyze the body. Looking around, he realizes that he needs to hurry in order to have time to do what he has planned. After some time, he continues his journey through the deserted area, but finally stops. He notices people approaching him and assumes that they may be patrolmen. The patrolman introduces himself as Captain Luo, and Terry calmly states his name. Luo says that he recently defeated everyone in the tournament and became the headmaster's disciple, and rumors about him have spread even here. He also says that he heard that 18 newcomers came here to help other people. Terry says that the Alliance has given him a special mission and he can't afford to pass it by. Luo says that in this case he can go further, but that area is very dangerous and he needs to be careful. Terry thanks them for their help and then moves on, trying to figure out what the patrol is doing here. Luo gives a quick hand signal for his subordinates to immediately carry out what he ordered. They grab their weapons and rush at Terry, hoping that he is not looking at them and is unlikely to be able to fight back. The blows touch his body almost instantly and pierce through it, after which he falls to the ground. However, they suddenly stop after hearing Terry's surprised voice from the other side. Terry asks them what they are doing, as it is completely against military regulations. Luo realizes that he is able to maintain a visual projection for a second. After this, they say that the recruit is suspected of collaborating with the enemy, so he must be killed. Terry uses the 9 true words technique to suppress his opponents. Terry says that they are quite far from the Dragon Island base, so their presence has raised suspicions. He also realizes that one of them has a jammer, since his signal was perfectly picked up until the moment they approached. Luo understands that this bastard knows too much, so he must not be left alive under any circumstances. He prepares to concentrate his power for the finishing blow, and Terry simply watches him. He states that he doesn't care that he is facing a 5th-class fighter, as he is equal in strength to a 6th-class fighter. Terry says that his technique is indeed not bad, but he still needs to work a lot to hone his skills. Luo looks at him in surprise and doesn't understand how this man learned their own techniques so well. Terry states that if he blocked the signal, then he has no reason to hide, so he will give it his all. Terry says that those who follow the path of Tao will always be righteous and will triumph over evil. After this, he creates powerful lightning bolts that fly in different directions, striking their targets. Luo ends up being one of these targets and loses consciousness due to the damage he sustained. Terry realizes that this is one of the fighting techniques called Thunderbolt, which transforms natural energy. After he knocks out all of his opponents, he ties them up securely for interrogation. After a while, some of them begin to come to their senses and try to understand what he is going to do with them. Terry says the snake venom will be needed pretty quickly, as they won't be able to move for a couple of days after ingesting that much. He realizes that this family is actually the master of the underground world. After some time, he reaches the Scarlet Flame Gorge, where lies the goal he has been heading towards all this time. Hearing strange sounds, he decides to use the technique of merging with the landscape in order not to arouse suspicion. Moving further, he realizes that the Luo family is covering for the aliens, meaning that traitors to Earth have even infiltrated here. The aliens say that it is necessary to search all the obsidian veins in order to destroy them. Terry realizes that these aliens are first-class warriors who keep the untouchables in slavery. Terry realizes that there are 10 warriors in total here, and the leader is responsible for controlling the entire situation. After quickly counting all the opponents, he realizes that he needs to act stealthily and quickly. One of the aliens starts beating a worker, but one of the guards tells him to calm down. Terry quickly appears right behind him, delivering a powerful attack straight to the head to kill him. Afterwards, he uses the Constellation Family Touch technique to deal with the other enemies. The guards quickly look around and try to understand what is happening and who their enemy is. Terry suddenly moves behind them, and now the outcome of this fight can be considered a foregone conclusion. The guards are only now mortally wounded and fall lifeless to the ground, leaving everyone else safe. Terry moves faster than lightning, so no one even has time to raise the alarm because of his incredible speed. Terry realizes that these slaves did not stand up for the old man because they were following the rules that were imposed on them. He suggests that for them, submitting to stronger warriors is a habit they cannot break. However, he now sees in them the potential to be forged into true warriors and declares that they can leave. He approaches the mine when suddenly one of the slaves asks him if this is what he has been looking for all this time. Terry turns around and sees a small girl handing him large pieces of obsidian. She states that her name is Einar, and that 10 years ago, these aliens destroyed their home and made them slaves. Grandfather tells her that Earthlings cannot be trusted because they secretly collaborated with these aliens. Terry realizes that he is looking at one of the few representatives of the races that were enslaved by aliens because of their short stature. Einar says that she is grateful that he saved them, and that she would like to accompany him to the obsidian deposits. Terry asks her what she wants in return for this, and she states that she needs his help. Terry knows he could help find it himself, but now there's no reason not to help these creatures. Terry says he is willing to listen to their request, and Einar states that she needs to find a relative named Amitada. Terry states that she will do everything she can to help, and Einar invites him to follow her. Her assistant asks if Einar is really ready to take the Earthling wherever he wants. Einar says that when communicating near a benefactor, it is better to use sound waves. Terry continues walking, reflecting on the fact that at first glance there is nothing special about these walls. However, after some time, he feels that his internal energy begins to be subject to an inexplicable influence. He quickly discovers the source of this influence and uses the dissection skill. After he creates a small hole, it is discovered that there is a lot of obsidian there. This seems like excellent news to him, but this cave is home not only to crystals, but also to monsters. Einar immediately rushes forward to protect his benefactor with his body. Terry says that he is not such a coward as to hide behind the back of a small child and shift the danger onto him. After this, he delivers several quick blows to the lizards that jump out from ambush. Having destroyed his opponents, he realizes that it is not so scary here and he just needs to be on guard. Terry tries to understand why the blood of these creatures contains such terrible energy, as if something is wrong here. Einar tells him that it is too early to relax, since there are still a lot of these creatures on the walls. Terry asks them to stay away, saying that they will definitely be fine, and he can handle it. After that, he decides to use the 10-touch ice touch skill. After a short time, most of the salamanders are destroyed. Those who did not manage to die in the brutal battle simply run away and leave these places forever. Terry is pretty exhausted after such a long battle and realizes that he won't be able to use some of his skills for a couple of days. Einar thanks him, saying that he saved them again because otherwise they simply would not have gotten out of here. Terry says that there is something strange behind these crevices, so they better not follow him. Terry moves on, thinking that there must be a very important obsidian vein here. He also senses that there are no more salamanders here, so it looks like he won't have to fight anymore. Thus, he had already walked more than 100 meters, but still did not understand where this passage led. After some time, he sees a light at the end of the tunnel. He tries to understand if this is the way out. He moves further and peers cautiously into the glowing room to see what is there. In this room, there is a special altar on which a powerful spiritual flame burns. This flame is blocked, and over the years, this huge energetic entity has formed. Terry realizes that the environment here is simply an exact replica of the medical cabin he used. From his point of view, the hardening method he is currently using is just right for the current circumstances. He decides to begin the breakthrough process immediately, as this matter cannot be delayed. He spends almost a day in this state, although for him it flies by like a moment. Now it becomes significantly stronger, as his eyes begin to burn with a bright spiritual flame. In just one day and night, his cultivation level rises from the initial stage of the 5th grade to the peak of the 6th grade. This is amazing news because, among other things, he also gains a new skill. Terry realizes that before the breakthrough, people only knew that martial arts were divided into 4 stages. In his past life, he realized through the breakthrough theory that there are more steps. His current technique, which he has mastered now, belongs to an unknown stage. However, one cannot stay here for long, since the fire attribute will be destructive if one takes too much of it. Looking back at the giant deposits of obsidian, he realizes that now is the time to get down to business. Terry reflects that it doesn't take much for people to be able to break through the realm. After this, he leaves the mine, looking around to find out how things are going here. The disassembled materials were delivered to the appropriate caves, and Einar and her people managed to hide. Einar is happy that he has returned, and Terry asks her if she plans to stay here. Einar says that their village was returned to the colony, so there is no point in them returning. She also says that the ships were equipped with radars, but they got rid of them. Terry says that they have crops at their base that are suitable for planting on this planet, and he can provide them with some. He understands that this race was not directly involved in the war, but they are also aliens. He also reflects that others might react to them unpredictably, so it is better for them to stay here. Terry puts his hand on her head, and one of the aliens asks what he is doing to her. Terry transfers some spiritual energy to her to make her journey a little easier. Einar carefully absorbs all the information that is passed on to her and tries to assimilate it. Terry talks about these being some of the basic techniques of practicing the human body to improve self-defense. Terry realizes that this knowledge will not pose a threat to them anyway, when suddenly Einar kisses him. After this, she states that for them, this is the most traditional way of expressing gratitude. Terry is trying to figure out where she learned to do this, when suddenly, her grandfather tries to do the same thing. Terry quickly flies away, saying that they should live here, and that he will contact them in a little while. Einar says that they performed very well, and have now won the trust of their benefactor. She also says that they now have to be sincere in order to establish trusting relationships with Earthlings. Terry understands that they were putting on a show, but their desire to cooperate was sincere, so they can turn a blind eye to it. They are now truly determined to form an alliance with the planet, so it would be a sin to refuse it. After this, he returns to the cave where he chained the captives to continue interrogating them. However, he discovers that their bodies have been drained, meaning they used poison to keep the information from leaking. Terry understands that they are dead, but after a day and a night, it is quite possible to bite through this poison. After this, we are transported to the Fire Dragon's base, where unknown people are talking to each other. A certain underground organization is discussing the fact that their plans to cooperate with the Luo family have been disrupted. The leader learns that a bunch of kids from the Alliance who came here on a training mission are to blame for everything. They also say that it is quite possible that Terry is involved and that we need to prepare for the worst. The leader says that even if the patrol team is caught, they will kill themselves for the sake of their families. He states that their priority now is to eliminate any threat and increase the stealth of their operations. He also orders that Terry's movements be monitored and that he continue to operate in the shadows to avoid revealing himself prematurely. Terry returns to base and is asked how his sortie went, but he refuses to comment. Brandon's henchman, Koenig, says that this means he hasn't achieved anything, unlike them. Brandon smiles and realizes that even a hero like Terry has moments when he is completely useless. Bifuz comes out of the door and happily addresses Terry directly, declaring that he has returned just in time. He says that his comrades are in trouble because the signal disappeared a few minutes ago after reporting the battle. Terry asks to send the coordinates of the place where the signal was last received, as he will go there immediately. Bifuz gives the coordinates to Brandon and Terry, and we are transported to 3 hours before the second group's signal was lost. Sanshin leads his group forward, saying that they have been searching for the necessary things for about 2 days. Someone is saying that the detector is showing some movement 50 meters to the right, and they are trying to figure out what it all means. Violet immediately turns to Charlie, asking if this means they might have any problems. Sylvia says that the signal is moving, which brings a smile to the faces of other fighters who are already more aware. Sanshin happily says that we need to dig lower and lower to get to this artifact. After a few seconds, they manage to dig a giant hole, but it causes a powerful earthquake. After some time, huge worms burst out from behind this hole and head towards our heroes. Along with these worms, a giant lake of lava begins to appear from the surface, which is best not to fall into. Joe says that it is an alien creature, which, however, is not particularly dangerous. He also says that they secrete a high-temperature mucus that can be quite scalding. Sanshin says that they could have told them about it earlier, but they reply that then the surprise would have been ruined. He also suggests that they leave here as it might be dangerous, but they refuse. Violet says that according to the map, Leather Ridge is ahead and there is probably the ore needed there. One of them says that he didn't expect the newcomers to be so motivated, so they might still go with them. The group continues to move forward and finally receives a signal that they have found the right path. Sanshin asks if this is really the case, and everyone else confirms his suspicions. However, Joe says that something is wrong here since they haven't met any monsters yet. Celine climbs a small mountain and says that she has finally found a deposit that needs to be opened. Joe realizes that all of this is nothing more than bait that they have just been lured into. A powerful electromagnetic pulse begins to cut through the air, flying towards the students. Joe immediately finds himself at the place where this impulse is supposed to end its flight and prepares to use the spell. He creates a flame shield technique to block any damage. This shield cannot withstand damage and will shatter, but will still block damage from a shot. Joe says that they need to be careful because there are aliens here. He explains that they need to load the gun before each shot, so they need to move quickly. His comrade says that he is fine, but they have lost contact with the base and need to return on their own. Joe analyzes the terrain, saying that there is a magnetic gun and 30 enemies in the hills ahead. It turns out that they are surrounded, and now the students understand that they will have to fight to the death. Sanshin says that cowardice won't help them, so they should just fight these scoundrels. Joe notes that they are holding off 2 teams despite them having no idea what's coming. He says that even if they have to sacrifice something, they will do it with dignity. Joe creates an energy shield to block the shot while the others run away. Gradually, they continue to find their way, dodging or blocking the shots of this magnetic cannon. However, after a few seconds, they stop because a very serious obstacle appears in their path. It turns out that all this time, they were driven into a dead end from which they now cannot escape. Joe says he can't believe they led their comrades into a trap. Violet says that there is no need to panic and that we need to act calmly in order to survive this attack. Everyone agrees with her, and Joe says that he will organize the first line of defense, while they will be the second. Joe turns to his comrade and tells him that he should turn on the portable defense array. His comrade obeys the order of his elder and lays out a special panel with spiritual energy. He states that it is a special alliance spell that can effectively defend against this planetary beam. He warns that it is not infinite, and alien rays immediately begin to fly towards it. The aliens run into the gorge to deal with those they have just cornered. Joe takes out 2 blades and says that he will try to destroy these aliens as quickly as possible. He uses the cross-decapitation skill to deal with these destroyers. The aliens, meanwhile, continue to try to attack remotely in order to take advantage. They do not seek to approach the defender's position, because this would be a very big mistake. Celine points into the distance, saying that it is from there that the massive shelling is taking place. The fact is that the aliens placed their electromagnetic guns on mobile platforms, turning them into tanks. Thanks to this, they can pursue their opponents for quite a long time and increase their potential area of destruction. Sanshin discovers that these shots are causing rocks to fall, killing some of the aliens. However, there is not much reason to rejoice, since the protective barrier also suffers from this. The alien fighters rush forward, saying that their barrier has been destroyed, so they need to kill the defenders. Joe refuses to give up and says that they must fight with maximum fury. He uses fire techniques to create an uncontrollable dance of flames and destroy everyone. Sanshin and the other students demonstrate miracles of combat training, destroying the enemy who outnumbered them. Celine and Violet also cannot afford to lose face because they must set an example for others. Everyone is doing their best to avoid dying and to return for reinforcements. The aliens are gradually beginning to retreat, despite the fact that their numbers are not decreasing much. Joe realizes what their plan really is and decides that he needs to warn his comrades. He returns to them and tells them to retreat immediately as quickly as possible. The students run away and wonder why he suddenly gave such an unexpected order. A few moments later, two energy objects land in the place where they had just been standing. These turn out to be two capsules containing elite fighters of the alien invasion forces. Joe realizes that the alien warriors appear to have at least Class 6 strength. They stand frozen in place, wondering what to do, and Joe asks his friend to pass him some water. As soon as he receives a special flask, he empties it almost instantly in a few gulps. After this, he declares that he will go ahead and take on the main forces, and they will have to get out on their own. After this, he feels a serious surge of strength after drinking a special liquid. He decides to use the forbidden secret technique of the fire dragon called Immortal Warrior. Sanshin realizes that this is an amazing skill that would have come in very handy a little earlier. One of the comrades says that this is a prohibited technique that cannot be used on Earth because it is dangerous. Thus, Joe, without the slightest hesitation, puts his life in mortal danger just to help the students. He uses his outstanding mastery of fire techniques to destroy multiple enemies at once. After this, he begins to spin from side to side, creating pillars of fire and summoning a tornado. The alien elite warriors call him a pathetic man who dared to open his mouth in front of them. Meanwhile, the students realize that they need to break through the flank while time is being bought for them. Sanshin says that they can't leave him alone because he has to help too, but he is interrupted. They tell him that he must strictly follow orders, otherwise it will all turn into a meat grinder. Sanshin, realizing he has no choice, rushes forward, declaring that he will clear the way for them. He destroys a huge number of aliens at once, along with his allies. However, the number of opponents is steadily growing, since an entire brigade of enemies is stationed here. Assistant Joe watches this battle and realizes that these students have great potential. Sanshin orders them to retreat, saying that he will block the path for the pursuing aliens. However, another detachment arrives from the other side, which must be destroyed immediately. Sanshin rushes forward without the slightest hesitation and defeats several opponents at once in a matter of seconds. He asks them why they froze and says that he is reckless and not so smart, so they don't feel sorry for him. He also states that he is willing to sacrifice his life if it means they can be saved. At that very moment, an alien judge appears against him, preparing to crush him. Sanshin manages to put his hand forward to block this blow, but his efforts are in vain. He gains such a large amount of momentum that he loses his balance, flies into the air, and is sent flying. He lands right on his comrades, making it impossible for them to quickly escape. The warrior judge says that their pathetic attempts to retreat are doomed to failure. After quickly analyzing it with their eyes, the students realize that this opponent is in the 7th grade. The judge puts out his hand to form special sparks of energy that are supposed to explode. It creates a vacuum zone and then detonates it, causing a large amount of dust to fly into the sky. He watches the events closely, hoping that he has managed to destroy his rivals. However, as sad as it is for the aliens, their most powerful defender has come to the side of the people. Terry arrives on a modified motorcycle and makes it just in time, otherwise they would have died. Sanshin says that Joe is left behind and that he needs to be saved before it's too late. Ju flies here, saying that they will deal with the current problems in order to save the students. Terry almost immediately rushes to attack the elite alien warrior, declaring that he will be his opponent. They begin a brutal battle to the death. As for both of them, the goal of the mission comes first. Brandon drives up to Violet and asks if she's okay, but she advises him to be careful. Brandon realizes that Terry is already there, and as always, he's taking on too much and drawing attention. Meanwhile, the alien elite warrior gives him a significant rebuff and even throws him aside. He says that he didn't expect him to be so strong at such a young age, and that's very commendable. Terry listens to his plans to tear him apart and says it's a great plan. After this, he calls upon a special spiritual technique, saying that he is too naive and does not know his enemy. The alien looks at this skill in surprise and realizes that it is an energy condensation. Terry says that he has learned the power of the lava lotus skill, which burns away all sinners. The alien turns around and starts running away, realizing that this is too dangerous a skill to deal with. Terry strains his fingers to send this little spiritual flower forward. This flower flies so fast that the alien does not have time to react and dodge in time. As soon as this projectile hits it, it immediately lights up like a match and quickly burns up. Everyone is incredibly shocked after seeing how powerful this skill is. Violet and Celine say they had no doubt that he could destroy such an enemy in seconds. Brandon is trying to figure out what kind of creature this is, because at the competition he was only 3rd class, and now he has risen so quickly. After the alien threat is eliminated, they decide to discuss what they should do next. He states that they have all done well, but the battle is not over, as those who are capable of fighting must follow him. Students say that they will follow him to the very end because he is an authority for them. Meanwhile, Joe continues to fight the aliens that surround him from all sides. His comrades come to his aid and quickly subdue the remaining elite warriors who are preventing him from retreating. Joe fought very well, and now it was time for him to get the help he deserved from his comrades. They use their maximum strength skills to deal with their opponents as quickly as possible. They don't have much time before their stamina runs out, so they better hurry. Joe realizes that the technique he uses will soon begin to cause him serious harm. The elite fighter says that even with their combined strength, they will not be able to defeat him unless he wants it. However, after a few seconds, a powerful explosion occurs twice, and he is immediately distracted by it. He asks his comrade if he has returned, assuming that he has already dealt with the problems here. Through this smoke, something begins to slowly approach him, and it becomes clear that these are not his comrades. He is attacked by several students at once, led of course by the main character. An elite alien fighter wonders how this is even possible and what they should do now. Joe and Ju attack him, saying that it is finally time to die. Brandon uses the 5 elements technique to perform wind strikes and cut him in half. Brandon realizes that he can't allow Terry to take all the credit and be his shadow forever. He understands that he must destroy the alien judge himself and earn glory. After this, he uses the 5 elements technique to launch a sneak attack from behind. He waits tensely for the opportunity to strike, and within a second the puzzle falls into place. Brandon emerges from the ground directly behind his opponent, giving him the opportunity to deliver a brutal blow straight to his back. He summons the perfect combination of the 5 elements studied in his family and prepares for a slashing attack. From his point of view, he had done everything perfectly, and now all that was left for him to do was prepare to accept fame. However, at that very moment, the elite fighter turns around and begins to pierce him with his gaze. He feels incredibly small and destroyed, while something terrible looks at him and pierces him through and through. After this, he begins to feel as if he has fallen into an abyss from which it is almost impossible to escape. He assumes that a spiritual counterattack was used against him and tries to protect his soul. An unknown voice asks him how something like this will destroy the attack and tries to counter it with something. After this, he feels as if his body begins to be set on fire by an unknown fire that cannot be extinguished. He experiences incredible pain and begins to scream loudly, unable to cope with this terrible suffering. Brandon begs for mercy, saying that he will give up his whole soul only if he is helped with one thing. He states that he would like to destroy Terry and take back everything that was rightfully his. After a few seconds, the spell gradually loosens its grip, although Brandon is still unable to move. A few seconds later, he delivers a powerful blow to cut off the alien's head. The monster's head falls towards its smaller brethren, who retreat in fear, feeling they cannot cope. Joe says it was an amazing job that just secured them the victory in this fight. Terry notes that something is wrong here, despite the fact that Brandon has obviously become much stronger. Brandon states that the alien leader is dead, but the battle is not over yet, so there is no need to relax. He points his fingers at the remaining aliens and tells them that they all need to be destroyed. After half an hour of brutal slaughter, not a single enemy remains alive, and all that remains is to return home. Ju praises Brandon for his contribution to this victory, but Brandon claims that he is just flattering him and that he did not do that much. Celine, Violet, and Lulu approach Terry and say that they are incredibly happy to see him, because otherwise they could have died. Sanchin says there's no need to worry, because even though they couldn't handle it on their own, their strength has improved. However, Joe may now be in big trouble, because he has been in this state for so long. They immediately approach him, and feel that some irreversible changes have occurred during this time. Joe asks them what they're fussing about, but everyone else notices that he's aged significantly. After that, he says that he is just dying. They are dying in battle, so everything is fine. Terry says that he used a forbidden technique, but there is still a way to return the spent powers. Joe says that even if this planet is rich in the fire attribute, one would have to absorb too much to be saved. Terry says that he has one way, however, it will be very dangerous, but it can return almost everything spent. Celine looks at Violet and asks her what she thinks, to which she replies that she believes him. Joe says that he has seen a lot in his life, so he should not worry, and he is not afraid of such a test. He states that he believes him, after which he recommends that he begin this test quickly before time runs out. Terry summons the flower to receive its will and fill Joe's body with energy. Joe, in turn, takes a special position to more comfortably absorb the huge flows of energy. Violet and Celine talk about how they should believe in their comrade, because he has never let them down. Joe, meanwhile, prepares to take on the energy of the fiery lotus and be reborn again. Terry uses the 9 true words skill to use the warrior contract skill. Thanks to this skill, he is able to spin the flame flower at incredible speed. The transformation of this flower creates special swirls that gradually descend lower and lower. Ju says that their fire dragon sect is proud of its first school, but even they didn't know that. Violet and Celine say that their friend is incredibly cool and very skilled in medical matters. Brandon steps back quietly, thinking that this is truly amazing. After this, he slowly approaches the destroyed body of the alien, making sure that no one sees him. After some time, it begins to absorb all the life force that remains in this body. Brandon smiles as he reflects on the incredible gift and opportunity his great patron has given him. Terry, meanwhile, continues to try to help Joe in the hope that he will be able to withstand this test. He states that this will now be the limit of the energy he can absorb in his current state. Joe realizes that the amount of energy he lost has been reduced from 10 years to just 1 year. He also gets up and says that he was finally able to break through to the 7th grade. He bows before his comrade, saying that he is paying him back for his kindness, but he declares that this is a trifle. His older brothers congratulate him on regaining his lifespan. Terry asks how they met this alien in order to understand what happened here. Sanshin, without holding back his emotions or choice of words, tells him how they ended up in this life. Terry carefully studies all the data he received and tries to analyze it as quickly as possible. Terry realizes that it was a gorilla cell that was acting independently from the rest to create a distraction. He shares his thoughts with his friends, and they are very surprised by this information. Brandon says they came here from the east, but there were no signs of alien activity. Terry says that aliens have gone to great lengths to hide in the west, so we need to look harder for them. Brandon receives a message from his patron that this man is very smart and needs to be gotten rid of. Sanshin says that they need to return together and destroy all the aliens they find. Celine and Violet support the idea, while Lulu also states that she wouldn't mind destroying even more. Joe tells them not to worry, stating that Terry already has a strategy if he brings it up right now. Terry states that they are all amazing fighters, but there are too few of them to destroy the rest of the army. He states that it is necessary to take advantage of their current position in order to launch a surprise attack. Joe realizes that he has a talented, calm candidate in front of him who would be ideal for the role of leader. He reflects that the young cultivator, who is less than 20 years old, demonstrates exceptional experience. Ju says that a sudden drop is good, but the most important thing in this kind of thing is accurate information. Terry says that this is indeed the case, and since it is a surprise attack, they cannot act at home. He states that if information is needed, they could turn to this alien for it. Ju looks at him in surprise and asks him how they can extract information from a corpse. Terry claims that the alien's body is so powerful that even if he dies, the electrical impulses will still move. Brandon realizes that this could call into question the entire secrecy of his presence here. Terry says that with the help of effective means, they can get information from this deceased. Bending over his fallen opponent, he uses the skill of 9 words of truth to fish out what he needs. He uses his unimaginable reserves of spiritual energy to immerse himself in the world of the dead. How does he manage to establish contact with the remnants of consciousness that still linger in this head? His eyes begin to glow brightly as he pumps out all the information he needs. He receives the blueprints, as well as the necessary intelligence on where the alien base is located. Terry understands that this fighter was a mid-level officer in the military operations and had access to such information. They planned a special operation to use their aircraft and breach the fortress. Terry realizes that everything is supposed to happen exactly as he expected, which means it can be prevented. He describes the overall picture, saying that this is exactly what he got from the alien's head. He also says that, fortunately, their army has a strict hierarchy and command of the units is concentrated only in the hands of the judges. Ju says that if the alien forces are not yet aware of their presence, then this gives them the element of surprise. Joe states that if their air force breaks through the eastern line, they will use a blitzkrieg. Terry says that a blitzkrieg relies heavily on a constant flow of support and fuel. Ju and Joe talk about how the aliens understand the importance of logistics, so they place the points in different places. Terry says that attacking them head-on is a bad idea, but now that the enemy has revealed itself, they can set up an ambush. He also plans this operation, saying that they need to split up and take control of private areas. He states that the Elder must use a communicator installed on the judge's body to send false information. After this, he states that at the moment the front line has come close, so the main army of aliens cannot retreat. Ju and Joe listen to the rest of the plan and say that it seems quite reliable and correct to them. Terry suggests uniting into different groups in order to do everything quickly, clearly, and harmoniously. Everyone immediately begins to split into the necessary groups until only one person remains. Terry says that he and Brandon will take responsibility for the 3rd supply point together. Meanwhile, the communications officer receives an order to report to headquarters about the situation with the alien employees. After some time, Bafuz contacts them and asks them if everything is okay with them. The signalman says that everything is fine, after which he shares his intelligence data. However, before he can convey the most important information, the connection begins to suddenly break down. They assume that the alien attack has already begun, so they need to act as quickly as possible. He quickly jumps on his motorcycle and says that it is not too late to change his plans and emerge victorious from the situation. After this, they quickly begin to ride away towards the battle in order to come to the rescue. We are transported to the Fire Dragon's operations headquarters, where the Dragon Elder takes command. This elder's name is Donald, and he demands that all cultivators be sent to defend the base before it's too late. Members of the Fire Sect say that the Western Front has been breached, and the Eastern Front is under serious attack. Donald says that the main forces of the North will not be able to return in time, and this army took them by surprise. His assistants say that they sent someone to Earth to ask for help. Meanwhile, the aliens deploy their own versions of the installation in order to break through the fortress's defenses. They constantly keep her under heavy fire in order to drain the strength of the defensive mages. These warriors are doing their best to maintain the protective barrier, but it is difficult for him to do so. Shooters who are keeping a close eye on their opponents quickly take aim and realize that they can now shoot. However, a sudden act of sabotage occurs at the base, causing visual contact with the enemy to be immediately interrupted. Because of this, return fire is practically reduced to zero, and the shield immediately begins to burn out even faster. The frontline commander says that they won't take this Fire Dragon Island for another half a day. He adds that even the strongest defense will be destroyed if it is destroyed from within. Meanwhile, alien tanks continue to arrive on the battlefield in order to maintain the onslaught. The commander orders the entire army to launch an offensive in order to capture this base. He receives a notification about something incredibly urgent, and he immediately switches his attention. The aliens say they have been subjected to an unidentified attack and their supply routes have been cut off. The alien suggests that Earthlings are not as stupid as he initially thought. He understands that this was probably a planned attack to weaken their blitzkrieg. He orders the soldiers at the front to hold the battlefield and not retreat, and the rest to support the transport. The enemy advance is significantly slowed down, giving little chance for the people to regroup. The fortress commanders say that the situation has changed radically, and the Luo family's frontmen are beginning to grow indignant. Donald says that the alien bastards won't give them a break without a reason, so they need to investigate everything. After some time, the alien commander contacts the squad and asks how the cleanup is progressing. He is told that the situation is critical, after which the connection is abruptly cut off, leaving him in the dark. Meanwhile, the alien ships continue to crash one after another, and their supplies are rapidly running out. The alien fleet commander realizes that this is a trap in which he has fallen, without calculating all the possible outcomes. The front line receives a report that 3 unidentified explosions have occurred behind enemy lines, and the aliens retreat. Donald tries to understand what this all means, and who was brave enough to carry out such an operation. Donald says that everyone should follow him from the base, and as soon as the alien front is defeated, they need to be surrounded. They leave their territory quite quickly and move on to the battlefield, destroying everyone around them. Donald shows no mercy to his opponents, and the other elders of his company do the same. The captain's ship flies off to the side, thinking that now is the time to regroup and take revenge. A sabotage group observes the events from afar and discovers a giant firestorm. Joe says that this is the same joint attack of the 5 elders that they talked about so much. Sanshin says that Terry is truly a great warrior because he did this to just these people. Terry smiles and says that war is a great matter of the state, playing with life and death. Ju and Joe bow before him, saying that he should accept their respect for his merits. Terry looks around sharply, realizing that Brandon is suggesting he act suspiciously. Brandon smiles and asks him what happened, hoping that he doesn't suspect him of anything. Terry reflects on how he was with him from the very beginning and how he cooperated throughout the entire operation. Terry wonders to himself whether he is under the control of an alien or not, but doesn't show it. After this, he says that it is time to return to base to celebrate the victory. Brandon continues to follow them and carefully observe every move of each fighter. A slight smile appears on his face, which does not betray his true insidious and cruel intentions. By the time they returned to base, the battle was already over, as there was no trace left of the enemy. Ju and Joe received information that the battle was won due to an explosion being set off behind enemy lines. One of the soldiers also says that the elder took several cultivators and went to the eastern front. After this, it becomes obvious that with such a total defeat, the aliens do not have a single chance of victory. The celebration is about to begin, because otherwise this fortress would be destroyed. Ju and Joe greet the elders again, saying that they have finally returned with a report. They tell him what happened and who was really behind these sabotage acts. B-Fuzz listened to them attentively and now understood why the aliens had slowed their attack so abruptly. Bi-Fuzz says they did a great job, and Terry emphasizes that they did it together. The Dao who came to their aid says that Terry has an incredible foundation for cultivation and great humility. Terry asks him why he is not on Earth, and Dao states that there are many attacks on Earth right now. He says that the head of the Alliance asked for support, and he himself went to the front lines. Ju and Joe ask if Earth has really been attacked by aliens. Dao says that the situation is tense, but there is no need to worry too much, because they are in control of it. He also says that some hidden cultivators are at the peak of the 9th grade. Terry understands that even after the closure, the traits will not be able to visit Earth, but they will continue to have 2 versions. After thinking for a bit, he realizes that this is all a trap that these bastards have specially set up. He says that he feels that the alien attack is not actually that direct. He states that they have learned that humans have developed the kingdom breakthrough theory and are now trying to exhaust them. Celine and Violet say that they also want to return to help repel the attacks. Dao says that the war on Dragon Island has just ended and he must remain here for some time. After this, they decide to take the next flight back to Earth so as not to miss a second. Terry telepathically speaks to the Elder, saying that he must convey a message to him. Dao mentally asks him if the family really were moles and working for aliens. After he gives him all the necessary information, he promises to sort out all this horror. At this time, we are transported to the headquarters of the Earth Alliance, which is also under attack. A large-scale raid was carried out by an entire division of the Ascension cult, which believes in the transition into aliens. They deliberately sacrifice their lives in order to explode near the barrier and destroy it. Despite fierce resistance, the forces of humanity's saviors are gradually being exhausted. Shu and Wen watch the proceedings and clearly do not exude any optimism about it. The elder is informed that the barrier is heavily damaged and most of the guards are killed or wounded. He tells them to retreat because he has his own methods to fight the enemies. He adds that people's lives are at stake and he will not allow any cultivator to die in vain. Hearing this, they immediately turn around and run out, realizing that they had never seen the master so furious. Shu tells his subordinates not to worry, saying that even if the insidious enemy is fierce, he will protect the headquarters. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Ascension cult are talking about showing these old dogs who is stronger here. Fargo continues to defend the main corridors of the headquarters, preventing the enemy from advancing too quickly. After a while, they retreat for a short time, and because of this, the opponents themselves run into a dangerous trap. The floor beneath them begins to slide apart, and they don't have time to react to it in time. After this, they start falling and screaming loudly in the hope that they can survive the fall. These hopes turn out to be extremely naive, since no one plans to keep them alive. A special trap system has been activated that only targets unfriendly fighters. Shu ponders that launching a ranged attack and luring the enemy into traps is the only way to delay the attack. Fargo says that the enemies are trapped, so you need to kill them and go back. They received reinforcements in the form of Chuck's protector, another unit of officers. They talk about how they get to their positions in order to show what they are really worth. A rather brutal, divided battle begins between the defenders of humanity and its traitors. Other fighters ask what they should do and when they should intervene in this battle. Shu reflects that, unfortunately, the rift between cultivators is growing wider and cannot be reversed. He hears loud words about how the Ascension cult is invincible and nothing can change that. In the sky, he discovers that even the founder of this terrible cult was not afraid to come here. Shu understands that the Ascension cult elders are already above the 8th grade, so it will be difficult to fight them. He immediately turns to his loyal officers, telling them that they need to return to him. They immediately carry out his order and ask him what he wants this time. He tells them that this leader wants to destroy all knowledge and shows them the bottle. He claims that it is a medicine that must be taken in order to become stronger. They gain a new level for a while and say that with these powers, they will definitely protect everything. Shu says that even if the 3 of them fight, it's impossible to defeat the 9th grade, but they have to try. He advises them to act cautiously and stall for as long as possible to wait for reinforcements. The officers immediately begin to attack the cult founder, who calls them moths. They use the martial arts of the earth to create the Great Moon Scorpion and destroy it. They also use a stream of fire to shoot down the enemy and neutralize their electronics. Electrical engineering creates several spiritual cannons that open fire. All these shells are flying towards the head of the cult, but it seems that this does not bother him at all. At a certain point, he only raises his hand to protect himself, and that will be enough for him. It creates a small vibration zone that responds with resonance to any touch. Energy projectiles touch her and dissipate almost instantly due to the vibrations they receive. After this, he deflects a shockwave that knocks back any fighters who dared to approach. The founder of the cult says that in the face of absolute power, any fancy technology is just a pathetic trick. Shu decides to put into practice the properties that he had previously carefully avoided using. He uses the secret technique of the Medicine King to create a reverse life zone. The cult founder ends up in this zone, and his health begins to deteriorate rapidly. He tries to understand what this perverted technique is, but too late he realizes that he has begun to age rapidly. Looking at his decrepit hands, he realizes that his abilities have now been significantly reduced. Shu sadly thinks that he is not strong enough to use this technique more than once in his life. The head of the cult, meanwhile, begins to carefully raise his hand as if he were about to say something. After a short pause, he recites a short poem about how it is impossible to change the passage of time. Shu is surprised that this man would go to such extreme measures to save himself. Immediately after this, he tries to suck the life out of his followers in order to regain his youth. The other fighters dodge these attacks because they know it will just kill them. The only one who doesn't have enough strength to dodge is Wen. Ven is a very young warrior, so even if this power were to hit him, it would most likely just age him. However, this can be very dangerous, so Shu's worries that follow are quite justified. The guardian of the remote says that he will finish him off for forcing him to use such a powerful skill. The elder's loyal officers come to his defense, saying that they will stop him. Shu understands that he cannot abandon his comrades since the leader handed over the headquarters to him safe and sound. Meanwhile, the cultivators who are watching this still do not dare to engage in battle and are waiting for something. Meanwhile, the destruction taking place on the headquarters grounds is becoming increasingly widespread. Van feels like his height has increased significantly due to the fact that the beam has aged him a little. Shu looks at the special pill, realizing that now he has no choice but to try and take the risk. He states that if Ven survives, he will definitely grow into a superb warrior. After he absorbs this power, it begins to flow through his body and pump up his muscles. He advanced to the peak of the 9th grade and earned the nickname Bloody Giant in order to fight. The cult founder immediately tries to attack him with his vile blows, but he is unsuccessful. Shu and the cult founder cross their fists to see who will be stronger, creates a powerful shockwave that knocks back all nearby fighters. An incredibly powerful, brutal, and unpredictable battle ensues between these legendary creatures. There is parity between them all this time, but time is working against Shu. Over time, his energy begins to slowly weaken, but the same cannot be said about the founder of the cult. It's too early to save him, but he needs to think ahead in order to win faster. Shu is trying to figure out what kind of techniques the cult founder has if he still can't win against him. After this, he decides to go all in, saying that he is using a force that can move mountains. He takes careful aim at his opponent and delivers the most devastating blow he has. The cult leader, meanwhile, realizes that this attack is even stronger than he expected and uses darkness. A special barrier appears on his path, which should protect him from such influence. He is thrown to the side and suffers very serious damage, causing him to flip over several times. Shu continues to pursue him in order to fight with all his might while he still has the opportunity. The cult leader dodges subsequent attacks, saying that it is useless because he has already calculated everything. The officers say that the Immortal Warrior's technique belongs to the same type of techniques that are life-threatening. They fly into the air, saying that they are ready to help the Elder so that he can win. One of them uses martial arts techniques to perform a lightning strike flow skill. Another girl uses the Frost Sword of the Moon to enhance their powerful powers of lunar retribution. Along with these attacks, Shu shoots forward to cut off the head of the pathetic traitor. However, he only smirks and says that this way they will not be able to oppose him in any way. Shu talks about how he is like a giant chasing the sun and is about to catch it. Leaping to the side, he rushes straight towards his opponent at incredible speed. The clan leader can't believe this is possible and is quickly pierced through. Shu poured all the strength he had left into this attack, hoping that it would put an end to the cult leader. Immediately after this, he lands on his feet and the officers ask him if he is okay. The head of the cult, meanwhile, says that they are not so bad, so they are worthy of seeing his true form. The officers, meanwhile, are talking about killing him while he is wounded, but his aura has changed. The head of the cult smiles and says that they do not have enough strength to defeat him because they do not know anything about his power. It turned out that he had already modified his body a long time ago and filled it with hybrid implants. They look at him in surprise and cannot believe that such a strange person is in front of them. He calls upon the dark forces, saying that the all-powerful alien ruler must grant him powers. His body is filled with dark energy, and he prepares to crush his enemies. These waves of energy create incredible psychological pressure that suppresses their will. The head of the cult says that he is now the full bearer of power among the entire universe. He takes aim at his opponents and encourages them to enjoy his power, which will destroy everything. Shu orders everyone to step aside immediately, saying that this is the peak level of the infinite realm. Shu realizes that he must hold off this onslaught for as long as possible to ensure the survival of his comrades. He intercepts this attack and applies the maximum effort he has left after taking the pill. Quite quickly, his powers begin to be depleted due to the fact that the enemy is too strong. However, this does not mean that he will give up, as Alliance cultivators do not give up until death. He continues to use his skills to increase his endurance and reach his peak form. He manages to push away the energy hand so that it weakens the pressure a little. His loyal officers look at him and ask him why he doesn't try to dodge and save his life. Shu continues to push with all his might, hoping that he can handle the task. The head of the cult says that a pathetic brat dared to compete with the real light of the alien moon. He continues to apply more energy buffs to increase the pressure on the enemy. Shu begins to experience even more serious pressure, which is already pushing him to the limits of his capabilities. With every second it becomes more and more difficult for him, and he is no longer sure that he will be able to endure even a few minutes. Gradually, his bones are ready to simply break due to such pressure, but an unexpected person comes to the rescue. Wen loudly orders the traitor to stop immediately, saying that he must not harm his comrade. It so happened that the residual effects of the reverse life allowed Van to heal from his illness and restore his health. The same thing happened to his cultivation form, causing him to once again become a full-fledged fighter of the Cultivation Alliance. He uses an incredibly powerful skill to create a special area to cleanse the filth. This zone disperses the attacks that were trying to crush Shu, and he finally gets a chance to rest. Representatives of the Ascension cult are also instantly destroyed when they fall under the influence of this light. The explosion is so powerful that it knocks the enemy out of the sky and slams him into the ground with all his might. The head of the cult says that this is a power beyond the 9th grade. Van quickly loses consciousness after expending such a large amount of energy. Shu picks it up, realizing that the heavenly formation was created at the cost of incredible effort and many years. However, at that very moment, Alliance reinforcements arrive, rushing here to help their comrades. The cult leader realizes that this time, the aliens have launched a fierce attack on 3 wormholes. He rushes forward, thinking that he can no longer hesitate and needs to do what he came here for. Shu can't believe that this scoundrel is still alive, but he no longer has the strength to stop him. Chuck watches what is happening and realizes that their operation is far from complete. He states that the traitor is still alive and heading towards the elders, so he needs to be stopped. The other cultivators continue to watch the creature's flight and try to figure out whether they should intervene. After this, they decide it's time to act and jump off the roof at great speed. Meanwhile, Terry jumps out of the starship, saying that it is necessary to help the cultivators on the battlefield. Violet states that she will help him and uses her rain skill to kill several enemies at once. Celine has significantly improved her skills recently and is destroying them with her fists of infinity. Terry reaches Shu and Wen and asks them if they are okay, hoping that they are not hurt. Shu says that there is no time and he must hurry and go to headquarters to stop the traitors. He also talks about a traitor breaking through the realms, and Terry tries to understand how that is possible. The cult leader continues to fly from side to side in search of the Elder's aura. He uses his enhanced vision, which includes the ability to turn on thermal imaging and X-rays. After some minor calibration processes, he discovers the 2 signatures he needs. He happily takes aim and thinks that these feeble old men must finally perish. He says that now the Alliance headquarters must become a real grave for them. The officers are quickly approaching this headquarters in order to crush this enemy and prevent him from carrying out a terrorist attack. The cult leader says they are too weak to try to stop him. Chuck states that a formation needs to be formed in order to strengthen it and allow it to temporarily break through. The cult leader asks if this is the limit of power they are capable of, even together. He fires a powerful projectile at them and Chuck tries to block it, causing it to explode. He remains on his feet, but this is not enough to continue fighting. He falls to the ground, while the rest of the people who sacrificed their powers completely lose consciousness. The cult leader says he didn't expect them to endure it, making it time for the second shot. The cult leader prepares this attack longer than usual in order to ensure the destruction of the enemies. However, just as he is about to fire this shot, he is attacked by other cultivators. They use the combination of the 5 elements of space to destroy it in an instant. After a few seconds, his energy disappears and he realizes that he has made a big mistake. The 5 elements technique can manipulate a limited number of things, but when combined, it becomes stronger. This power that the head of the cult possesses is indeed something, but he is still not a divine being. With these manipulations, they cause the energy to detonate right next to the villain's head. The flash spreads over many kilometers, and the shockwave deafens everyone within a couple of blocks. Terry stops deliberately to hold on and not lose his balance from this force. Meanwhile, the cultivators who sacrificed a large amount of their strength are sent flying to the side. Watching the enemy fall, they realize that their strategy was correct and their wait was worth it. The 3 people's collaborative technique was a universal language that demanded their maximum effort. Before he completely loses consciousness, he sees his opponent fall to the ground and not even move. This is not surprising, since the cult elder is missing his head, as well as part of his right arm. However, despite this, he rises to his feet as if nothing had happened and begins to look around. After this, the regeneration process begins, which completely restores his head and damaged arm. The one who smiled is glad that his body was created using alien technology. He states that no one will stop him now, as all their resources have been exhausted. However, after he takes a couple of steps, he hears an unfamiliar voice demanding that he return. He turns around irritably and asks how long they can interfere with him in carrying out his plan. Terry says he would like to see the power of someone who broke through the realm with his own eyes. The head of the cult understands that in front of him is most likely a naive child who is trying to stall for time by talking. Turning around, he says that it's all over, because this time he'll get right up close to these old men. Terry stops him, saying that he shouldn't rush since 3 whole days have already passed. The cult leader tries to understand what all this means and promises to return for this child when he is done with the pawns. Terry says it's been 3 days since he last got irritated, and that needs to be fixed. He uses the skill of 9 true words to use all of them at once. After this, he imbues himself with explosive power, which attracts the attention of the head of the cult. He chooses the 4th word as the main chosen word in order to use the spiritual fire. The cult leader can't believe this boy just broke through to the top of the 9th grade. After this, he realizes that in front of him is the very same cultivator they had been hearing about all this time. Terry says he will not reveal his identity in order to keep the intrigue of this fight. Immediately after this, he disappears because he moves so fast that it is impossible to follow him. A moment later, he appears right in front of his opponent, preparing to deal him a crushing blow. A real life-or-death battle ensues between them, with each trying to catch the other in mistakes. The cult leader fights with all his might, but his wits are not enough to win this battle. Terry jumps to the side, after which he feels his spiritual powers continue to increase. The head of the cult says that he has ruined their plans many times, and that today he will finally be finished. He thinks that this guy is dangerous, and he needs to kill him now, otherwise there will be trouble later. He uses the secret technique of the light sage to induce divine wrath. This clod is rapidly rushing straight towards our hero, but he can still dodge. However, he prefers not to do this and to use the fifth word of truth to create a barrier. At that very second, he creates a space of divine consciousness that stops all projectiles. The cult leader wonders how this even happens, trying to understand why his technology was so easily blocked. Terry dodges the subsequent attack with the same grace and incredible ease. After that, he slowly approaches it, as if he has perfect control over the entire space. The cult leader hopes that he will stop coming closer, as he is starting to scare him. However, suddenly he stops and begins to stare at him. He states that he did not break through the realms, and did so only with the help of alien technology. After this, he deals him a powerful blow, saying that these are those who died at their hands during the invasion. After this, he makes another strike, saying who these elders Shu and Wen are. He also strikes dozens of blows for the various families who lost their best warriors today. His punishment knows no mercy, and he certainly has no intention of leaving his opponents alive. He also says that the final blow will be for the people he betrayed with his actions. After this, he squeezes his hand and cancels the state of divine consciousness in order to free up space. The energy that was released from him flies away somewhere to the side and no longer reaches anyone. It rises uncontrollably higher and higher, breaking through the clouds until it finally dissipates into thin air. Terry lifts him up with telekinesis, saying that he knows perfectly well that the head of the cult is pretending to be dead. The cultist smiles and says that the alien overlord's plans are not so simple, and they will never imagine what awaits them. Smiling, he says that he won't even tell him about it unless he begs him on his knees. Terry smiles slyly and says that he doesn't really need to interrogate him to find out the truth. Immediately after this, he decides to use the spirit skill in order to increase his perception. After this, he penetrates his consciousness in order to extract all the necessary information from his head. Terry realizes that there were a huge number of moles within the military academy's intelligence group and the university. We are transported 1,400 kilometers from the imperial capital of China, where a serene peace reigns. At the foot of the mountain, a small group of people gathers and heads off somewhere quite quickly and in an organized manner. Fargo says he was at headquarters preparing the newcomers for the competition, so he was only able to greet them now. The Green Dragon approaches him and says that he heard that the old man broke through the kingdoms. Fargo says that this is indeed the case and tries to explain what exactly the problem was. Fargo tells the story of the birth of the kingdom breakthrough theory and the successes of Chief Lin from start to finish. The Green Dragon says that this is amazing news, so we need to return quickly. A fighter named Blue Lotus comes up and says that they are rushing too much and need to slow down a bit. The Green Dragon says that once they break through, they themselves will destroy these alien bastards. The Blue Lotus advises him to be careful, but the Green Dragon states that he still knows no fear. After some time, two mysterious silhouettes appear, trying to secretly observe them. After this, they immediately lower themselves, making it clear that they are in fact ordinary people. Before us stands a mountain hermit and another 9th-class master who possesses amazing skills. However, as it turned out, these guys don't get along very well with each other, despite the fact that they have known each other for a long time. Almost immediately they begin insulting each other, moving on to personal jokes and reminiscing about the past. Fargo knows that he'll have to deal with them for quite a while, given their grumpy nature. Meanwhile, Charlie and Cherry, along with other officers, are talking about the need to run to the meeting place faster. Because of such incredible speed, they raise a lot of dust and attract the attention of other people. After some time, they find themselves near Fargo and report to him that the team has arrived in full force. Suddenly he advises them to be careful as they begin to sense a strange aura and notice frightened birds. The fighters say that someone is coming, and this is definitely not good, so we need to be on guard. Before they had time to fully understand anything, it turned out that they were surrounded by unknown individuals. These individuals take off their hoods, and it turns out that this is our old acquaintance who was supposed to be destroyed. Fargo looks at Feng Long in surprise and tries to understand how he ended up here, because he shouldn't be alive. Feng Long and his clones then enter combat mode and prepare to destroy their enemies. Fargo, realizing that this man has now become even stronger, will instantly smear him across the wall. Plus it's in the plural now, so it's unclear how to fight them at all. The officers say they have never experienced such intense pressure, and they are barely holding on. The old guard says that they haven't fought serious enemies for a long time, and it's time to refresh their memory. They all claim that these 10 puppets must have great power, which will make them warm up. The Green Dragon says that we need to keep an eye on the others and take them as far away from here as possible. Immediately after this, they rush forward, saying that they must win this fight no matter what. Fargo reflects that the four elders are not in danger, but they are unlikely to have an easy time. Charlie turns to his brothers and demands that they immediately unite and help the elders. Fargo asks what he is doing, to which he replies that they will never abandon their duty and homeland. Fargo says he expected nothing less from his students, who showed incredible determination. Meanwhile, the elders continue to rapidly approach the puppets in order to punish them. However, Feng Long's clones turned out to be much more serious and agile than the old men initially thought. They still can't defeat the elders easily, because their levels are roughly equal. Each of these honored elders possesses an incredible level of combat power and experience accumulated over the years. Defeating one of these in battle is already a great success, even for a cultivator who is at their level. However, Feng Long underwent a major improvement thanks to cooperation with aliens. Thanks to this, he is able to fight off even those legends that could destroy an entire army. The Green Dragon understands that these clones are quite realistically at the peak of the 9th class and have the corresponding striking power. Blue Lotus advises him to be careful, saying that someone needs to restrain and distract them. He uses his wind blades to disrupt the clones' formation and knock them to the ground. However, suddenly one of these clones appears behind him and deals him a powerful blow right to the chest. This blow is enough to send the old man flying out of control. Seeing this, his comrade says that they are at the peak of the 9th grade and they must hold them all back. They come to the conclusion that these clones do not fear either life or death and do not fight for their own lives. This is why they can afford to take much riskier actions, and this leads to their dominance. Fargo realizes that the elders are no longer able to fight, so they must move forward as quickly as possible. Together they use a 9-word spell to create a spiritual energy suppression zone. They also create special energy shots, but this is not enough. Cherry can hardly bear this pressure and thinks that she can no longer fight. However, Terry suddenly contacts her telepathically and asks her how well she can hear him. After the battle, the Defender rallied the few Alliance cultivators who could still move. Celine was put in charge of the medical area to ensure everyone received the treatment they needed. She quickly ran from side to side in order to transfer all the wounded to the medical center. Her speed and determination proved to be very useful, as she was able to save many lives. She reflects on the fact that many people were seriously injured, but she did everything she could. She expresses hope that they will all recover and that none of them will have to be buried. And she also realizes that she didn't know that the university was one of the targets of the aliens who attacked deliberately. Sanshin asks her to calm down, saying that everything will be fine with her brother since he has experienced something different. Teachers from the imperial capital's universities are arriving here with serious delays due to disrupted logistics. Brandon says that he will take care of this area, and they better head to the medical center. After this, he comes closer to find out how useful the body of the dead cult leader will be. He understands that his body remained intact, but his soul was crushed by an unknown creature. Brandon understands that the killer is unlikely to be far from here, but there are not many candidates of this level. He tries to figure out if this man was Terry, and these thoughts do not give him peace. After this, he decides that it is necessary to absorb everything that is left in this body in order to become even stronger. He is very happy with the acquisition, realizing that he has now become 10 times stronger than he was before. However, the sudden energy was too much to contain, and his body simply swelled. He is destroyed because it is too early for him to die, since he has not taken any revenge for his humiliations. However, regardless of his furious desire, his stomach explodes, causing him horrific injuries. He falls to the ground, feeling that the other half of his body is now living a completely separate life. Trying to get up, he says that he cannot die such a senseless death right now. Gradually, the blood clots that had scattered in all directions began to slowly creep towards him. After this, the regeneration procedure is immediately launched, which restores it as if nothing had happened. Brandon realizes that the extremely powerful dark energy was not contained within his body, but has now completely merged. He again thanks his mentor, whose name is Saldaman, for giving him such a skill. Meanwhile, we are transported to a starship, which is already halfway to the university. Terry uses 9 words of truth to communicate with her sister, who is thousands of miles away. In addition to divine consciousness, he can also realize ultra-long-range spiritual understanding. Violet and Lulu keep a close eye on him to get all the necessary information about what is happening. Terry says he has an idea on how to help his sister defeat these villains. On the other side of the Great Bark, 4 old men and clones fight each other to the death. Fargo also comes to the rescue from time to time, but due to a lack of strength, he cannot fight back to his full extent. His team members formed a formation of swords and periodically released them to the side to cover those fighting in the sky. However, this is not a serious strategy because they can only buy themselves a little time. Cherry suddenly starts talking to her brother quite loudly, making herself noticeable to everyone else. Because of this, some attack skills become completely meaningless and miss the target. They look at her in surprise, and she says that it is not her fault and that she was just a little distracted. Cherry is worried that he should tell her about the plans quickly, as her strength is waning. Terry says that using all the spiritual words can completely empty the minds of these clones. Cherry realizes that she doesn't have enough strength because she hasn't trained to use it all at once. Terry says there is only one way to do this, and he demands that she give him control of the body. Violet and Lulu are surprised by such words and hope that he didn't mean anything bad. Terry says that with the help of the 9th word of truth, he will be able to take control of her body and use the spell. Cherry says that she will not resist, and he can use this spell as he wants. After this, he says that in this case, he will start immediately and asks her to prepare. His skills take effect almost instantly, and Cherry feels energy forming around her head. It begins to accumulate quite quickly, after which she releases her consciousness to fall asleep. Meanwhile, the Elder continues to fight the clones, but their successes are becoming increasingly illusory. They begin to be thrown back and suffer severe damage from their inability to fight. The Golden Dragon says that his favorite glasses were destroyed, and now this is his biggest problem. The Elder adds that these guys are very strong, and it is really almost impossible to deal with them. Fargo realizes that this is already the second story with powerful warriors who cannot be defeated. Looking at his students, he realizes that they too are exhausted and can no longer maintain the same pace. Charlie realizes that he can handle 10 shots at full power, and now everyone's reserves are at the limit. Cherry asks him how long the wait will be, and Terry states that it will take another 10 minutes. The Elder says that this won't work, and if everything continues, they will all simply die here. The Elders look at him and ask him what he means by these words. After this, he jumps up and says that this mountain is his home, and he will not let him die here. He promises to hold back most of the clones' bodies so that they can destroy the rest one by one. The Green Dragon asks him if he has the slightest idea what he just said. They tell him that if he wanted to say something now, it would be better to do it, since they might not survive. And the Green Dragon only declares that he has great faith in this old man and hopes for his success. The Elder then creates an incredibly bright burst of energy in order to prepare for the strike. The other Steel Elders understand perfectly well where this is all heading and decide to take a few steps back. A huge number of roots burst out from under the ground and head towards the enemies. The Fenglongs remain motionless in the air, unaware of the danger they are in. Terry understands that such masters are just one step away from breaking through to the next level. He recalls that they used a spiritual technique that was achieved through solitary living on the mountain. He admits that he did not expect the older generation to achieve such a level of breakthrough research. The Elder says that he is detaining these scoundrels at the cost of his life, since this is his duty. More energy plants burst out from the ground and attack Fenglong's clones. They try to block these powerful blows with varying success, and they are practically unsuccessful. The other Elders realize that this is their chance, as one of them has become isolated from the others. They quickly close the distance to unleash all their skills on him. Each of them chooses the most powerful one from an extensive list in order to not give the enemy a single chance. If it weren't for the enhanced alien magic and armor against them, he would have certainly died from this onslaught. However, the barrier that this scoundrel creates turns out to be quite strong and difficult to break through. The Elder is trying to figure out why they can't kill 9 peak 9th grade cultivators at once, even with this secret technique. After a while, their attack finally bears fruit as Fenglong's barriers begin to crack and become increasingly thin, and they continue to press him with all their might, using martial arts techniques of various ranks and levels. Fenglong suddenly just smiles and says that in reality, these are all just attempts to delay the inevitable. The Elders immediately notice this and try to understand why he remains so optimistic. Fenglong begins to rapidly expand in order to accumulate energy and powerfully self-destruct. After a couple of seconds, a bright flash occurs, followed by a powerful shock wave that is impossible to defend against. The self-destruction power of the 9th grade peak energy is the same as the strike of those who have broken through to another level. The Elders understand that now everything is definitely over, since they had no chance of winning in the first place. The whole point is that their opponents are clones. They are not normal people who can commit suicide without hesitation. He realizes that now that he has burned up half of his spiritual power, he has no way to resist. He prepares to accept his fate with honor, since he will no longer be able to escape. Cherry opens her eyes as the skills charging was completed at the very last second before the disaster. After this, she quickly says all the necessary words in order to move on to the final spell. Finally says all 9 words of truth in order to focus on the most important and last thing. Seconds before the powerful fists touch the Elder's head, the entire space freezes. A very large and vast zone of spiritual space is created, within which nothing moves. Fenglong begins to ask himself questions about who he is and how he ended up here. These questions begin to get on his nerves, and he simply goes crazy from this. These clones begin to fight each other to find out which one of them is the real one. This battle turns out to be quite brutal, as the clones have no desire to spare their own kind. They completely lose interest in other creatures and focus on destroying each other. Fargo watches what is happening in amazement and still cannot understand what is happening. However, he clearly understands that it is necessary to catch the weakened elder in order to prevent him from dying. After that, he asks him if everything is okay with him and how he feels, to which he states that everything is fine. And the green dragon wonders why they suddenly started killing each other and became possessed. Cherry says that the technique stirred up the remnants of Fenglong's soul in each body. Terry notes that now they have no choice but to destroy each other. Gradually, this battle comes to an end, and each copy begins to fight with incredible strength. From the outside, it looks like a real fireworks display, but in the end, there is only one survivor. He falls to the ground at great speed and leaves behind a small crater, but this does not bother him. Fenglong happily says that he remains the one and only, which means he is real. After a while, a shadow looms over him, and his joy immediately vanishes as he sees a powerful enemy. Cherry and Terry talk about how he is a clone of a traitor who should never have even been born. Fenglong is unable to withstand such a moral blow, after which he chokes on his own fluids. Cherry immediately turns around, realizing that this fool is finished, and she can breathe a little easier. A little more time passes, and gradually all the fighters begin to recover from this battle. They decided to rest and recuperate, as they had suffered this time. The cadets of the military academy who survived the fall could not even believe what was happening. They survived the attack of 10 peak 9th grade cultivators, and Terry and Cherry saved them, albeit at a heavy price. Terry finally got the chance to return to his own body and slowly opened his eyes, looking around. Violet asks him what's going on there, and he states that he used a secret technique and fixed everything. Lulu says that it seems like the aliens are targeting peak 9th grade cultivators. Violet wonders why they attacked the university if even the principal is only in the 8th grade. Terry realizes that everything now points to the teacher being in serious danger because of what happened. Meanwhile, we are transported to the university pavilion, which has already been significantly damaged due to the attack. A huge number of defenders have already been killed in the unequal battle with the Ascension cult. Dwayne wonders who these people are and why they dared to attack and neglect their university. The Ascension cult calmly moves on, ignoring his questions, and tries to attack him with special balls. Dwayne freezes in place to understand what all this means, and two people appear next to him. These fighters named Vince and Charles say that these balls are a weapon of the Ascension cult. Dwayne reflects on how he didn't pay much attention to the news that two unknown people had broken into the gate. He believes that it is necessary not to get distracted and concentrate on destroying these balls. All of his subordinates follow his order, after which they release several energy beams. They unite into a single stream so that its destructive power increases many times over. However, even with such serious efforts, they cannot penetrate the metal balls. Charles tries to understand why the attack, which was supposed to cut the diamonds, had no effect. He quickly realizes that these people are capable of making circular turns, violating the laws of conservation of momentum. They immediately jump to the side, saying that there is no point in yawning and that it is necessary to act quickly. The balls end up around them and form a strange network of electrical discharges. People trapped in this cage wonder what is happening and realize that they cannot concentrate. Vince and Charles guess that this is a special weapon to defeat any cultivator. The cult's employees say that this will be enough and that it is time to reach the main goal. Dwayne realizes that their target is the Elder, which means they must protect him at all costs. He uses martial arts techniques to stop these opponents at any cost. However, as soon as these swords enter this electric grid, they immediately begin to corrode into pieces. Within a second, these swords turn around and begin to strike directly at the director. However, for now this is only a prediction that Charles received, which means everything can still be changed. Dwayne looks at the weapon that was just under his control and doesn't understand why he lost control of it. Charles tells him to dodge, and Dwayne escapes serious consequences and remains untouched. However, after a few seconds we are transported to a university building where cultists are walking. They meet the owner of the exchange office and advise him not to disturb them, since he is already retired. Ming attacks them, while one of the cultists tries to dispel the attack with his abilities. After this, he takes off his hood, and we learn that it is Eugene, who wants to deal with him himself. Ming clenches his fist tightly, wondering how long he can hold off these fighters. One of the cultists simply disappears into thin air due to his incredible speed, and the old man is very surprised. Eugene says that he would like to see the strength of the man who was the strongest in the world and show his own. Ming says that he can only hope for his victory, like the mythical globe. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory Research Laboratory, the walls begin to collapse. People go inside to find the necessary materials and information. The cultist is presented with a brand new virtual storage of the spiritual realm of virtual reality. An unknown, hooded entity comes closer and closer to study the information. The cultist says that the cell development rate is 25%, and this is truly amazing. The alien cultist says that compared to the cell demons, these people are simply insignificant. He almost immediately breaks through the thick glass capsule in order to capture all the knowledge. Meanwhile, Terry's ship arrives there to see if they can help or if they didn't make it in time. Unfortunately, it turns out that they arrived too late and the real massacre had already begun. Terry immediately asks them to help the others while he deals with more important problems. Dwayne, meanwhile, remains under the influence of a suppressor cell that blocks his energy. Vince says he needs to solve this problem as quickly as possible because he is tired of waiting. Charles states that the force field is intertwined, so it will be necessary to attack all spheres at once. Violet and Lulu quickly run up and ask if everything is okay and how they can help them cope. Vince asks him to explain his plan faster, as he doesn't have much strength left. Lulu and Violet learn what is required of them and declare that they can help them. Together they rise into the air to unleash powerful attacks on the cell. After a few seconds, each sphere is hit by a powerful blow. Charles says that the difference between the combined strikes was more than half a second, and this is not enough. He recommends that they try again in order to carry out a faster attack. The next attempt was much faster, but still not enough to cope. They keep attacking over and over again to damage these balls, but they are still motionless. Charles finds that with repeated attempts, they have reduced the maximum deviation to a minimum. However, this still did not lead to victory, which means they are most likely doomed to failure. After some thought, Doug suggests that they should use a joint technique. Lulu and Violet glance at each other, trying to figure out if he's seriously suggesting they use this. Since entering university, they have been constantly practicing together and have a good feel for each other's movements. Now, with the lives of their comrades at stake, they don't hesitate for a second and prepare to do it. Having gathered enough spiritual energy, they rush forward to destroy the cursed cage. Every particle is hit almost simultaneously, leaving no chance for failure. Quite quickly, this structure begins to crumble, releasing all the people who are here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming is fighting to the death against superior odds. He jumps to the side, feeling that his onslaught was insufficient and that something will have to change. Eugene unleashes all the power he has to pin him to the wall. Ming suddenly decides to use the Void Slash skill to change the outcome of the battle. By extending his hand forward, he creates several pulses of energy that block the enemy's attacks. Eugene continues to come closer and closer, stating that all these attacks will be completely useless. He also takes out a special blade that turns out to be strong enough to cut through anything. Ming doesn't have time to react to this attack and gets hit with a blade right in his chest. Eugene says that the general is indeed very strong, but he cannot compare to alien technology. Ming says that Eugene's lack of principles is expected given his family background, but it won't change anything. He uses the Void Dao skill to increase his strength, similar to the fury of a real mountain. Eugene grins and says that it's time for him to test how weak he is. Meanwhile, the alien continues to collect data in order to obtain information on how to conduct cultivation. She finds herself surprised that this despicable level 0 creature came up with such a breakthrough idea. Within seconds, the walls around her begin to explode as powerful reinforcements arrive. Turning around, she sees that Terry has arrived here, who came here alone, but is using a powerful technique. This is an energy compression technique, and the alien doesn't understand how he managed to achieve this. Terry throws energy almost instantly directly at his target in order to destroy it. The alien understands that she needs to get going quickly if she wants to stay alive after this. She jumps to the side, realizing that she has never seen such a strong flame. Terry quickly catches Hillary as she falls, realizing she has suffered spiritual trauma, but she will be okay. After this, she begins to pursue the alien, who is amazed by his incredible energy control technique. She understands that this is simply impossible, and a flying beam, clamped with energy, rushes towards her. To cope, she creates a special space and gap to avoid receiving damage. This gap in reality exists like a wormhole that pulls all objects inside. After the energy disappears into this wormhole, she immediately closes it and jumps to the side. Terry realizes that he is facing a rather powerful operative whose body looks terribly familiar. He guesses that this is most likely the leader of the aliens who destroyed the Earth in his past lives. He wonders how it happened that they didn't break through the Emperor's realm and even mastered such cultivation. He suggests that this is impossible, since they would not have needed to come here to steal the breakthrough theory. He ponders the ways in which these aliens could have advanced to this stage without this knowledge. Meanwhile, the alien analyzes him and tries to understand how he managed to achieve such abilities. She understands that she simply must obtain the theory of realm breakthrough in order to become several times stronger. A few seconds later, the walls that were nearby are destroyed again. Eugene comes inside and says that Ming really deserved the title of general for her strength. Terry looks at them in surprise and tries to understand what the hell they are doing here and what it all means. Eugene throws Ming aside and says that he will destroy this scoundrel once and for all. The alien creates a wormhole in space and says that in this case, she leaves him this goal and leaves. Terry knows he can't let her take away the breakthrough theory under any circumstances. Eugene rushes into the attack, saying that he already warned that he would finish him off at any cost. Terry, seeing the enemy approaching, decides to use the 9 true words to defend himself. In this way, he creates a very strange substance around himself, which covers his entire body. He jumps out of the building, trying to dodge Eugene's constant attacks. After this, he lands and says that he will not be able to defeat him by relying only on his innate talent. He adds that he can be sure that he will not allow him to die so quickly and will definitely poison him. However, after a few seconds, the poison that was distributed throughout Terry's body suddenly burns away without a trace. A powerful explosion is created and Eugene jumps back, trying to figure out how this is even possible. Terry mockingly says that he has never felt such animal fear as he does now. Fortunately, the fire of pure karma he received on Dragon Island has a restraining effect on the poison. Now he understands that his opponent's strength is no less than that of the Ascended Head, and it will not be easy to harm him. Suddenly, Elder Ming contacts him and says that he will help him keep it. Terry immediately decides to use the energy surge to deal with the enemy faster. Eugene looks up and realizes that they are using the 5-color lightning technique, which is very rare. Eugene asks him if he's just going to stand here and wait to die as if nothing happened. Terry continues charging this incredibly powerful skill as his opponent runs towards him. It's getting darker and darker with these flashes, and he's getting ready to unleash a powerful charge. Eugene says that we need to capture him and destroy him there a few more times. Terry continues to stand calmly when suddenly his opponent freezes in place. Ming intercepts him and asks where he is going, since he has not finished fighting him yet. Eugene tries to break free violently, but he is unable to do so despite all his efforts. A few seconds later, he deals him powerful blows, but this does not stop Ming from holding him back. The lightning continues to concentrate more and more strongly, burning anyone who is directly underneath it. Eugene orders him to let go, adding that when that 5-colored lightning falls, they will both die. Ming continues to stay on his feet with the last of his strength, and says that there simply could not be a better outcome. Terry, with a heavy heart, lowers his hand down to allow the lightning to fall on the enemy. An incredible charge of powerful energy rushes downwards, igniting the air in its path and raising the temperature. Eugene looks up in horror, trying to figure out if he has any chance of surviving. All hopes of surviving this blow are in vain, as the power is too great. Eugene asks why they did such a crazy thing, and Ming shoots Terry. Violet comes to the teacher and says that they came here because they were asked to help in general. Chester, Hubert, and Frank also end up there and ask them how things went. Violet and Lulu say they did a great job while Terry goes off to protect the scientists. Dwayne, Charles, and Vince run on to help Terry and find the teacher, who was definitely supposed to survive. Seeing Mrs. Hillary, he asked her if everything is okay and how she is feeling now. Terry shakes his head, and Hillary sadly says that Elder Ming died a heroic death. Dwayne, seeing his inaction, adds that he wanted him to live in solitude. Instead, everything went wrong. Hillary falls to her knees and says she failed to maintain the kingdom breakthrough theory. Dwayne realizes that the aliens have now taken possession of their trump card and will now become even stronger. Terry says that now is not the time to blame yourself, as it will not lead to anything useful. He reminds that at this critical moment they must raise their fighting spirit and push forward the second revolution. Dwayne understands that the aliens don't have a well-developed cultivation system yet, so they still have a chance. Hillary realizes he's right, because there's no point in blaming herself and wallowing in regret. Terry realizes that next time the aliens might show up already broken through, but he will stop them. After several fierce battles, the alien conspiracy was finally fully exposed. The Alliance took the opportunity to capture the Ascension cult, which was soon destroyed. In this incident, 189 people were slightly injured, 73 were seriously injured, and 31 people died. The Alliance decided to hold a large memorial ceremony in 3 days for the heroes who died in this facility. The ceremony was to be broadcast live across the planet to pay tribute. The monastic union conducted funerals to the highest standards for the deceased at the Imperial Cemetery. The ceremony was also broadcast live to all 233 countries and regions of the Earth. The full list of the dead was presented in the form of a hologram for all who wished to become acquainted with the heroes. Celine lost her relative who sacrificed himself to stop the head of the Ascension cult. She bows before his grave to lay flowers at the memorial. She also wipes away her tears and wishes him a safe journey in the afterlife, which is still too early for her to enter. After some time, a card of Ming appears on the hologram, who was awarded the posthumous title of Heavenly General. This is an incredible loss for everyone who knew him, as this man was a true treasure. Terry is standing in the rain when he suddenly hears strange sounds, as if someone is talking to him. Ming says that life and death are one and the same, and the latter is the inevitable result of any person's path. Terry remembers the moments he spent with Ming, and realizes that he had a special connection with him. Tears begin to flow down his cheeks, because even for such a warrior, sometimes it is necessary to give vent to emotions. Violet says that now all they can do is wish the elder all the best. Terry clenches her fists and says that she is indeed right, because they must protect the Earth. Brandon watches the scene unfold, reflecting on the insignificant nature of human life. He understands that true liberation can only be achieved under the protection of the universe of Cell Demon. After some time, Elder Lin says that we need to honor the fallen with 3 minutes of silence. He gestures for everyone to think about the best moments they remember with these people. The speaker says that the essence of a spiritual cultivator is to develop during times of prosperity. Among other things, a cultivator must save other people during times of chaos, regardless of his own losses. Cultivators are role models in the world and true heroes who will always be missed. People all over the world truly honor the memory of these heroes because it is thanks to them that their planet still lives. In this battle, the Earthlings achieved a great victory. The alliance of cultivators lived up to expectations. Despite the bitterness of loss, the alliance still promises to continue to protect the civilian population of Earth. All the other fighters raise their fists in the air and confirm this intention, saying that they will not give up. The great funeral was broadcast to all corners of the Earth, and all of humanity mourns the victims, but rejoices in the victory. The Cultivation Alliance has banned all cultivation activities for the Mujang family and will conduct a thorough investigation. All the key participants in the recent events gather in the Alliance meeting hall to figure out what needs to be done. Terry announces that he has a proposal, and they immediately ask him what he has thought about in the meantime. Terry says it would be a good idea for them to hold the 11th International Cultivators Conference earlier. Everyone looks at him in surprise and asks him why he even needed to take her there. The International Cultivators Conference was organized by the Alliance after the victory over the aliens. Dao says that it was held every 5 years, and detailed plans were made for the next 5 years. Lin says that if he proposed a plan, then he must surely have ideas that he should share. Terry notes that the Ascension cult alone couldn't have carefully planned the attack, meaning they have a traitor. Lin says that he already assumed that they really did have a mole, but he didn't think it was that serious. Terry says that once the Ascension cult is destroyed, the first thing to do is get rid of all the spies. Dao smiles and says that Terry is indeed a very clever fellow who understands what needs to be done. Khan suddenly says that he agrees with his methods, since they are now quite effective. Dao asks him how he even decided to act against a family of cultivators, since these are his habits. Khan asks if they consider him a corrupt person, emphasizing that he himself has very often encountered what happened. Because now he is not sure that he knows these people, and he is very ashamed of the fact that he showed such blindness. Lin states that this matter has nothing to do with Han, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Terry asks him if it is advisable to atone for his sins after what happened. This means that it would be good if the People's Conference of Cultivators were held in his palace on the moon. After some time, we are transported to the headquarters of the Luo family, where information is passed on to the head of the family. The head of the family says that a conference of cultivators will take place through communication, and their family will rise again. Meanwhile, we return to the recovery center, where all the victims are undergoing rehabilitation. Wen looks at the cell Shu is in and realizes that the regeneration process will take a long time. He notes that Shu survived, but because of the pills he took, we are now facing living dead who cannot walk. Terry realizes that in his previous life, Wen was lost all the time. Master Shu died in battle. Wen says that if only his sister were here, everything would be different, but he hasn't heard from her for a long time. Terry understands that his sister is the head of the King of Medicine Valley and one of the best specialists. Terry says that there is still a whole month before the international conference, so he can go to the Valley of the King. After some time, he prepares a special ship to move to those lands. Terry praises Violet and Lulu, saying that they shouldn't forget about training, but they are already strong warriors. He also states that Cherry must continue to perfect her spiritual techniques no matter what. Cherry tells them that he is only leaving for a month, but speaks to him as if he is about to die. She immediately throws herself into his arms and tells him that he must be careful and make sure he returns safe. Celine rushes forward, saying that she also wants to hug her boss and say a proper goodbye. Violet and Lulu feel a little embarrassed, but even they decide it's best to say goodbye to him. Hugging him, they say that they will wait for him very much and hope for his speedy return. After this, he climbs aboard the ship and flies off to distant lands in order to find the right person. Violet and Lulu say that they have quite a lot of work, so it's too early for them to relax. After a while, Brandon comes up to her, and Violet asks him if he was really looking for her. Brandon states that he thinks lovers should be together, and he knows how to make it happen. Violet asks him if this is true, and he replies that it is indeed so. Meanwhile, Terry arrives at headquarters near the wormhole and is greeted by a new officer. He greets him, saying that he will be leading his trip as he has been appointed as the group leader. This young man's name is Luffy, and he was almost instantly captivated by Terry's reputation. Luffy tells him that there are still 2 hours left before the flight, so he will take him to the restroom. Terry realizes that there hasn't been any incidents in this area for years, so everyone is acting relaxed. An elite university graduate approaches Commander Luffy and asks him when they will be leaving for the valley. Some students say that there is no rush because they will still remain cannon fodder. Terry understands that these people are clearly not professionals, but they do not care about Luffy because he has no authority. Terry decides not to get involved in these useless twists and turns and asks to be taken to the break room. The students watch him and begin to discuss him, saying that his fame is probably exaggerated. Luffy says that the group that is currently heading to the valley are newbies, that's why they are acting like this. Terry states that he doesn't care who he goes with, and Luffy continues to stutter and apologize for no reason. After some time, he receives a call from his superiors, saying that his group has started a fight again. Luffy immediately runs away, saying that he has urgent matters to deal with. Terry was able to break through to the 7th grade after the last battle with Eugene, so this should help him. After 2 hours, he finds himself in a special ship, and they are asked to sit comfortably and fasten their seatbelts. Other students say that they should be embarrassed and can ask for a bag if they get motion sick. The ship's pilot says that they encountered a rare storm and their wormhole route was disrupted. Students say that this is very bad because the wormhole should have been the safest. They begin to panic, saying that it looks like the captain is trying to destroy the ship. Luffy gets to his feet and tells them to calm down and not do anything until it's too late. However, one of the students suddenly hits him right in the face to shut him up. He asks him about his self-importance and reminds him that he graduated from a second-rate school. He also states that they must follow him if they want to die, of course. Luffy stands up and says that they must follow orders if they want to be court-martialed. The student looks at him arrogantly, asking why he even wants to fight them. A second later, he tries to use a martial arts technique to simply knock him out again. Terry comes to the aid of the unfortunate man and intercepts the blow without much difficulty. He says that disobedience to orders and insubordination to superiors are grounds for expulsion from the university. Terry throws the student into a crowd of other kids who have decided to take matters into their own hands. Luffy thanks him for his help, and Terry says that this is an army, not a school, so a soldier must have dignity. The pilot reports that the storm has stopped and they have received the correct course coordinates. It doesn't take long before they reach the Valley of the Medicine King. Luffy sees his comrade off, thinking that he really is a big head, and hopes that he will follow him. At this time, we are transported to the Emerald Shine Base, which looks like a palace in another world. A man of elven appearance enters the palace and is asked why he has come. He says that people from the star Earth have long occupied this valley and they need to be destroyed. He promises that he can do this quickly and with minimal losses among the soldiers. However, the Elven Queen tells him that she refuses to approve this operation. She declares that waging this war is against the will of the Eternal Forest, and it must not be betrayed under any circumstances. However, she states that barbarians may take advantage of the situation, so her home must be defended. The elf says that faith cannot help them, reflecting that they must submit to Saldemon. After this, the elf leaves, and the queen reflects on the fact that she did not tell anyone the last part of the prophecy. The thing is, that according to the prophecy, the hero who can change the course of events for the Wood Elves is a man from Earth. Immediately after this, she turns to her ally named Agate to convey a small message to him. Agate asks why they wanted to see him, adding that he will carry out any of her orders. The Elven Queen sends him a telepathic message, telling him to carefully bring this man here. Meanwhile, we are transported to the base of the Valley of the King of Medicine, where Terry arrives for Van's sister. He is met by a man who says that they simply have to give him a short tour. Terry says he's looking for Van's sister, and is told she's gone on a trip and it won't be easy to find her. He is offered a standard kit for studying the Jade Sun, which includes several devices and instruments. It is also stated that in addition to the Valley of the King, there are 2 more indigenous peoples on this planet that are under the influence of Saldemon. Terry recalls that in a past life, there was a conflict among the Wood Elves, and they abandoned their faith in the light. However, now he hopes that he can correct this situation, and heads further into the forest thicket. He quickly realizes that there are many rare herbs in the Southern Valley, and that it is worth starting there. However, he suddenly stops and counts the number of elves who have been watching him the whole time. Agate hides behind the trees, while the mushrooms tell him where the Earthlings are. Other elves sitting in the trees say that this is the man the Queen is looking for. They decide to keep a close eye on him, as this was the order of the Marquis of Twilight. Terry moves on, realizing that this forest has not been explored by people from the valley, judging by this map. From here, the direct path into the rocky jungle begins, but it can be dangerous if you don't know where to go. Agate tries to figure out what this guy is doing, realizing that he has invented a real trap. He remembers that this place is forgotten by the world, and no one goes there, but now he has no other choice. Terry jumps from tree to tree, realizing that there is miasma and toxins everywhere, as if something is poisoning the forest. He can only use his internal energy to temporarily purify his body. He begins to feel like he is walking in circles, when suddenly the trees behind him begin to tremble. A few seconds later, a liana grabs him and quickly lifts him up. Agate also finds himself trapped, revealing that he has been caught in the hunt of the tree demon. However, before destroying its target, this demon throws them into the air to finish them off. Terry and Agate ironically share the same fate as prisoners of this giant monster. The tree demon looks like a giant snake that crawls out of an ambush and has many teeth. Agate says that she is about to die and regrets that he was unable to fulfill the will of His Highness. A furious fiery energy crashes down on this monster and causes it to loosen its grip. Terry comes to Agatha's aid and intercepts her so that she doesn't get hurt when she falls. He looks at her carefully and asks her if everything is okay and if she is injured. Terry asks her who she is and why she is following him, to which she states that the queen sent her. Terry telepathically asks her why there are other elves here, and Agatha replies that they are the Twilight Knights. After a few seconds, the ground beneath them begins to shake, as this monster has not yet finished chasing them. A giant insect emerges from the ground and swallows huge chunks of earth in a matter of seconds. After this, it stabilizes and looks around in search of further victims. The Twilight Knights continue their surveillance, saying that the bugs have left and they can continue their pursuit. However, they are too inexperienced not to understand that it would have been better for them to take care of themselves. Another centipede jumps towards him, preparing to tear them apart. Agate says that the body of this monster is so huge, as if it were the queen beetle who swallowed them. She emphasizes that the beetle's nest is located at a depth of 10,000 meters underground, so it will be difficult for them to get out of there. Terry asks if the Dawn Beauty sent for him, and Agatha is surprised that he knows the Elf Queen. Meanwhile, the giant beetle continues to burrow through the ground with great speed and zeal. After some time, he opens his mouth and spits out his toxic bile. Terry creates a barrier in time, after which he lands softly on his feet so that Agatha does not break anything. Terry realizes they are in a beetle's lair and discovers the roots of a tree that is above. He tries to figure out what kind of tree they are and how they can go so low, while the beetle prepares to kill them. He makes a loud roar and then attempts to shoot a special web at them. Terry doesn't forget about the problem, dodging and jumping to the side, but this is only the beginning of their troubles. They quickly realize that they are surrounded, as a large number of larvae live in this lair. Terry understands perfectly well that fire is a good remedy against these creatures and burns several at once. However, the number of insects here is enormous, and some of them are already beginning to grow wings. He understands that this creature is capable of burrowing underground and also flying, and this is amazing. However, the plans remain the same because he needs to burn this nest while trying not to damage the tree. The monster rushes closer to our heroes, using its thin and long paw to grab them. However, after a few seconds, light breaks through into this lair, which already throws insects in different directions. He pierces the wings of a giant beetle, which was already preparing to take another low-level flight. If you look closely, it becomes obvious that these light beams are being fired by someone's avatar. Terry and Lulu try to figure out if this is the Queen's spiritual incarnation who has decided to come to their aid. The insect receives multiple injuries and loses the ability to fly, after which it falls down. Terry finds herself being rapidly surrounded by small insects in order to tear her apart. He states that they have hardly heard the words of the leader of their great country, but they will learn them the hard way. While destroying many insects, he says that even one spark can cause a real fire. He is able to deal with threats in a matter of seconds, since the insects are not accustomed to such temperatures. After some time, a girl emerges from the small fish and looks around. Terry realizes that it was she who saved them, which is why he is very grateful to her for such support. However, the girl soon turns to him, telling him that he must follow her if he wants to live. Terry and Agatha glance at each other, trying to figure out who this girl is, but decide to follow her. Using their romantic agility and ability to fly, they rise up to the saving light. Gradually, more and more insects begin to follow them, assuming that prey has wandered in here. However, their ending turns out to be quite sad, given the incredible strength of this girl. She destroys a huge number of monsters, after which she sees that the exit is a couple of dozen meters away. Terry understands that her internal energy is very strong, but it is not the secret technique of the King's Valley. Terry stops briefly and asks her where she plans to take them. The girl calmly stops and says that she is going to take him to the Valley of the Medicine King. Terry says that this road leads in the opposite direction, and this place is not where you need to go. The girl immediately looks at him sternly, frowning a little, but does not want to say anything. After a while, she says that, apparently, she made a mistake with this road and got lost, which surprises him. Terry understands that this path is not on the map, and he doesn't know the way. Their jade is everywhere here. The girl drops to one knee and asks why he is doing this and if he wants to save Agatha. Terry says there can be no doubt about this, as he always helps his comrades. He asks her to guard the perimeter for a while he cleanses the elf's body of filth. She agrees and creates a special sphere so that she can go about her business in peace. And she watches him, thinking that she has never seen such a method of extracting poison before. Terry decides to use the spirit realm to perform the spot cleansing skill. After he removes the toxins from her body and soul, he also throws them aside. However, as soon as the toxin lands on living grass, it immediately begins to wilt. Terry calls her by name, after which the girl states that her name is Lindsay, and she will give him medicine. Agatha looks closely at this girl and says that she looks a little strange. Lifting her onto his back, he turns to Lindsay and says that they should find shelter and spend the night there. After some time, they make a fire and create a small tent in which to rest. Agatha continues to be in a dream, and only after some time finally opens her eyes. She immediately starts screaming, scared, but he calms her down, telling her that there is nothing to be afraid of. Lindsay asks her what her name is and why she is acting so scared. Terry states that she is a lost elf and they should help her get back, but Lindsay states that elves do not like humans. Their stomachs start to rumble loudly, and Terry says that it would be nice if they could get a snack. To satisfy his hunger, he decides to do a little fishing in a nearby pond and fry the fish over a fire. Lindsay and Agatha are very impressed with his cooking and are ready to finally enjoy the taste. Lindsay suggests that she will take all the fish for herself because wood elves are vegetarians, but Agatha resists. After that, they tell various stories about how they ended up in this place. After this, he decides to move on to activation, and Lindsay asks him what he is doing. Terry says that if you combine the heart and liver of a captured beetle, you can create an unusual substance. Using a special spiritual technique, he assembles a disguise that should give them a great advantage. It is synthesized quite quickly, and our hero will be ready to use it very soon. He gradually combines the resulting type of pill with his spiritual energy in order to quickly absorb it. Smiling, he says that in this way they will be able to blend in with the trees and not reveal their identity. At the first rays of the sun, they rise to their feet and move on in search of what they need. Agatha understands that now Terry has the ability to take the form of a forest elf, and now he is safe here. Terry reflects that they should have escaped the alien bug nest by now and analyzes the area. He notes that some insects are still crawling and moving, which is very strange. Unable to find the cause of this chaos, he suggests that they take a different path to avoid getting into trouble. Agatha suddenly points somewhere behind him and asks him what it all means. Terry immediately turns around and tries to figure out what exactly she is pointing at, noticing something strange in the sky. Agatha says that this thing has been flying above them all this time and has now decided to quickly approach. Terry advises everyone to be quiet as the energy being vanishes into thin air. Terry understands that it is too early to relax, since this was just a feint to lull their vigilance. The moment this creature materializes right in front of him, he puts up a blocking strike to prevent it from missing. Agatha asks what it was, and Lindsay states that it was a cluster of 3 dark spirits. Terry recalls that clusters of dark spirits were used as defensive weapons on the battlefield. He suspects that the place may be cursed, and decides that he needs to warn his comrades about it. He tells them that they need to get out of here, and the sooner they leave these places, the better. More spirit traps are starting to emerge from underground, so our heroes better hurry. Terry tries to understand why the attacks are becoming more intense if they have been moving away from the epicenter all this time. However, after he analyzed what was happening, he realized that he had encountered a moving cluster. Despite this, the ground begins to crack loudly, as if something gigantic is about to emerge from there. After some time, they come across a giant vessel in which many souls rest. Agatha says she hasn't seen this in her 72 years of life, and Terry tries to figure out what it is by asking Lindsay. She says that it is shaped like an ancient alchemical furnace, but she has never seen one so big before. Terry suggests that the spirits are trying to protect this creation from happening, meaning it is valuable. After quickly analyzing it, he discovers that the weak point is in the center of the circulation. After this, he suddenly jumps into the air in order to dodge another attack of the evil spirit. He concentrates energy in his hand in order to prepare the next spell. He immediately rushes forward in order to hit the ground and change the state of this seal. He hits the ground with all his might, hoping that this will disrupt the alchemical furnace's behavior algorithm. At first it seems that nothing is happening, but the seal finally appears and the furnace stops. An unknown person opens his eyes somewhere far away and continues to watch what is happening. Terry fixes a few flaws in this seal and realizes that he is the last one left. However, his situation is rapidly deteriorating as the spirits try to attack him. Terry realizes that things are bad and he needs to think faster to find a way out of the trap. At the last second, Lindsay's spiritual embodiment reappears in this world to change the seal. The smoke gradually clears and she emerges from it to look around. Agatha asks if everything is okay, and Lindsay says that the cluster was destroyed, now everything should be fine. However, she recommends staying away as she is not prepared to say the area is completely safe. Moving further away, she reflects on the fact that she does not know who created such a huge steel furnace and what purposes it serves. Terry looks closely at the steel object, realizing that it was clearly there for a reason. From his point of view, such an alchemical furnace should definitely be the work of a human cultivator. As he gets closer, he decides to connect his consciousness with the spirits that are in this stove. He understands that this stove is a complex structure, inside which there are several levels of protection. After some time, he suddenly feels as if the unknown person opens his eyes again. After this, the seal begins to clearly appear in his consciousness, and he does not understand what exactly it means. Jumping to the side, he understands only that he needs to defend himself and avoid the explosion. A bright beam hits this stove directly, creating a shockwave that spreads out to the sides. Terry tells them to run faster and not pay attention to him, because it is very dangerous. Agatha turns back and addresses her sister, saying that something is wrong. Lindsay tries to figure out what exactly she means when suddenly they are engulfed in a wave of light. Meanwhile, we move several kilometers in the other direction, where the deer notices this flash. Terry finds himself inside the maze and states that he was sure it would explode, but he was simply teleported. After checking the energy, he realizes that the isolation of divine consciousness is fixed within him. He assumes that he has no way to contact his friends right now when suddenly he notices that someone is present. The unknown old man looks at him attentively and sternly asks him who he is to intrude on him. Terry assumes that the person in front of him is the founder of the 10,000 Facts sector named Shen. Terry recalls that this sect was among the top 10 in the Cultivation Alliance after the Dragon sect. However, according to the latest information, he died in an accident while repairing a wormhole at a base in the valley. He carefully analyzes the digital identity that remained after that disaster. He admits that the man is quite well preserved and his consciousness is still intact. As the hologram disappears, he turns around and realizes that the space in the oven is completely sealed off. He assumes that if there had been a cultivator below the third class in his place, he would have died already. Once inside, he realizes it would be safer to use flame to find out what is inside. Fire allows him to quickly detect traps that destroy any manifestation of energy. Terry understands that this is a golden soul-burning spell, but he doesn't understand why it was cast there. He understands that it is meant to ignite souls and touch them, like bile, but for bones. Taking a few steps forward, he creates a barrier and realizes that he will have to move very carefully. The lasers hit his barriers, but bounce off to the side, allowing him to move on. He finally reaches one of the exits that looks pretty safe. Passing through the living point, he finally finds his comrades, trying to understand how they ended up there. Lulu and Agatha are in a very dire condition and could definitely use urgent medical attention. Almost instantly uses his soul skills to return her spiritual energy. Terry realizes that she is too hard on herself and took the full brunt of the soul-igniting spell on herself. Lulu comes to her senses and orders her to leave immediately because of her spiritual consciousness before she gets angry. She asks him what he's doing there, and Terry tells her not to move as he draws the poison out of her. His hands become more tense as this procedure requires a more rigorous approach. Lindsay finally begins to feel a little better and then realizes that she has spent a lot of energy herself. The ominous internal energy gradually fades and dissipates, as if it had never been there. After this, she falls backwards, but Terry manages to catch her and holds her until she finally comes to her senses. He asks her if she is okay and if she can recognize him, to which she replies that everything is fine. She says that as soon as they broke out of the passage, they were hit very hard and lost consciousness. Terry understands that the spiritual power below the infinite realm cannot resist the special ignition of the soul. Lindsay quickly tidies herself up and says that they need to check on how Agatha is feeling. Terry says she's fine, just unconscious from the effects of the insect venom. Lindsay talks about how they are now trapped in a maze-like oven that will be difficult to escape from. She asks him what they should do, and he states that they actually have one surefire way to do it. After this, he orders her to climb on his back, stating that he has no bad motives. This is the only way out. After a while, Lindsay is surprised to note that this boy can resist such a powerful spell. Terry says that if they continue to wander through this labyrinth, they will simply die and run out of strength. Lindsay says that these passages must be arranged in a certain pattern that needs to be unraveled. Lindsay states that this is very similar to the Medicine King's spiritual lineage's sensation and transformation array. He states that he does not worry, and the infinite, taking into account the fact that the soul is slowly destroyed, as if boiled over low heat. Terry asks who created such an iron tomb, and Lindsay says it was the previous protector of the Medicine King Valley. Terry says he died a long time ago, and Lindsay confirms this, stating that it was about 50 years ago. Terry understands that so far everything is going exactly as he imagined, but this worries him. He asks her if she knows how to destroy such arrays, and she states that it will not be easy. According to her, it is necessary to find the gates of life, and then they will be able to get out of this oven. Terry says it's unlikely to be that easy, as the oven is closed on all sides and looks more like a tomb. Lindsay asks how many people designed this tomb if it is so complex. Terry says that there is definitely not one person behind this, and reminds him of a couple of other individuals. Lindsay listens to this in surprise and tries to understand whether everything is really so complicated and confusing. He claims that it is possible that there may be a trinity of cultivators here who have long been legendary. After some time, a small seal appears on the floor, from which a skeleton's hand immediately emerges. Lindsay recalls that one of the cultivators was originally a powerful man and an amazing fighter. However, over time, he saw the Cell Demon's technology and power and became obsessed with its capabilities. However, in response to such treason against the state, his former comrades finished him off without much pity. Terry suggests that this old man is most likely still alive and living somewhere around here. Lindsay asks why he hasn't given up yet, to which he states that now they need to survive at any cost. Agatha comes to and asks them if everything is okay, adding that she saw a stream of light. Terry says there is nothing to worry about, everything will be fine, and she again wonders where they are. Terry notes that they've entered an alchemical furnace, but Agatha states that it's unlikely that anyone would make one that size. You also said that the prophet said that people live quite a short time, and no one could make it so big in their entire life. After they learn that Agatha has lived for 72 years, but still looks like a real child, they fall silent. Going further, they see that a giant skeleton has appeared in front of them, which looks unfriendly. Terry tries to figure out what this thing is, and guesses that the owner of this place does not want to accept them. He gradually begins to accelerate in order to break the distance with his future victims. He creates a special blade from the matter that floats in the air and prepares to strike. Terry gives the force field a normal push to split it into pieces. He wonders if this is all he can do, but it's too early to rejoice. Terry discovers that this creature is immortal, and even if he fights with it forever, it will lead to nothing. Therefore, attacking these creatures in any way is completely useless and only wastes energy. Lindsay says that these creatures are becoming more numerous, so they decide to retreat. She states that it is a round gate of life and death, and is very similar to the burning palace technique. Terry reflects on how these skeletons look charred, yet their touch is cold as ice. They continue to destroy everything that gets in their way, but these skeletons become embedded in ash and chunks of liquid. They appear with renewed strength and speed, but fortunately, there is another exit that needs to be passed through. Terry runs into the room and quickly looks around, as it looks exactly like the others. They wonder which way they should go now, because nothing is clear here. Terry suddenly finds that, in fact, several figures that had been chasing him to the portal are appearing in front of him. Skeletons gradually begin to emerge from other portals, surrounding our heroes and giving them no chance to escape. Terry talks about how they are surrounded, and it looks like the skeletons don't want them to go through the gates of death. Agatha suddenly falls to the ground, and Terry wonders what happened to her. Lindsay quickly looks at her body and says that it has become infected with the curse of the evil burning soul. Looking at his hands, Terry realizes that these skeletons are far from as simple as they initially thought. Terry says that it is the poison that corrodes the soul, and the skeleton is its carrier. He also suggests that the skeletons themselves came from travelers who came here and became infected. Having charged his body with fire, he immediately rushes towards his opponents, fearing absolutely nothing. There are quite a lot of these enemies, but this does not affect his courage in any way, and he continues to crush them. He assumes that if they consist of a decayed soul, then he will evaporate them with the purest fire of karma. Having transformed into a real fire, he rushes towards his opponents, burning them to ashes. Neither of them can even touch him, so the outcome of this battle looks very sad for them. Lindsay continues to fight her opponents, but she lacks the skills to do so effectively. During this battle, she feels that the infection is also beginning to penetrate her body and soul. Terry realizes that they're probably going to have to suffer a lot before the skeletons disappear forever. He suggests that if the corpse flame is not extinguished, these skeletons will appear almost endlessly. However, the question now remains as to how they will be able to find this flame in the labyrinth and get out alive. Lindsay carefully kneels down and says that now her life is over and there is no need to worry about her. At that very second, where she had just been standing, a powerful explosion occurs, throwing everyone back. Terry teleports there to destroy the enemies that hit them. He states that the Great Corpse Preservation technique uses flames for control, so he has an idea. The flame of karma, formed by pure fire energy, is superior, so puppets have no chance against it. Terry says that they have little time left, but they must reach the gates of death. One of the skeletons suddenly begins to produce something resembling vocal cords and screams loudly. After this, the skeletons begin to fight each other in order to absorb their own kind and become stronger. Terry tries to figure out what it all means, but it quickly becomes clear that they are merging into one. Terry sees this giant, who now resembles an almost real necromancer. Lindsay says that a large individual has appeared, and that it is also the largest flame of the three principles. This giant monster is a far more formidable opponent than any that have ever come before. Terry says that he is interested to know whose flame will be stronger, so he does not mind fighting him. A few seconds later, he throws a small leaf at her, which causes a powerful explosion. Terry says he didn't expect the creature to be so sinister. Lindsay says that he was careful because the enemy was clearly not dead yet and was about to strike. Terry reacts too slowly to cope with such a quick attack coming his way. Quickly turning to the side, he receives powerful blows to his body and is thrown to the side tens of meters. Due to the acquired speed, he hits his back very hard against a stone wall. Now he needs to come up with a new tactic. Terry tries to understand why this skeleton is able to move if the corpse flame has finally gone out. After some time, he decides to analyze it with a special skill in order to find out what kind of creature it is. He realizes that it all looks as if the skeleton is being controlled by divine consciousness. He suggests that the power of this consciousness is great enough to claim higher skills. He quickly realizes that the owner of this place has already reached the level of the infinite kingdom on his own. Stepping aside, he says that he simply has no other choice but to fight for broke. He quickly draws on his internal energy to create a spiritual weapon in his hands. Lindsay talks about spiritual power coming out and materializing, and this can be very dangerous. Terry lunges forward to deliver tens of thousands of punches to his opponent. This technique is called soul cutting, and Terry must use it to cut off his soul and solve the problem of his controllability. Terry quickly approaches her and asks her if she is okay, hoping that she can move around on her own. Yes, the observer closes one eye and says that this is a very commendable result. Moving further into the labyrinth, they find a strange cybernetic device that is constantly spinning. At its top, a strange silhouette appears, which periodically blinks and attracts attention. Terry looks at it in surprise to find out what it is and who is behind all this. The warrior standing before them says that he didn't think he could do it and is impressed with his results. Lindsay realizes that it is a heaven-scorching cultivator nicknamed Fang Tang, adding that he died a long time ago. Fang Tang smirks and says that he is not that easy to kill because his strength is simply incredible. He states that back in the forest, his comrades joined forces to kill him by destroying his flesh. However, they did not take into account the fact that his spiritual energy could still circulate in this world and be preserved. He hid in the jade sun and fed on insects and roots, using all means to restore his soul. His appearance begins to change, and he talks about how two friends helped him a lot in becoming stronger. These two friends are the same cultivators who previously tried to finish him off. Terry says it's now clear that their deaths weren't just an accident, but his work. Fang Teng says that these people got what they deserved, since they betrayed him and turned their weapons against him. He states that they were in the peak of their 9th grade and were discussing all possible theories. They tried to create the 3 transformation method, but they failed, and only then did he see the Saldemons and their knowledge. Fang Teng says that these scoundrels not only betrayed him, but also teamed up with the Master to kill him. He also says that, unfortunately for them, the information that their souls are now connected did not reach them. He also says that he waited 20 years for the right moment to destroy his enemy. He also deliberately destroyed the wormhole maintenance device located in the Valley of the Medicine King. Thus, he absorbed the second soul, staging a repair accident and gaining even more power for himself. Smiling, he says that the 3 transformation method really works and produces results. He also adds that after he absorbed their souls, his spiritual power surpassed the peak of a 9th grade. He acknowledges the fact that he has finally been able to break through even higher and that new horizons are now available to him. He also says that he later used the strength of his comrades to build this steel furnace. Smiling, he says that he has found a good replacement for a more perfect body in order to return. He throws himself into Terry's head in order to gain control of his mind forever. Terry feels like a dark film is covering his eyes, and he finds himself in a completely different space. We follow him into this spiritual space, and Fang Teng carefully studies his soul. Once he gets close, he says that she looks quite excellent and suits him. After this, he creates a giant mouth from his body and says that now he will swallow him. He joyfully moves forward and demands that it become a part of him, but suddenly freezes in place. He tries to understand what is happening, since all his attempts have no success. Fang Teng is still trying to figure out what is stopping him from attaching the soul of this cultivator, but he can't find the answer. Terry says that, unfortunately for him, his soul has also been burned through, so it cannot be defeated. He creates a powerful flash that destroys all the shackles that this villain just created around him. Fang Teng asks him how he could have broken through it all, being so young and inexperienced. He adds that this is impossible, since it took him hundreds of years and many thousands of attempts to achieve a breakthrough. He recalls how he tried many times to achieve the desired results, but he never succeeded. Their spiritual energies begin to fight each other to find out who will be stronger. Fang Teng is lost in memories of finding solace in exploring the alien bodies. Fang Teng continues to fight because it is his life's work, and absolute power is the only choice for him. The aliens contacted him and told him that the necessary habitat was needed for cultivation to continue. He developed the idea that in order to survive, he had to become stronger at any cost. However, Terry's incredible determination still couldn't overcome his good intentions. Fang Teng says that he lost and asks his opponent how the hell he did it. Terry argues that humanity has found a way to overcome limitations by banding together and innovating independently. He also states that he cannot fight him because he has lost his body and his soul is just a voice from the past. Fang Teng begins to rage at this realization, but he can't do anything about it. Gradually, his body begins to split into other spiritual entities that conflict with each other. The former friends he once absorbed now fully regain their form and look at him intently. They tell him that he lost, and then they tried to break through the kingdom of Chile together with the bet. Terry receives only gratitude from them for saving them both from suffering and setting them free. Fang Teng says that they still achieved their goal, while he was on the wrong path. His friends say that the 3 of them were on the path to a breakthrough, but he still returned to his place, even though he was on the path of evil. Fang Teng says that he is not a petty person, so he is ready to give up his soul in order to merge into something whole. He notes that now that the world has been given the opportunity to break through, he no longer has anything to argue with and accepts reality. They all make a decision to do what should have been done long ago, for the sake of their future. They are transformed into the essence of internal chi energy in order to nourish our hero with it. Together, they form a special vortex of energy that can propel any person even further. Forming into a single disk of energy, they rush straight towards Terry, who didn't even have time to react to it. However, in this situation, this is not necessary, since the intentions of these ambitious elders are now pure. Lindsay comes to and quickly discovers that Agatha and Terry are still unconscious. However, quite quickly, Terry's body begins to slowly rise into the air and glow, as if it were burning with pure fire. Lindsay carefully analyzes his signature and realizes that he has reached the 8th grade level. However, this level continues to grow rapidly, and she does not understand what is actually happening to him. Because of the air key, he gains the ability to walk on air, which was practically unattainable for others. Lindsay continues to watch him with the same surprise as before, as she has never seen anything like this. Terry reflects that his cultivation level has reached the 8th grade, and his spiritual power has also increased. Now he is at the level of the abyss between heaven and man, which he managed to overcome. The path to breakthrough cultivation is becoming more and more clear to him, and this cannot but make him happy. He understands the essence of allowing the limbs and bones to break through the shackles of the worldly. However, after several trials and many strange encounters, he was only able to cultivate half of the bones. However, he has now been able to strengthen his skull and rib bones thanks to the gift of these elders, and he thanks them for it. Lindsay says she immediately assumed that the 3 dead men had some kind of strange connection. After some time, he carries out a purification procedure to ensure that no traces of impurity remain in them. Lindsay asks what they should do now and how to get out, and Terry says that now they need to control it. He concentrates for a long time in order to take control of all the walls of this stove. After some time, he still manages to achieve what he wants, and these walls gradually move away. They get out quite quickly, so as not to linger here after everything that happened. Lindsay asks what they're going to do with the stove now, and Terry decides to hide it until better times. He gives her a mental command, and the stove immediately flies underground, causing a serious rumble. Agatha comes to and asks what happened, assuming that they were able to get out of the oven. Lindsay talks about how they got out of the oven, and she almost died, so she better not think about anything else. Agatha says that she should only think about how to guide him to the right tree, because that's what she was instructed to do. After some time, they finally reach an important point from which the giant elf tree is already visible. Terry says he has a disguise, but he won't be able to blend in completely without the outfit. Lindsay calmly says that she will take care of it and sits down on the ground to make him such clothes. After some time, he receives a stunning caftan that allows him to move freely. Lindsay also took care of herself and made a nice outfit to look beautiful. Agatha comments that Terry looks tougher than the Twilight Knight, and he claims that this is his true strength. According to Agatha, only wood elves can create such fabric, and one must be incredibly skilled at it. Terry says that this technique is probably not easy for human cultivators, and she states that starting out is always difficult. Terry points out that she's probably stitched people together before, and Agatha is very scared to hear this. Lindsay doesn't say anything, and Terry just smiles, realizing that this is a joke that really scared the child. Agatha suddenly says that she feels very dizzy, and she doesn't know why it hasn't gone away yet. Lindsay muses on the need to use a camouflage pill to avoid being revealed. Agatha states that they need to follow her, and as long as they follow her instructions, everything will definitely be fine. Lindsay says that all these creatures seem small and insignificant, but they are members of the royal family. Agatha reflects on the fact that she needs to change her route a little in order to continue on. She says that they should be careful not to step on the turquoise vegetation. She emphasizes that this will trigger a defense mechanism, which is definitely something to avoid. Agatha also says that if it weren't for the Eastern Sea Barrier, they would have destroyed these bird people long ago. Bravely, she goes forward and, as usually happens with such people, immediately steps into a trap. Lindsay quickly jumps into the air to avoid the massive amount of spikes flying out of the ground. Terry grabs Agatha and rushes to the side to prevent injury to this unfortunate child. Meanwhile, Lindsay finds a wind blade flying towards her. She manages to react in time and repel this attack, recommending that everyone else be more careful. After this, they quickly jump down and look around to understand what all this means. An elven warrior appears next to them, looking at them with an appraising gaze. She asks them who they are, adding that they smell very strongly of human flesh. Agatha says that there is no need to worry, since they came here to help her. Agatha jumps forward, saying that she will not tolerate such treatment and will figure everything out on her own. Terry realizes that it looks like he'll have to fight the elven warrior, which he'd rather avoid. After she strikes his head, the blade cracks and he is not seriously injured, saying that it is better to stop. After a few seconds, an unknown force takes possession of Agatha, and she rises into the air, addressing the warrior. She begins to speak in a voice that is not her own, and declares that she is conveying words that reflect the will of the queen. The warrior immediately kneels down and says that she will bless the prophecy. Agatha says that this is just a breath of light that fills Agatha's body, and adds that they are glad to see them. Terry realizes that possessing Agatha's body from such a distance signals incredible potential. Agatha says that she is the guardian of the forest and the prophetess of the wood elves. She emphasizes that due to circumstances she is forced to communicate secretly, and Terry asks what she wants. Agatha states that they are asking for help not from people, but from him personally, and hope that he can save them from extinction. Hearing this, they are all surprised because they did not expect such a serious responsibility. The warrior asks the prophetess what she means by the extinction of the wood elves. Terry says that the fate of an entire civilization is at stake, and she is jumping to conclusions by asking for his help. Agatha suddenly begins to approach him, constantly spinning her finger along a specific trajectory. Terry suddenly feels like someone has invaded his mind again to show him images of horror. He discovers a giant monster that is a hybrid of saldemons and some other life form. Terry asks if this is the future she sees, and Agatha replies that her prophecies are not wrong. She suggests that this future will be incredibly terrible, but it can still be prevented somehow. The prophetess says that his arrival here signals that their interests now intersect. She gives them the seal of the prophetess, which will help them pass through the light forest, accompanied by the warrior. Terry speculates that the prophetess sensed his intention to unite with the wood elves. Agatha also speaks about welcoming them to the light forest and states that she will wait for their arrival. Terry feels the presence of the queen and the prophetess fade away as Agatha falls into the warrior's arms. Agatha looks around at the others in surprise, wondering why they are looking at her so strangely. The warrior apologizes to them, saying that such were her job responsibilities. Terry says she was not warned about this, and she states that she will consider it a freak accident. After this, she says that now she will be their guide until their arrival and will help them in everything. A day later, they continue their travels, and she tells them that in the east of the forest there is a city called Samariel. After some time, they reach the gates of this city, around which many elves have already gathered. Terry recalls that in his past life, he only saw scorched lands on this earth and did not see their civilization. Agatha says that this is one of the largest cities in the Light Forest, and it is the home of the great heroine Illiv. Terry asks why the gates are closed, and Agatha says that they are only opened for special occasions. After some time, these gates actually begin to open, and our heroes immediately rush there to find out everything. They watch as a military convoy appears in the distance, returning home after a strenuous operation. The elves are led by a messenger of the dawn named Musin, who has brought a large number of captives here. The warrior says that this is a special occasion, while the other elves begin to rejoice. Terry asks who it is, and she states that it is the Lord, a descendant of the great hero and an heir of the pure blood. Terry decides to use his new skills to analyze the creatures around him. He looks closely at the elven messenger and understands that he is clearly not as simple as he actually seems. He discovers that there is a seed of evil inside this elf, and this is a very bad signal for everyone else. The seed of evil is a special secret method of using dark energy that is kept a closely guarded secret by the saldemons. It is a spiritual seed that can influence the mind of the host even during incubation and suppress their will. In a past life, it took many years for Earth to find a way to destroy this mechanism of influence. However, Terry still wonders how he managed to notice him inside this elf. Musin joyfully greets his comrades, who praise him for bringing them victory. Lindsay asks him if he's okay, and Terry continues to analyze this elf. He really wanted it to be a mistake, but he realized that he looked at them through the eyes of 3 enlightened elders. Thanks to this blow, now practically nothing can be hidden from his eyes, but he is forced to see a lot of misfortune. The warrior turns to her friends and says that she has received a signal from the commander about a level 1 alarm. Agatha says she wants to help, but she recommends that she stay here for a couple of days and then go wherever she wants. Immediately after this, she leaves, saying that she has a lot to do, so she is forced to take her leave. Terry goes further with his comrades to look around this unknown place. Agatha knocks on her grandfather's door, saying that she has finally returned after long wanderings. Grandfather asks her who all these people are, and she states that she has an amazing story to tell. After that, she shows her friends and says that her grandfather is quite grumpy. Grandfather says that he has never seen the two of them in all his 600 years of life, so he doesn't know what they are doing here. Agatha tells him the whole story that happened so that he can make the best possible decision. Once grandfather finds out that these are people disguised as forest elves, they stop listening any further. He prepares to attack her, but she declares that she is actually carrying out a task for the prophetess. Grandfather asks her if she really went into the dark forest, and she states that it was necessary for the task. Agatha is offended by his attitude towards her, and says that she no longer wants to endure these attacks from him. Grandfather tries to resolve the situation and seats his guests at the table, apologizing for his behavior. He says that Agatha is still a child, and therefore, if they had not come to help, she would not have returned here. Terry realizes that they have a strained relationship, maintained on a shaky set of rules. He says that he has been in this forest, so he knows about the dangers, because he lost his leg there. In his view, Agatha had committed a great folly in going there to meet her own death. Afterwards, he asks what they need, promising to suggest something useful if they ask him. He also asks if they have already heard about their great hero, in whose honor this city was created. Terry says that he has heard about it, but still knows too little to be confident in his knowledge. Grandfather says that, according to legend, it was he who led the forest elves out of the darkness and showed them the path of light. He also states that this whole story is controlled by purebloods for the forest people to know the history of this part of the game. Terry wonders what this all means and what the difference is between purebloods and forest folk. Grandfather says that purebloods are the heirs of blood, born from the Tree of Light and located at the top. They have 4 classes, which include the pure-blooded aristocrats, the followers of the forest, or the forest folk. He opens the window to show the real state of affairs with our hero. He notes that most elves are simple peasants or completely poor and cured residents. After this, he points to those who have a separate house, since they have the right to be military or artisans. After this, he states that there is a strict separation, since purebloods live further along with aristocrats. Terry reflects on how surprising it is that he has no respect for the Order of Light and the Prophetess, as they are symbols of inequality. After a while, the crowd begins to make noise and gather in one place, and Terry comes closer. He asks where everyone is going, and Grandpa states that it looks like there will be another execution. The elves are getting closer and closer to a special pedestal that looks quite threatening. Musin, along with other prisoners and executioners, approaches the edge to look at his people. Terry asks what is going on, and the blacksmith says that this is the greatest ritual of the Wood Elves. The command is given to perform a sacrifice of light in order to saturate nature with everything it needs. Immediately after this, the executioners begin to execute the opponents who were captured as a result of the unequal battle. The elves begin to bathe in the blood of their enemies and praise the light that grants them all their blessings. The blacksmith says that these elves are the weakest of the forest people, but they want to change their fate. He notes that some believe that by bathing in the blood of the enemies of the light, they can gain his favor. Terry analyzes what is happening with his gaze and understands that everything is not so simple here. It becomes clear that in this way, the work of the seed of evil is supported, which is fueled by the hatred of the elves. He uses the bloody law of divine consciousness to impose a dark seal. Musin suddenly begins to feel dizzy and tries to understand who had such an influence on him. Looking around, he doesn't see anyone interesting and assumes that he just imagined it. The seed of evil thoughts is a special product of spiritual power energy that has been widely used in previous times. When the Saldemons needed it, this seed would awaken within the hosts and overwhelm their will. Despite the monstrosity of this practice, it is quite effective and allows one to imperceptibly change the personality of the wearer. Meanwhile, Lindsay goes to the elven market to buy some new goods for herself. Terry turns his attention to one of the trees and asks his uncle what it is. Uncle says that it is the dust of faith or crystals, emphasizing that pronunciation does not matter. He states that, believe him, the Tree of Light is the largest tree on the entire planet. Terry asks him if he goes there to pray, and he states that he has long ago renounced and joined the Union of Unbelievers. After some time, he notices a child running through the market in a bag carrying a message. Upon seeing his uncle, he immediately stops and looks at him happily for a few seconds. They greet each other, wishing each other good morning and a good day ahead. He says that he is giving him a new edition of the Manifesto of the Outcasts and other news from their forest. After this, he runs away, saying that the Twilight Captains are again fighting the Birdmen on the southwestern border. Terry asks who this boy is and who he works for, to which he is told that he is an orphan. Terry tries to absorb as much information as possible about elven culture, while Lindsay goes on a shopping spree. She acquired a huge amount of medicines and medicinal herbs in order to create new potions. After some time, we are transported to the Palace of Mulberry Trees, which Musin entered in order to explore the dungeon. He walks silently down the corridor, while the guards don't even glance at him. Only one of them opens the front door, which leads to one of the prisoners who have been held here for a long time. This prisoner has been under severe torture for more than one day, and his willpower is still at its peak. He calls Musin a cowardly bastard who would never dare kill him and waste his time. Musin says that he wants to choose which bone he will break this time to extract information. The offensive they had launched was already the third offensive in a month, and the prisoner asks where they were going in such a hurry. The prisoner says that they will never know their true intentions, since he will not give up his own. He takes a few steps towards him and says that, apparently, he has not suffered enough. After some time, loud cries of an unhappy man, a creature who cannot achieve his goal, begin to be heard from the cell. Night falls, and we are transported to one of the squads of elves who have been watching what is happening all this time. One of them tells the elder that they have waited here all night, but still have not found anything. He suggests that he be patient, but he states that they were sent here without a proper reason. The elder claims that the prophet's crystal, which gives the wood elves power, is too unique. The strongest ones will be able to convince the flower stalks to consume the 9th grade, which is their only hope. He claims that the Shadowhunter captain used the prophet crystals in his hands to conduct evil experiments. He suggests intercepting them at any cost, while they still have the opportunity. Suddenly, they hear the convoy approaching for the captured elves and freeze in anticipation. The security guard of this group of criminals tells them to move faster because they are behind schedule. Among these captives is also a girl named Sato, who is constantly looking around for opportunities. After some time, the convoy is attacked in order to free the prisoners and take them into the forest. The guards immediately look around, trying to figure out from which side other people will attack them. Sato immediately rushes at her guard in order to stab him with the knife that she had been hiding all this time. Quite quickly, the rest of the elves are killed, and only the leader and one guard remain. However, the leader turns out to be a traitor to the purebloods and quickly kills the guard with a blow to the back. After that, all that remains is for them to analyze the situation and find out how many people they have lost. Unfortunately, the elder rushed to help and therefore received a severe injury, and it will no longer be possible to save him. He hands the crystal over to Sato and states that he is glad that the future of their race will still be in good and reliable hands. Meanwhile, Musen finishes torturing his prisoner and says that it is a rather boring task. He looks at his opponent and says that he no longer even begs for mercy and has completely stopped saying anything. Suddenly, his head starts to split with terrible force, and it's as if he's having a severe migraine. He realizes that the symptoms have become more frequent lately, and it seems he needs to visit the Twilight Marquis again. He reaches his goal and meets with Alastor, who is close to the Marquis. He asks him why such formalities and says that he is glad to see him, because since childhood, they have been like brothers. Alastor says that his sister asked to join her rune workshop and adds that she has taken up her duties again. Musen reflects with irritation on the fact that his sister always makes decisions in accordance with the prophecies. Alastor asks what needs to be done, and he states that his sister's request must be respected. He also says that they need to take a walk to unwind and talk about old times. Alastor looks at him and is surprised that he managed to maintain his composure even when the conversation turned to the rune workshop. After some time, a raven flies to him and conveys a very important message to him. Alastor learns that the prophet's crystal has been lost and is required to return quickly. Meanwhile, Terry finishes her procedures in the bathroom, goes out into the room, asking Lindsay when she will return. Lindsay asks him what's wrong with him, and he says he'll go to the prophetess since she knows him by name. He also understands that she could certainly help him find the person he needs. Lindsay says that she wants to go there with him in order to help him. Terry says that they are in for a rather dangerous adventure, but she states that this does not change her mind. Terry asks her why she decided so, but she suddenly stands up and comes quite close to him. After this, she asks him if it is still not obvious to him why she follows him. A moment later, she turns away and says that she doesn't know the way back, so he'll just get lost. We are transported to the battlefield, where birdmen and elves continue to fight and cause a real massacre. The Marquis is told that 2 tribes of birdmen from the southern front are putting up fierce resistance. The Marquis says that it is necessary to brutally suppress all these attempts by the partisans and sends his assistant away. After some time, a dark figure appears in front of him, which says that they were too arrogant and dissatisfied with her. The Marquis bows before the Lord, saying that due to their negligence, there was a slight delay in the delivery of the slaves. The essence says that the loyalty of aliens is far from limitless, and they should know this better than anyone. He says that he has no intention of violating the contract, and that the number of attackers is too great. The essence says that if even an empire does not have the resources to control its neighbors, then this is terrible. He orders him to find out what happened and adds that he doesn't want something like this to happen again. Alastor comes to his boss, saying that the latest incident is the work of unbelievers. He notes that they placed 2 moles in their transports, adding that their names and appearances are already known. Smiling, he says that they also have a king among the unbelievers who will hand them all over, guts and all. After some time, the time comes for Terry and Lindsay to leave these lands on the way to the prophetess. Agatha says goodbye to them, saying that they still have to be very careful. Terry promises that they will definitely cope with all the difficulties, after which they go into the forest to do their business. Continuing further, they say that according to the map, the right place is located just beyond this forest. However, he suddenly discovers the presence of another creature that is trying to hide from them. They slowly approach the wounded girl, who hides her identity with a cloak and scarf. Terry asks her who she is and what she is doing in this place, to which the girl barely reacts. Taking a breath, she says that she knows the area well and can help them find the herb if they save her. Terry states that they don't need her help, but she says she's willing to help them find the scarlet herb. Lindsay is very surprised when she hears these words and stops in place for a while. The thing is that this is a special herb that can prolong the life of forest elves who live this way for thousands of years. Rumor has it that it grows only in secluded places deep in the eastern sea and ancient lands. Lindsay signals to him that this is a good lead and that it might be worth using her services. Terry says that in this case he is ready to help her, hoping that she keeps her word. Sato says that they must take her away from here, otherwise these scoundrels will come for her and destroy her. Terry takes her to a cave, which turns out to be secluded enough that no one will find them. Terry heals her, realizing that the forest elf looks very exhausted, but at the same time she has incredible strength. Sato says that if he likes looking at her body so much, then she invites him to admire it at night. Terry says that her body is stronger than most wood elves he has seen, but she does not draw her power from the crystal of faith. Sato calms down, after which she feels that her strength has almost completely recovered. She tears off some of her clothing to make it easier for her to move, and says that she wants to introduce herself and gives her name. Terry and Lindsay also give their names, and she says that she is in big trouble. Immediately after this, she takes out a small knife, but our heroes decide not to wait for her to explain herself. They immediately disarm her and tell her that they will not tolerate any tricks from her. Terry asks if she knows any blocking spells and offers to cast a couple on her. Lindsay blocks Sato's movement and prepares to use a special spell. Sato says she is not interested in a relationship with the woman, but Lindsay does not respond to provocations. Terry looks at this spell in surprise and realizes that there is clearly some kind of mistake here. The thing is, the spiritual rope Lindsay created seems excessive for its purposes. Terry asks her if she was telling the truth about the grass, and Sato says that non-believers never pick it. Terry asks why she was going to attack, but Sato says she only promised to get him there. After that, they exchange a couple more phrases about why she grabbed the knife in the first place. Terry says that while healing her, he left a piece of his power in her body and is ready to burn it at any moment. Sato asks how he dares to do this to an injured girl, but he states that he is acting in his own interests. After this, he dispels the shackles that have been on her all this time and tells her to show the way. Sato leads them further and further, without going deep into the forest thicket, which seems quite calm. Terry looks back periodically, hoping that no one will follow them in this place. Sato continues to show him the way, and he asks her how she knows this place, which means she has lived here for many years. Sato suddenly becomes colder and says that it is no longer his business, and she is not going to tell him about it. Terry realizes he's accidentally touched a nerve and says that in that case, they'll just follow her. After some time, they reach a cliff that leads them to a bay, at the bottom of which this grass grows. Terry asks where the 1,000-year-old scarlet herb is that she has been telling them about all this time. Sato smiles before jumping down, saying that they should follow her if they dare. Terry and Lindsay realize that they have no choice but to also jump off the cliff. As soon as they find themselves in the water, they discover that Sato has already swum away from them, several dozen meters away. However, they also understand that there is a large monster living here, which sleeps near this flower. Lindsay realizes that if she hadn't used the enhanced perception spell, she wouldn't have even noticed. Sato says that someone finally got to this flower, adding that she is already washing her hands of it. However, as soon as she tries to swim away, her leg is immediately tied and her movement is blocked. Sato doesn't immediately realize that she's actually gotten involved with some pretty difficult people who won't leave her alone. Smiling, they tell her that she must now take these leaves, and they wish her luck. Sato doesn't understand why they are making claims against her, since she honestly showed them the way. Terry tells her he can't trust her after the attempted attack, and Sato realizes he has no choice. Terry pushes her down, telling her that he will help her gain speed to get to the bottom. Sato wonders what else she'll show him, and who will have the last laugh when she's done with him. And, having descended downwards, it immediately accumulates a large quantity of the necessary algae. Grabbing the seaweed with all her might in her hands, she applies it to her skin. Immediately after this, she bounces off the scales of the sleeping snake several times and rushes forward. She is an incredibly agile swimmer who manages to quickly pluck plants and move like a fish. Terry and Lindsay are silently praising her resourcefulness when suddenly the snake opens its eyes and lunges at her. Sato looks over her shoulder at them with a smile before floating away, thinking that she is finally free. She quickly accelerates to avoid attracting the monster's attention, taking advantage of the algae's stealth. After a while, she crawls out, thinking that this python has a keen sense of smell and they don't stand a chance. After this, she reflects on the need to deliver the information to her brothers as quickly as possible. However, as soon as she runs out onto the shore, she hears the very loud screams of a giant monster and tries to understand how this is possible. Her surprise knows no bounds, and she decides to quickly turn around to understand what is happening there. Terry and Lindsay quickly jump out of the water, having first chopped the python into small pieces. The remains of the carcass falling into the water create a powerful shockwave and large splashes. Sato tries to figure out how to destroy such a giant, and Lindsay decides to use her binding skill. Sato immediately becomes paralyzed, while Terry quickly catches the flower she dropped. Lindsay wonders what these strange things are, and why she hasn't gotten rid of the spell yet. She falls face down in the sand, and Terry asks her why she's still trying to escape, since she has a tracking tag on her. Sato asks them who they are, assuming that they are definitely not wood elves. She suggests that perhaps they are cell demons who have come to take her place in order to finish her off. Terry immediately asks her about what she just said, and she states that she won't tell them anything. Terry shows the sign given by the prophetess, saying that he doesn't know what friendly relations they have with the wood elves, but it doesn't matter. He says that, from his point of view, the cell demons must be their common enemy, since he hates them too. After some time, they decide to have a heart-to-heart talk, so as not to have secrets with each other. Sato reveals that she is a secret agent of the Union of Unbelievers, who has been infiltrated into the ranks of the Twilight Knights. She says that, according to their information, Marquise ordered the use of his base for drug research. She emphasizes that it was more of a massacre than an experiment, as many elves died there. She notes that they studied spiritual practices other than the practice of faith power, and many were maimed or tortured. She was saved by another undercover agent who did everything to ensure that she survived this hell. They still managed to get what they wanted, but the losses were quite significant. However, as soon as they hid from public attention, the captain of the Guards regiment personally visited them. She states that many unbelievers were killed and only a few managed to escape, and she is one of them. Terry realizes that this definitely looks like the Saldemans doing, and Sato says that she told them everything they wanted to know. She looks at them in surprise and asks who they are and what they are doing here. Terry smiles and then prepares to tell his story, changing it slightly. However, suddenly a voice comes from the forest, declaring that these are people who must be destroyed. Sato immediately turns towards this figure and recognizes that it is the voice of Alastor, who somehow found them. Alastor says that he has been watching them from the very beginning and discovered that they were disguised as elves. Sato says that this doesn't change anything, since he sold all the benefits of the Light Forest to the Saldemans. Alastor reminds them that she is a representative of the unbelieving caste and therefore has no right to vote. Jumping on her with a weapon, he says that she knows nothing about what the right path is. In place of where Sato had just stood, a powerful explosion is created, which scatters stones in different directions. Terry still managed to come to her aid and push her aside so that she would not be harmed. Terry realizes that something is wrong here, as this opponent is extremely strong for his appearance. He asks who Alastor is and why he is such a strong fighter. Sato claims that he was once a prophetic guardian and was incredibly devout and religious. She also states that for some reason he was sent to the Marquis and became what he is now. Terry realizes that the alien's plan is beginning to come together into one coherent picture. He quickly pushes Sato aside, saying that it is better for him to fight this opponent. Alastor, in turn, swings his sword at him in order to crush him with one blow. Terry begins to build up energy in his hand in order to perform blocking moves. However, Alastor's blow turns out to be really strong and throws him aside. Terry manages to stabilize himself in the air and not fall to the ground, but he takes a lot of damage. Terry feels his hand go numb because he was careless and underestimated the force of the blow. Sato asks her why she tied her up, to which Lindsay states that she will run away again and asks them. She then delivers a powerful blow to Alastor's body, but he blocks it with one movement of his hand. He asks her if this is all she can do, or if she has some other tricks up her sleeve. Lindsay says that it would be very foolish to assume that her attack will be limited to one blow. Alastor turns around to find that the spirit form behind him has already stabbed him in the back several times. His body stops obeying him, and he falls sharply to the ground, unable to resist the forces of gravity. Terry quickly runs up to him, telling everyone else to jump out of the way. Immediately after this, he delivers an incredibly powerful blow that causes a column of fire to rise into the sky. Sato tries to understand whether this is really a victory, since Alastor can hardly tolerate such a shameful situation. Lindsay points out that something is wrong, as their enemy is clearly still alive and doing quite well. Alastor only lost part of his armor, but his body is still in perfect order. He immediately rushes to attack his opponents and delivers a sharp kick to Terry's body. Lindsay looks at her friend in fear as he flies several hundred meters away. Alastor says that he really doesn't give up, because if they hadn't broken through his dark defense, he would have received more injuries. Lindsay understands that this is not the best option, so it is better to act rationally. She activates a special skill to paralyze him, and now they can get to Terry. Alastor asks them how they have the right to deceive him and calls them pathetic. Our heroes, meanwhile, are trying to escape from this disaster since this enemy is too strong. Lindsay states that the speed, strength, and defense are beyond Earth Force Class 9. Sato states that he has never been this strong before, and that it might be due to the dark energy and experiments. Terry wonders why he's following her, and remembers that she said she wasn't the only one who got out of there. Sato suddenly stops and says that she has absolutely objective reasons for this. After this, she pulls her hair to the side in order to show them this reason closer. Terry and Lindsay look at her in surprise and try to figure out if their eyes are deceiving them. Sato says that she already has a prophet's crystal on her neck, which significantly strengthens her. She claims that after coming into contact with her blood, the crystal somehow merged with her body. Sato suggests that Alastor might want to capture her and use her as a test subject. She notes that when she was exhausted, a sudden flash occurred in her head and she received new strength. Terry assumes that it has something to do with the prophecy's prediction, but now they need to get out of here. Sato says that to the northwest of the bay, there is a garrison where unbelievers gather, and one can take refuge there. Terry asks if she has decided to trust them, and she states that they have a common enemy. Lindsay states that her seal was just broken, so their enemy was freed. Terry states that he is definitely heading after them, and Sato suggests that they speed up and get out of here. Terry says it's pointless, because he won't stop until he dies or is finished. He also states that Alastor seems to sense the crystal's power, so the garrison won't save them. After some time, powerful beams of dark matter pass by them, destroying everything. The impact of this blow turns out to be quite horrific, and our heroes are lucky that it missed. Alastair jumps right in front of them and asks them why they suddenly decided to stop and stopped running. Terry says that they have no reason to run away, since he senses the power of the crystal and will still pursue them. Alastair says that he definitely doesn't intend to let them go alive and quickly swings his sword. Terry accepts his fight and also rushes at him, armed with his Zanpakuto. He tells him that these are not words that can be thrown around and joked about because he will have to answer for them. Alastair delivers a powerful blow, and Terry moves his body to the side to gain an advantage. From a more advantageous position, he immediately strikes, and Alastair is forced to block these attacks. They begin to use their endurance and agility in the hope that one of them will be able to land a winning blow. Ironically, it is Alastair who lands the winning blow, and he fights surprisingly well. His next attack causes Terry to lose concentration and slam his body into the ground with all his might. This blow turns out to be so powerful that it knocks out the main character for a while. Alastair says that he does not rely on the power of the 8th Earth class, so he is responsible for his words. Terry suddenly uses the 9 words of truth skill, choosing the 4th word as his main word. Alastair tries to figure out what all this means when suddenly his opponent's speed increases dramatically. Terry charges his blade with fire to burn away the taint and the cursed soul of the traitor. The confrontation becomes even more intense, but this time the advantage is with the main character. He strikes quickly, breaking through to the peak of the 9th class, and cuts off part of Alastair's sword. Smiling, he says that it was quite close, but they will not have a second chance to win. Terry states that you can't know if you have a second chance or not until you try. Alastair rushes forward, completely unafraid of receiving serious burns from the blows of this blade. Gradually, he breaks the distance with the main character, realizing that everything must be decided right now. Terry suggests that perhaps this isn't the best idea, and that he would be better off breaking away. Alastair says that even at the peak of 9th grade, it's hard to keep up with his speed. He asks him how long he can last in this state, and he states that he is in no particular hurry. After this, he strikes again, this time to fight off his opponent. Jumping aside, he looks at Lindsay, who is also wasting no time and preparing to use the spell. She begins to actively absorb energy from the surrounding air in order to give herself even more strength. Immediately after, she uses the Dark Rebirth seal to attack Alastair. These seals lift him into the air and cause him to experience incredible torment and suffering. Terry says that this skill is known on their planet, and it absorbs life energy and binds the body. Alastair asks them why they came here, and Terry asks them to get straight to the point without any empty talk. Alastair says that if they know that this is how it will all end, then he even agrees to play along with them. His internal evil energy begins to gradually spread through the threads of this seal. Once enough evil energy has spread through these threads, they become more fragile and break apart. Alastair thus quickly frees himself from captivity and falls down again. Terry jumps back, realizing that the explosion was aimed specifically at him, but this time he was wrong. Alastair says that if she knows so many strange tricks, he would have gotten rid of her from the very beginning. His leg immediately goes towards Sato, who managed to run closer in order to cover Lindsay with her body. Lindsay asks her if everything is okay, to which she states that there is no need to think about her right now. Alastair knocks it aside, saying that it was a very good try, but rather useless. Terry attacks him again with his fire sword, saying that he is his opponent. A serious skirmish ensues between them, but this time Alastair already knows his opponent's moves. Terry begins to experience serious difficulties in battle and realizes that he needs to change tactics. He notes that with his strength it will not be difficult to defeat them, but the Earthlings' techniques are unpredictable. Terry jumps to the side and feels that Alastair has begun to create tongues of evil flame, which are very dangerous. Alastair decides to take advantage of the protagonist's hesitation and immediately jumps behind Lindsay's back again. She realizes he won't be able to complete the spell and quickly rises to block the blow. Alastair hits her with his hand as hard as he can to break her concentration. He also says that they won't be able to pull the same trick twice and he will just finish them off. Terry smiles and says that he is not stupid and can actually understand some things. A few moments later, Lindsay's spiritual manifestation appears behind him and completes the seal. It turns out that all this time, they were not acting according to plan in order to drive him into a trap. Alastair is on the ground, from which a huge number of hands appear, pointing straight at him. Alastair looks at them in surprise and does not believe that they used such cheap methods. He begins to resist, saying that he does not intend to die such a shameful death. Terry says that this seal is an instant killer that buries you alive. Terry observes the eerie vortex that formed after the seal completed its effect. He states that the Valley of the Medicine King is indeed full of mysteries and useful techniques to be learned. Lindsay says that she didn't kill her opponent and simply sealed him away for a while. Sato watches this and realizes that their spell has the same limitation as the Elven runes. Terry says that now that the problem is solved, they won't be needed and she can go to the camp herself. Sato says that she can really handle it on her own and thanks them for their help. Suddenly, dark energy appears next to her, which immediately explodes, and Terry attacks it with a fire sword. He reflects on how careless he was in not noticing this abomination earlier. Lindsay looks at her ally in fear and screams her name as she did not expect the disaster to happen. Sato didn't have time to react in time and received a blow of dark energy directly into her body. The wound was penetrating, so she needed urgent medical attention. Lindsay says that the dark energy has invaded her heart and soul, so she can no longer save it. Terry turns around in surprise and realizes that their old enemy, whom they had just dealt with, has returned here. Terry asks him why even the preservation technology can't stop him and who he is anyway. Alastor says that his boss needed to collect the Prophet's crystals, but now he has raised his level even more. Terry immediately rushes at him with his weapon in order to deliver a sharp blow with a fire blade. Alastor doesn't object to this at all, as if he initially understands that it cannot harm him. After the smoke from the explosion clears, Terry notes that he cannot sense his opponent's presence. The only thing he can hear are echoes that tell him that this force is the most important. Alastor creates several shadow copies of himself and simultaneously attacks the main character. Terry desperately fights back with his fire weapon as the light above his head gradually dims. Alastor asks him if he is already tired, emphasizing that he has only just started his game and has not even warmed up. Terry realizes that this enemy cannot be attacked effectively when suddenly a bright light cuts through the darkness. Sato slowly rises into the air while Lindsay carefully backs away. The stone in Sato's body activates and a completely different awareness takes over the body. Her hair begins to dissolve into the air, and the water that had just dripped onto her gathers into large drops and freezes. Terry realizes that this is something strange because he feels an incredible power inside this girl. Alastor says that this simply cannot be, since this girl is ordinary trash. He states that the power of prophecy is only given to 1 in a million, and he was the most ideal candidate. Sato almost instantly breaks the distance between herself and Alastor, after which she freezes for a split second. Her empty eyes continue to bore into him, and she talks about using the crane's ability. A giant tentacle forms from the water, which immediately delivers a powerful attack and drives him into the ground. Alastor suffers monstrous damage, after which he will hardly be able to continue fighting effectively. Terry continues to try to analyze Sato to find out what exactly she has acquired. He quickly comes to the conclusion that she has reached the level of the Emperor's kingdom. In a past life, after Hillary completed her theory, other people continued to improve. After the soul breakthrough, the cultivator's body and internal energy become one whole and one thought. A strong cultivator recreates in his spiritual world an inner god that reflects his essence. As the level of cultivation increases, the inner god will grow and expand, merging with the body. Eventually, this will transform into the Emperor's divine form, and that is what happened to Sato. Lindsay asks what the Emperor's kingdom is, and Terry tells her about this theory. In the previous world, before the destruction of the Earth, there were no more than 10 people in the Emperor's kingdom, but here everything is different. He tries to understand why there are so many great masters on this planet, as if there were some kind of conditions here. Terry says that they need to retreat slowly, since Sato is not in a condition where she can help them. He suggests that she probably can't even tell friend from foe and will attack anyone she comes across. Alastor breaks out of the ground to catch his breath and prepare to fight her again. Sato immediately switches her attention to him, as he is her priority target. Alastor declares that he will not give up under any circumstances and grabs his twisted sword. He asks her how a monster like her could hinder the future liberation of the Wood Elves. Jumping on her, he says that he will send her to hell with one well-aimed blow to her empty head. Sato responds by simply stabbing him with his water tentacle, as if he were made of paper. Alastor immediately loses all his life force and finally turns to his patrons. Lindsay notes that this elf just broke through to a new level, but was defeated so easily. Terry grabs her hand and tells her that they need to get out of here while they still have the chance. Sato raises his hand to address the storm clouds and use them as weapons. Under the influence of her unbreakable will and the movements of her fingers, a powerful tornado forms from the clouds and descends downwards. It's gradually getting bigger and bigger, so our heroes better escape from here while they still have the chance. Terry drags Lindsay along with her, who no longer has the strength to continue fleeing the terrible elements. After some time, he feels that it will be almost impossible to escape from this tornado. They freeze in place, and Terry realizes that Sato is the mediator between God and reality. From his point of view, as long as she is in divine form, all energy will belong to her. Sato suddenly appears right in front of them, and now our heroes can only hope for luck. Terry realizes that it's all over, since it's simply impossible to fight such a creature. However, the divine form, which is carefully studying the protagonist, is in no hurry to try to destroy him. Instead, she touches his forehead, finding there the seal that the 3 elders had previously given him. Immediately after this, sharp energy fluctuations begin, and Sato loses stability. After some time, it switches off completely, after which it falls to the ground, gradually gaining speed. Terry catches her in midair and says that they need to find out what it was and why it all happened that way. Sato, meanwhile, is in no hurry to come to her senses as she has plunged into the depths of her subconscious. She recalls the incredible disasters her people endured, as well as the many deaths of her comrades. After a while, she suddenly opens her eyes to understand what is happening here. She discovers the Tree of Light, which has been chopped down, and the entire land around it has been scorched to the ground. She tries to reach out to this tree, but feels that something is pulling her back and tries to figure out what it is. She slowly turns her gaze behind her, hoping that there won't be some kind of monster there. However, the sight she is about to see turns out to be even more terrifying than any monsters. She gradually looks around to understand where she ended up and what this strange dimension is. Many more fingers appear around her, pulling other elves towards them, who don't even resist. Sato asks the unknown entity to stop and not try to take her body. Terry asks her what happened, and Sato quickly jumps up, trying to figure out where she ended up. Sato assumes that she died, and Terry says that everything is fine, and they are free from Alastor's pursuit. Terry says that she activated the form of the inner god, and with it, destroyed Alastor. Sato tries to understand how this is even possible, and feels like she needs to check her body. She reaches out to where the crystal used to be, to find out if it is still there, or if it has disappeared. Terry says that they have already checked everything, and instead of a crystal, there was a trace left there that looked like an octopus. He says that now the question arises as to why the experiments were needed and why everyone wants this crystal.